Good afternoon, one and all, and oh my god, my throat is still gone. Welcome back to Grand Finals Thursday. That's right, it has returned. It is finally time to get back to your favorite day of the week, Age of Empires 4 content. Today is going to be a fun one as well. We have got 3 series. There might be slight overlap. We're going to be beginning with B versus Anatan, which is starting right now. And then we'll be hopping into Wham versus DeMu immediately afterwards. And then finally into our finals, which will be a best of 7. Yeah, that's right. We're spoiling you today. We also do have a third place match, which will now take place probably tomorrow is going to be our aim there. So pretty cool to see. I love that we got that third place in there. We talked about it being flex, where sometimes it's going to be useful if we need an extra series on the day, because otherwise the day is going to be short on Thursday. But in times like this, where we're like, actually, we've got some length, that allows us to then use the third place match on the Friday as like a cool way to begin the next week. But yes, Anatan versus B, an absolute classic and one we get so often. One sec, I just realized that for some reason my fan is not staring right at me and it's a very hot day. I had to fix that crime. No way am I sitting here sweating it for several hours without full blast fan. Even then, oh my dear god, this heat, somehow it's gotten so much worse than a few weeks ago. I thought like a few weeks ago, like we peaked, that was it, we were gonna be fine, we'd survive and we move on. But no, it just keeps coming back worse and worse and worse. I, for one, have had enough summer for a lifetime. Like, it can leave now, right? Like, am I alone in that? Bring on the winter? Any winter fans? But yes, I know what I do have a bunch of fans of, though. Top tier games. We're actually just a minute out from our first game. Dry Arabia to kick off each of these sets, reminder, folks, and it is going to be a Jean versus Malian matchup. We've been seeing quite a bit of Jean coming out of B at the moment. He's been up something a little bit curious. And last time we saw it, he speed ran his victory over Scatterbrain. I believe it took him 12 minutes to dismantle the Byzantines, which is bloody impressive. So let me just mark this in that we're going to be having the Jean Mali starts. And then on top of that, I believe you guys love predictions. You hate winter? Okay, but here's my defense on winter. Like, it's too cold. Look, you can put more clothes on, all right? I cannot take more clothes off, not unless I want to be, like, you know, in a lot of trouble. That's always my thought process around, like, cold versus hot. You know, like, you can socially address being cold more easily than being hot. All right, so let's get predictions up anyway as we get ready for our first game, first set of the day. B versus Anatan, 2-minute prediction, lock it in. And away we go. Oh, just as the chorus song begins as well. That's a gutter. Your favorite day of the week has returned. Welcome back to the channel, one and all. It's Finals Thursday here in the Midweek Muster. The first of 40 editions in Season 2. And it wouldn't be right if we didn't have this classic. B versus Anatan. 2 of the most present players in semi-finals and beyond now clash once again in semis. Let's get to it. We're going to have Anatan kicking us off in the yellow with the Malians, going up against his former team member. If you guys remember, actually, Anatan used to be part of 3D Clan. It's going to be B on the other side in the green with Jean d'Arc. Green, Jean d'Arc that has already spilt red blood once this week. And it was, I believe, a 12-minute game against his teammate Scatterbrain. In fact, it was probably the most one-sided endeavor we've had this week. It's a little bit of a coin flip. Wham versus Sass was also very, very stompy. But yeah, cool to see. Like, just so many familiar faces making it deep again. And I imagine there'll be new faces joining them in future weeks. A reminder that we do these streams, we do these tournaments every single week. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And we'll be doing them all the way through to June 2026. I'm going to feel old by the end of this. But you know what? This is a matchup that feels old. Not because we've been seeing a lot of it, but because we just haven't been seeing much of it. Jean d'Arc seems to have fallen off entirely in popularity, and there's a lot of questions about why. Like, you know, obviously in the Pro Scouts meta, there were things that made her obviously feel good, but after Pro Scouts got nerfed, with these civs that now do it slower, you'd think a civ that wants you to come out of the base, catch you out of the base, would benefit a lot from that. Yeah, outside of B and maybe one or two fringe picks, we just haven't really seen it as an anchor point of people's drafts. It's going to be interesting to see how it functions against Malians, though. Like, one of the tricky parts for Jean in this matchup is if Mali scale well into their Donzo Jav count, Jean can't exist in the fight in any form. In fact, Jean kind of has a sticky predicament because range Jean, melee Jean, it doesn't matter because once you eventually get level 3, you'll still be countered by Donzos. The good news for B is currently we're in the bit of a sofa meta, actually. Like, actually, most Malian players don't want to be building Donzos once they reach that third age. More now than ever. How are we looking on this sheeple? Looks like it's going to be 10. B, meanwhile... Oh, that's not good. He's only got 5. He has got a long scout path ahead of him, which will bring in another 4 sheep if he sticks to it. I don't think he can afford to. No. Oh. Okay, guys, it's fine. He may only have 5 sheep, but he's got 7 Jeans he can eat. No, for some reason, I don't know how this happened. There's a UI bug, guys, where sheep show as Jeans on the UI. Oh my god, 7 Jeans! That's OP! What's B doing? Oh dear. I can't believe that is still in. I think that's been in for like 2 seasons now. You think that pros haven't been using Jean because they know a rework's imminent? I think that's like, I see where you come from, but also, is that not a little bit of a flawed thought process? The reason I say that is you're still playing tournaments in the meantime, right? So like, you're onto something, but also it doesn't paint the full picture. Like, Jean must have some usefulness. Why hasn't she been picked in tournaments? Like, ladder, sure, why practice? But tournaments? That's different. Do they level up at the same time or share XP? Oh my god, the nightmare sharing XP. For people who have been playing Mechabellum at the moment, that's like... sharing XP to try and level up slower, that's the equivalent of picking steel balls and then linking all their health. If you haven't tried that yet, don't. It doesn't end well. Take it from someone who's a steel ball enthusiast. And oof, the balls on this man, Anatan, goes for the Saharan Trade Network. So he seems to have little interest in playing aggro feudal, which makes a lot of sense. But also, I think defensive feudal, he wants to keep his presence limited and aim for an age up, which is the bread and butter of facing off against Jean. Like, for most civs, it's always been this idea of how do I get out of age 2? Because age 2 is where Jean poses the biggest threat. JD whole civ needs a rework? I know, right? Could you imagine being French? Wait, I gotta be careful saying that now. I think maybe 8 to 10% of my audience now are French. So it's growing, guys. I, for one, welcome our new baguette-wielding, cigarette-smoking, cheese-nibbling, wine-sipping, frog-inducing overlords. Okay, I think I just lost them all. I'm sorry, France. In fairness, I'm British. We get enough stereotypes as it is. 2 TC... Okay. I wasn't really expecting this. This is a blast from the past. Last time we saw Anatan do this in the midweek muster, it got us one of the longest games historically that the entire series had seen. If you guys remember, I believe it was Anatan versus Poppy Paw on Highview. This is cool as well. I love that. He's using the Saharan Trade Network to snipe down each of the deer. Nicely clustered up. That one gets freaked out a little bit, but still, most of them close. B sees this, and at this point, there's just kind of this big scratchy head moment. Like, what do you do against this now? Because he's already investing towards Pro Scouts, so maybe he's thinking about snatching the deer. He will get one away there. Barely, though. With the TC now up, plus the Saharan Trade Network, I'd be surprised if he can get more. Yeah, in fact, the TC Garrison comes in straight away to scare him off. And also, the other cool thing here is if Anatan feels like he can still dive and get those deer, there's an easy solution now. An outpost, and now you don't need stone to build emplacements. Remember, Saharan Trade Network has that nice little perk of not only having a javelin emplacement itself, but it means that it replaces arrow slits with javelins. And javelins do not cost stone. So, nice little quirky buff there. He has opted for melee Jean, which is a little bit surprising here. Range on can maybe take a stab at it. I mean, the problem is, like, javelin throwers are just going to kill you because they get bonus with the emplacements. They do 16 damage to range on. But melee is not going to fare much better. This, wait, B, no, the pathing. I know. That's another scout dead. He will deny the deer in the end, but this is getting weird. How many deer are left? 1, 2. What? No, we must be missing something. There's no way there's just 2. Okay, there we go. They're around the back. So he's got 4. And it cost B 2 scouts so far. I was about to lose my mind if he had somehow managed to deny that much deer already. We do have warrior scouts coming out, though, which is smart from Anatan. He can snatch deer later, but also intercept the pro scouts play in the meantime. The problem is you built a TC before doing this, so there has to be a tax levied, and that is going to be in the price of 3 knights already in the field for B. Oh, this is cool. I mean, I know technically can kite away from the knights and away from Jean, so it should be very hard for him to actually give XP over. And he continues the denials. That's going to be the 3rd scout of B's going down now. Actually, it might be 4th looking at the math. Will be some counter attack though. Anatan caught sleeping. Didn't actually pull that scout away quick enough. Reminder, these are warrior scouts, so quicker, better base damage. And you are correct, with the arrow slits and placements, with the javelin version, they are a little bit higher on the base. But yeah, it's also just really good against feudal pushers because of the fact that they directly contest archers so well. Second pit mine coming up, but B's spidey senses are tingling. Now, normally, a find like this would be a big deal, but unfortunately for B, in a game like this, less so. Yeah, a game like this, the problem is your opponent already is 2 TC with an 8 villager lead. Well, nicely done there. Anatan, he threw the villager into them to stop them chasing in deeper, to buy enough time to make sure none of the walls were too weak. So yeah. B, he tries to get a bit cheeky. Ano? Oh, Anatan. Oh, that was so close. He could actually still... Maybe? No, I think that's safe now. So yeah, gets the wall up, gets double pit mine, which you need when you go Mansa anyway, and he's only cost him 1 villager. This is pretty good. Shivs out on a knight is a rare sight, but works out well courtesy of the Donzos, and the villager is now getting cheeky. I love that. The Donzo is going to come through. The villager will go down, but trades their life for a knight kill, which is absolutely worth it. Mansa Javelineers counter those knights? Not as hard as they did, actually. Remember, Mansa Javelineers got nerfed. There's a reason why you don't actually see it much anymore. It's surprising how much of a difference that small decrease in movement speed made. They're not the kiting kings they once were. How did you guys predict, by the way? 100% on Anatan and only 100 points. You guys are cheapskates. Oh, yeah. When it's like... B versus this poor rank 800, you all just put the whole house betted in, right? But when it's actually like a matchup that can go either way, we play chicken. Now okay, this is cool. Farimba Musafadi. Anatan is making me more and more of a fan every second. Now, it is a bit ballsy into archers, but this as a counter for knights is surprisingly effective. It's also the ambush factor. Yes, your opponent has some scouts for the time being, but down the line, you can catch them off guard. And also, just in a straight-up melee fight with knights, you actually mitigate about 15-20% of their damage. Actually, it's like a raw, just above 20%, because with knights, they have 19 in feudal, right? They go up to 23, 24 in castle, 24, I believe it is. And the Mansa, it's going to give these Musafadi, I believe it's 4 melee armor base in Castle Age. Oh, this is so cool from Mano. I love the creativity, just a very different way to play. And also, is he hiding them? Yeah, actually, he's just subtly holding them back. They're just pretending to be trees. And here we go. It is going to be Mansa Musafadi. Okay, so we need some Sofa to back this up, probably, just to deal with the archers. Otherwise, what's your solution there? I guess you could just Archer Musafadi. That does then give you the poison arrows to kind of answer the knights as well. But reminder of what this does to them. Look at it. Mansa, this is the feudal version. They have 3 melee armor. They already do 18 damage. Watch what's about to happen to those stats for a mere 175 resources. Boom. They now hit as hard as a knight. This is what excites me, right? If B was Castle Age, these knights would be 24 base damage with 4 melee armor. Meanwhile, you do 24 damage with 4 base armor. You have less health, but still, you cost a marginal amount less. And by marginal, I mean a stretch. It's only 75 resources per. The Clash is going to come in. This is perfect because also there's the Melee Jean, which is also a heavy tag. The Knights are getting massacred. Anatan, what a read, what a play. And now the chase down is going to be real. Jean, at risk of being taken out, easy peasy. She turns around for a cleave. Goes to the afterlife. What a strategy out of the Belarusian. Already at 20 Mansa Musafadi, and with the villager count as it is, he can afford plenty more. Recharge comes in from B. Chivalry is going to be on the way, but Chivalry requires time, and time is not something that is on B's side here. The march towards victory continues. The Psycho cries come wailing out. And I wonder, is it going to be Sofa next? Because now that you revealed the Musafadi, you've got great value out of it, but your opponent's going to counterplay. It's going to be a lot of archers now to contest you. This was the ballsy thing, by the way, and I think this is what caught B off guard. You could maybe be suspicious of, like, a Musafadi switch in a 2TC game. But the part that made this crafty is Anatan, like, he already built Donzo, so technically B was already meant to build archers. It's crazy that Anatan double-tapped into a counter. Because archers kills both of these. But it's the Mansa Musafadi powerhouse. And now it is going to get some assistance. Veterancy for Sofa is coming in. Normally, you have a Fulani to enable this. Instead, Anatan has got a 20-worker lead. He does need to sort his food situation, though. He's currently on berries, so it might be time to start eating all the cow. B may need to start thinking about an age up while there's not pressure on him, at least for a moment. I know where his paranoia is going to be. Okay, if he's not pressuring me, what's he doing next? And if I'm backing up into my base, what's he doing next? I like Sofa transition considering ARBs exist. I like a few Sofa as raiders here. Also, your opponent isn't aged up yet. It's all about muddying the melee fight. Like, your only real option is either Warrior Scouts or Sofa, so that Musafadi don't just get optimally killed by archers. Now, Sofa is the more obvious one. Warrior Scouts could be useful. They actually would be counterplayed to the archers as well. My only issue is I think with this type of spawn, he's got a lot of gold, not much food. Like, if he had Fulani, I would agree on Warrior Scouts. But I prefer Sofa here just because he's got a lot of gold access. The food is the question mark. And sure, you can build food, right? But that still takes time. He doesn't have a cajillion mills. So I like this. It's also like, if you compare Warrior Scouts versus Sofa, which one could be a raider better? It's pretty obvious, right? Like, the Sofa 1-to-1, more capable of getting kills. And great denial there. Anatan denies the boar on the west side. Yeah, no XP and no food. In fact, I think the other boar was already taken out. So Anatan is trying to starve B out here. See, here's the problem. Anatan clearly is a genius. He just can't beat Marine Lord because he keeps watching the midweek musters and catching him off guard. It's like, oh, wait, I remember watching this in KP's Weekly. It's not going to get me with this one in the EGC tournament. Love the stealth. Just creeping around. He knows it's food starvation. He's looking for that moment where B does something risky. I'm not going to even say unnecessarily. At this point, B has to take those risks. He's running low on food. I think he's down to about 4 deer, maybe? And then there's nothing left on the back. Wait. Okay, no, he's fine. He's got a little bit of runway still. An incy bit. B. This is a bit wild, isn't it? He's been aged 2 how long now? Normally you'd be expecting a tech up around this point. But he continues to hard commit to the second age. Wolves are going up from Anatan. He is in the middle of a farm transition. Not a fast one though, it's not rapid. It's not like he's gathering 1,000 wood a minute. This is a gradual trek towards food safety. A lot of walls coming in as well. The Sofa able to avoid the attack, and those Sofa, they do have an imported armor, so they can actually win fights against knights now. Musafadi are starting to take a stab at it. This could easily turn into a sandwich. Does he think about rotating? No. Anatan is getting ready to go into the enemy base. B slowly breaking his way in now. Does he have a scout? He does not have a scout. That's very important here. If Anatan realizes it, he can stealth into the army and reveal before taking any damage. B is just going to probe here. He doesn't want to hard commit in case it's a trap. Won't find anyone on the wood line because Anatan has just shifted to the back wood line. Not a big one, but there's enough there. Meanwhile, the Musafadi, man, they are just so quick into the base. Sofa's coming from the other side, and B, this is a problem. Sofa, they jump on top of him here. Textile's at least there to try and minimize their losses, but there's no doubt about it. Casualties to be had here. And B on the other side is not finding anything of high value. No, and to make matters worse, the Sofa weren't really forfeited. I think he lost 1, 2 on that dive. Goes back in again. The villagers are once again going to be in trouble. He even just dives a little bit deeper to guarantee it as B. He's trying to get castle now. And it's so dead obvious when he's got this many people on gold. Dead might be what B is. Sofa numbers continue, but on top of that, Anatan just queued up Steeled Arrows, so we're likely going to be seeing a pivot now into archers. Maybe? No, is he just doing it for the outpost? I think he is. So he's trying to put B in a position where he has to dive in with these raids, with the 2TC. And you have to remember, he's got the Saharan Trade Network, so he gets javelin emplacements, which is a creative way of dealing with archers. It also gives you more safety for additional villagers, right? Well, Guildhall's now coming through. The raiders have mostly been cleared up. And also, B did do a good job of delaying the relic gain. It's only 2 so far for Anatan. Now the dive in B. He goes after the Saharan Trade Network. It just got a spoon replacement. Anatan, does he realize that stealth is his best friend? He does. This is huge. Look at B's vision. He does not see what is coming. It's time for a horror show. The Ooga Booga's underway and Anatan jumps in from behind. No clue what was coming. The ambush. The trap laid. And the bee slayed. What a move by Anatan. 50 plus Musafadi. Just biding their time. Waiting for the moment to bite. And B, what a time to get chomped at. He just teched up. But the knights are all going to be gone. There's nothing left. He may age up. He can maybe queue up veterancy. But look at those health bars. And now the chase is on. Anatan, knowing that the tech up has happened, knowing that he just had this victory, it's full speed ahead. What patience, what temperance. I mean, impressive that B was able to keep up in military count the way he did until he did. But no doubt about it, we are now at the phase where B is fresh out of reliable food. He has to risk it on the berries, and that's not going to be safe. Not after a fight like this. He did just get veterancy on knights, but whoop-de-doo-dah. It just doesn't matter. Your archers are all gone. You don't have an answer to the Muso. And there's no way out. What a creative game one out of Anatan. 2TC Mansa Flood. Brilliant stroke of genius. Damn. All right, Anatan, that was an incredible start to this series. Trying to think what we call that one. I mean, it's the creative build, but also it's the ambush at the end is the biggest thing. Why would you go there against stealth units? It's easy to forget about. Like, you know, you can kind of, like, you can backseat game it, but you got to remember that's a very easy thing for people to forget about. Because I feel like Musafadi, it's an under-leveraged strategy. You don't really see people using stealth very much anymore. They used to. So people used to be attuned to it because it used to be that you would always have to worry about Musafadi back when their base damage was quite high. But ever since that got tweaked and it's mostly heavy, I feel like this is the type of trick that catches people off guard more often than you would think. Especially in this type of game. Like, he's stuck an age behind, and he's against 2 TC. Like, what is B meant to do? He has to rush. And it's easy in that moment to forget scouts. Even in a game where you just had a bunch of scouts, right? Because they weren't built for scouting. They were built for food gathering. So, yeah. I feel for him. It's a tough one in those situations. But the boys are getting into lobby for game 2 now. Looks like we're going to be seeing Japanese versus Mongols. Dare I say a Frisian Marshes matchup coming our way. Oh, actually, this could be... No, this could be front range. Yeah, this definitely... Like, it's either front range or Frisian. But, like, you've got House of Lancaster for Frisian, which I'd rate over Mongols any day. I know, like, House of Lancaster has been looking really good on that map at the moment. And then B also has Abbasids, which would be a good backup pick for Frisian. So yeah, we're probably seeing the new map, the one that's going to be used in the King of the Rockies. Okay. Boys are getting the game now. Moment of truth. Look at that. I know my maps. So front range coming through, which I believe Cal still hasn't added to the... No, it's not in there yet. They took a while to start this game, actually. All right, so choose outcome. Anatan with the win. Dark Age Boogaloo, definitely on this map. This map is so easy to food starve people out of. If they don't respect and contribute to the back and forth of Dark Age, you can starve them out of food entirely. It's brutal how effective it is. By the way, guys, reminder, after this, we'll be checking in on Wham versus DeMu. And then after that, we should be getting almost straight away into grand finals. Wouldn't be surprised if Wham/DeMu wants like a 5-minute break. Did we just have a... Do we have a tech issue? I don't know. All right, let's find out. Wait, have I got this right way around? Boom. No, wait. And in we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 2 of our very first semifinals in our $20,000 official Microsoft circuit. We've got game 2, B with the Japanese, up against Anatan on the Mongols. Mongols that actually might be S tier on this map. Really feels like it. It's actually impressive just how good they are on a map like this. The reason, guys, front range, a map that's going to be used in upcoming LAN, you have very small wood lines and very little food. The sheep count on this map is extremely low. In fact, we should almost be at the point where all sheep have already been gathered 1 minute in. It looks like they have. So yeah, final... Oh, wait. What? Oh, no. B, he whiffed. Anano's got a sniff of it. This is huge, guys. This is absolutely huge. 12 sheep versus 5. And that's all that B will get. So he'll have to go on the deer, which with this type of spawn... I mean, you might be able to get the deer, but the berry should get denied. Like, Outpost on the front side could just strip him of access straight away. And that was what I was worried about. I think we had... okay. All right. So, apologies, guys. Looks like both of them had connection lost for the first 30 seconds. So, they're restarting. Sorry about that. I mean, it's probably a good thing for B that they are restarting, to be honest, because that didn't look good. That looked like a really horrible start. Yeah, the interesting thing is, like, these two, they tried to play this series last night, but B was having their issues. And, yeah, both of them had some weird sync issues. So, we'll get that remade. Apologies, folks. What I'll do is I'll run ads now so that you don't have to worry about them. And also, who's so on kick? I'll pass, mate. I don't buy viewers. All right, I build my communities the good old-fashioned way. Thank you. Get rid of that person. So, what I'll do is I'll run... Oh, wait. Dude, Twitch auto ran the ads already, didn't it? Okay, so I can't run extra ads that you... I mean, you'll probably get one in game if it goes long. But we actually haven't had a long game of Front Range yet. Excuse me, my throat is still really rough. By the way, guys, we might actually hop on to some Battlefield later today as well after we've done KPMM. So, if you need drops, hang around because we'll likely look to cover you there as well. Yeah, so this will probably be like a 7 or 8 hour day, which is fine because Emma's gone to, I think she said it was a concert. So I'm on my own all day. You guys need to keep me company. I'm going to get lonely. One sec. I'm just double checking something in the background. Oh, my God. Sorry. Here's chatbot, panel, let's add that. Let's see. Oh, it was. Oh, wait, was it you last night, Anatan? Oh, okay, I thought it was B. No problem. The pigeon killer isn't in the house? Why is she the pigeon killer? Because she killed my freedom when she shackled me down with 2 kids. Wait, whoa. And dude, like, Marine Law, what are you talking about? Why would you ban China? You don't need to ban China. It's much more important to get Malians. Did you not just see how he won game number 1? Like, I'm sorry, but you can't really question him when he wins game 1 like that. With the thing that he banned away from his opponent. Look at this guy. Like, he wins, like, S-tier lands and just thinks he can tell everyone how to play the game. The nerve. Oh, my God. Like, can we just be real here, Marine Lord? You're trying to tell a man how to win a war? When was the last time France won a war? Okay, that was a bit... That was below the belt. I'm sorry. This country's pretty cheap, but no good internet. That's the problem. Like, see, this is the thing, Marine Lord. You got lucky because Anatan is used to bad internet. He didn't know what to do when he went up against you with no ping in Denmark. It just didn't make sense. So yeah, you got to watch out, kid. All right. If Volta Esports sets up like a permanent house for him in Norway, you're screwed. Louis the Online Go. I mean, in fact, like, this is the thing. Like, I don't know. He underperformed on that land, but let's not forget he rolled Beastie up and threw him out the door in the garrison, right? Dude, my favorite thing at the moment is comparing people to carpets and just saying roll them up and throw them in the river. Normally I'd be mad at French and Marine Law in particular, but since Expedition 33 came out, I'll give them a pass. That's true. That's true. Compliments to your country, Marine Lord. You guys done something right. You done something phenomenal. Expedition 33 is... I mean, there's extra games. Got Battlefield 6 looking incredible. I don't care. I still think Expedition 33 needs to be Game of the Year. It deserves to be Game of the Year. But it's still incredible. I'll probably go back and play that game towards Christmas when I've, like, hopefully forgotten some of the amazing story pieces. I also just love small details. Like, some of the character development is incredible. But it's also just the subtle things, like the fact that nobody swears in English. Did you guys notice that? Like, it tries to be kind of childish friendly to a certain degree on swearing, but it's not, because instead they always swear in French. So they're speaking English the whole time, and then you hear mied, right? Putain. Putain. Actually, I think one of the characters pronounces putain for some reason, even though it's putain, right? Kingdom Come? Okay, in fairness, I still haven't played Kingdom Come. They sent me a key. I didn't get around to it. I saw some gameplay and it looks decent, but I just... the Kingdom Come does not deliver the level of beauty and immersion that Expedition does. So, like, the thing for me is there's just so many elements of Expedition that are game of the year themselves, right? The art style, the music, the character writing development, that, like, I think it would be criminal for it not to get game of the year. Like, I think the only reason it wouldn't get game of the year is because the people in charge might cop out, worried that one game's getting too many awards. So I think that's happened in the past, and they saw it as really deflating in the industry. I think it might have been a Sony game a few years back, got like Art of the Year, Music of the Year, Game of the Year, and people were like, well, why the hell are we even here, right? Like, I think that would be the only reason they wouldn't give it all the awards. I found it very repetitive, and the story of Expedition 33 was straightforward. I don't feel like the story was that straightforward. I think the way you unravel the mystery of the world, etc., like, was quite nice. And also, Act 1 was perfectly, like, constructed. Act 1 in particular was phenomenal. But, like, repetitive? I didn't feel the repetition. Did you, like, maybe stick to one build? I feel like there's quite a few builds you can do in that game. So I kept changing mine as I went. Like, midway through, when I figured out what I wanted, you could say, like, I stayed with repetitive, like, arc of combat. But the thing is, the interesting part is that they were genius in their use of QuickTime events, because QuickTime events was an overdone thing several years ago, but it hasn't been used since. So actually, what they've done is they revitalized something at the right point, where instead of it being boring, obtuse, and overdone, it was the perfect call to make the game experience 10 times more enjoyable and engaging for a turn-based game. I do think they should have curved the difficulty, though, because some people just couldn't handle that system. All right, here we go. Let's get ready. I need to flip the score, don't I? Yeah. We have returned for a set that always delivers. B versus Anatan in the very first of our 40-week series of Midweek Masters. That's right, a $20,000 tournament. And these boys are already delivering $20,000 strategies. Anatan's big brain came in strong with the Malian pick in game 1. And it looks good for game 2. Mongols may actually just be the Giga Busted pit, because we are on a brand new map here, folks. Welcome to Front Range. This is going to be used in the upcoming NA LAN, King of the Rockies. It's a map that features very little in the way of sheep, and a lot of gold exposed in the north side, as well as a lack of vision courtesy of all this stealth forest. This is a cool one, and you can tell that people are still hard in experimentation mode, because the average game length on this map has been under 15 minutes from what I've been seeing. I know. He definitely has picked the Civ that I find most desirable so far. The Mongols have been obliterating people because the spawns are so vulnerable towards Outpost and Dark Age aggro. But not this game. No, this time around, Anatan doesn't opt for that. And I think it's because of the fact that Japan, with their cheaper racks, are fairly decent at contesting. Well, I talked about the sheep. You can see what I mean here. So 8 sheep for B. Meanwhile, Anno's at 9. And that should be everything on the map. There's no more sheep. It has about half the sheep you'd find on Dry Arabia. And this is intentional. You do get some deer close to your base, but the idea is that you have to come out for food very quickly. And for gold, because you actually only have 2 1600 gold veins in your base. As opposed to a map like Dry Arabia, that already starts you off a lot better with 4k in your base. Yeah, definitely a map design that is not meant to reward camping. I am curious to see how this is going to develop, and like this is a perfect time to figure it out as well. Like we're about a week and a half out from the qualifiers for the LAN that's going to be using this map. So that's a part of why we decided to include it. I thought it'd be a really cool idea so that people could practice. In fact, we've already announced for week number 2, this will be the default map, so that people can kind of get to grips with it, get a bit more practice in, get some experience against maybe much better players to kind of understand what they're doing and what works. Which is always a big part of what we try to do here with Midweek Muster. Enabling those that don't have access to a lobby to play against Marine Lord. So B, love this as well. He went out onto the berry straight away with Tawara. That's really smart. It gives him the better gathering rate, so it's actually better than gathering sheep. And also, it allows him to run away more easily if there was aggro coming. Now, the reason this is so important to start with the berries here is because of that lack of sheep we talked about. He now has 9 sheep, let's say 8 because he clubbed them in 8, some of them, underneath his TC. By comparison, Anatan, he's got the 9 for now, but he'll probably be down to about 4 when B has to go back for full sheep. Has to be better than Hedge Maze. I mean, anything's probably better than Hedge Maze. Hedge Maze is like a gimmicky looking map, and it feels entirely gimmicky if you were to play it. It's a shame. I think I highlight this, like, if you guys haven't seen Hedge Maze, it's the one where you start across from each other, and there's loads of, like, ruins in the north side, and big gold veins. It's like, most of the map kind of looks like Black Forest. The problem with that map is that you will never play 2/3 of that map. There's no point. You just rush people. Whereas this one has the right idea. Like, a lot of the play will be on 1/3 or closer to 1/2 of the map. But the other part will come in later. It will be advantageous to go for, and it is achievable. Whereas Hedge Maze, by comparison, had no way for you to sneak out to these resources. Because you had to come to the center of the map and then go up and out again. It's a very big difference. And yes, the points of interest are all vision. A smart detail there, just so that you do have some buffer against counterattacks on the flanks if you're leveraging the map. So what's the game strat here? Anatan just going straight up archers. And he's been stockpiling the stones, so that's going to be double production, double production. B, however, he wants to castle up, doesn't he? Free on gold. I think he realizes he's not going to get it for free, though. The scout just reveals the important detail, and this was gluttonous. Yeah, okay, he has archery range coming in now. A little bit difficult. Yuumi do produce quicker, etc., blah, blah, blah. But the reality check you're about to get here is that Anatan has been stockpiling the stone the whole time. So his archer production rate is out of control. He's already up to 4, soon to be 6. He's going to be going 8. He's got double production 4 times. B's going to need more. And he realizes that second archery range now coming through. He's yet to queue up his first Yuumi, though. Good news is the archer count isn't going to be high enough to, like, instantly kill a Yuumi. The bad news is, by the time you start first fighting, you're probably going to have a lot of injured boys. Something that is going to be nice for B is on this spawn, he did get a double back tree line. That's really important against these archer raids. It's much harder for Anatan to reach around the back. And because he didn't use those sheep early on, and is going Yuumi, he actually has a very stable economy to build a defense here. It's all about timing. He can't rush for that defense. To make matters worse, Anatan has had this stable Sing here, so he's contemplating a switch into Keshik's. He just wants a reason to do it. And no, there are no sheep on the top side of the map. It's just deer up here. But there is a lot of deer. There's the 7 stack, as well as all the gold. Archers are going to be gifted a freebie. First Khan Hunter just got queued up, so Anno gets confirmation of what he needed to know. Is it 1 archery range and racks, or is it double archer? Now, the challenge here is Keshiks won't be able to dive the base straight away, and you're going to want to reveal them before they are high enough in count to do so. So it does give B time to counteract. But for now, it's more Yuumi. This is scary. The reason, guys, is actually, like, Mongols counter Yuumi spam reasonably well. I don't want to say incredibly well. It's, like, early days in this matchup. But from what we've been seeing, the cool thing you can do with Mongols is actually out Yuumi the Yuumi. Deer Stone. Deer Stone is huge. The movement speed that you get with Yam makes you quicker than Yuumi. So all of a sudden, Yuumi's #1 advantage doesn't exist. No. Does lose the calm, but first Keshik has now arrived. B, is it time for a switch? He hasn't got enough stone for the Daimyo, which concerns me. He's moving out now. This is smart. You absolutely need the Yuumi Bannerman if you want to start fighting. He's going to clash for now, because he already got Steeled Arrow, whereas Anatan chose extra Keshik over his Blacksmith timing. A little bit greedy, actually. Especially for a guy who just had a big gap in his economy, because he moved out to the boar. I wonder, does he actually think he needs the Blacksmiths? Did he even notice the steel arrow? I mean, it should have been kind of dead obvious here. What's scary about these timings, by the way, is like usually Yuumi have a really solid escalation point into castle, getting upgraded with veterancy. They're very impactful at that stage. The interesting part is actually in this particular matchup, Kurotai plays good counter to that. Kurotai, the one that gives the damage buff and the healing. We don't often see it at the moment, especially if you don't go for Silver Tree. But it may be an option if the plan here between both of them is to Archer. Other thing that's important, Anatan at some point will want to consider adding in the Khan Hunter, and there it is coming. Khan Hunter is going to give him the extra tile range, remember, an extra 0.5, which means you'll always get first strike against the Yuumi. And you say you want Samurai instead of Spears to deal with the Keshiks. The deflective armor is interesting. What you're talking about is interesting, but the issue you run into is actually the deflective armor usually doesn't stop the charge because the archers usually disable the deflective. That can be the tricky detail about what you're describing. On paper, it works well, but it requires a lot of out-micro, I feel like. As Keshik players don't often just charge blindly in. I mean, in theory, you could, because there's no spears, but yeah. With how tanky Keshiks are against Yuumi, realistically, you shouldn't have to just commit full. Like, normal archers are actually more concerning, because normal archers with the higher base damage penetrate better. Like, right now, these guys are only friend because Anatan is lacking his undermesh. If he had undermesh, these Yuumi would be doing 1 damage. It's pretty underwhelming. Even when they get the Bannerman, it's going to be 1.5. No. He has postured with that deer stone. B? What was he up to? I mean, there's no way you kill the boar, right? Like that's a little bit insane. Right? Yuumi do 1 damage, guys. Like, there's 4 ranged armor on a boar. Yeah, so that was a bit comical. I think B maybe kind of misclicked it at first and then was trying to just pull it out of range because he's worried that Anatan's going to move up because he's been eating this boar and he just got Yam. So it's definitely him just trying to deny a good placement for Anno. But I think that dive on the backside distracted him. And the board game is critical here, by the way, between the two. This tug of war. This rate B is going to be drawing food fairly fast if he needs anything but Yuumi. The farms are good enough if it's mainly just Yuumi. But you want to be adding in something else, an age up, mounted samurai. That's when you need the deer, the berries, etc. And you can see that Anatan is fishing for exactly that. He's waiting for the moment where B would look for it. This is getting a bit wild, though. The Yuumi count. 47 and just moments away from castle. And Undermesh only just came in from Anatan. I'm starting to wonder if he missed his timing. It feels a little bit like it. Like, you're not scaling archers anymore. The Keshiks really need some raid targets. They are going to go for the dive in. Connection on 1 villager. 1 villager isn't really going to shift the scales just yet. And again, Anatan, I think he's got 1 more big drop off of board coming in a few moments. And then it's just a matter of sorting gold, which he is rushing. This is where I don't like step read up, by the way. The gold quantity left here means you're going to have a lot of idle time moving north at a critical point in the game. The problem, however, is Anatan's army isn't exactly big enough to benefit well from Kurotai. Yeah, he might just be forced into it. And at that point, then, you can't mirror Archer. You're probably looking at mass Keshiks. He goes Kurotai? Okay. I was about to say, Anatan is pure crazy. You just can't really... You can't Kurotai with 14 archers. It's terrible. We've had games in the past. We've had metas where people would Kurotai with like 5 or 10 units, and it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't move the needle. Because Kurotai is only good when you have confident posturing. And you have good posturing when you have military advantage. We can see by the count, he most definitely does not have military advantage. Floating gate coming through. I know some talk about Yoroshiro upgrading the archeries. No. Normally you just go stables because the Mount Samurai are critical. You need to diversify your comp. Because if you stick just Yuumi, even if you vet them up fast, Anatan can also rush veterancy on Keshiks. It only takes 30 seconds. So you want to have a front line. And it doesn't matter that it's going to take a little longer for the archers to upgrade because archers should be slower to arrive in the enemy base anyway. So I think you only really see Yorishiro archery when the archers are already on the other side of the map. Because that's when getting veterancy fast matters most. But you don't often see people diving the enemy base with Yuumi when they're aging, because it's kind of taboo in RTSs to dive the enemy base while aging up. Because you are allowing your opponent to potentially have an 1800 resource advantage in a fight. No. Age up mirrored, maybe not what he was expecting. And there you go. It is just going to be standard Q up on veterancy. No rush. Yorishiro drop inside for the Mount Samurai. So pumping out heavy cav every 16 seconds here. Should get him a good defensive line. And I know with the step readout, it's already going to have to go moving very soon. Yeah. The gold's already been tapped. And please tell me he has backup tech. He has got it on the way. Ooh. That's pretty rough, guys. Not prepping superior mobility ahead of time. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but it's kind of like muscle memory logic, right? Is that 40 minutes in, you usually have a lot of gold left. Not on this map. On front range, you drive fast, so the step readout is going to take a really long time to move across to the gold now. Yeah, actually, like with this type of pacing, the villagers might just tap the vein for a load and start walking back, and he might not realize. So keep an eye on the minimap, because there's a fight brewing. If that fight occurs, and he's not looking north at the step readout, these villagers will probably walk halfway back to the TC by the time he'd notice. Cheeky little wall from B. Range damage 2 is on the way, though. The Keshiks are hesitating. Yeah, B in a pretty solid position. Flash is going to come in, though. It's going to be the defensive arrow, which means the Mount Samurai have to back off. Well played by Anno. He does have the range 2 already, so the B Yuumi strat is not going to be doing much against these Keshiks. No, despite the slow approach on the Blacksmith timing in Feudal, Anno has beaten his opponent to the punchline in Castle. B's going to need a lot more Mount Samurai. Man, I didn't notice the undermesh at first. Anno, considering how we started this game, I wasn't expecting to be this quick out the gate on it. And the villagers, they did indeed. Look at that. Oh, man. He didn't even realize. They just walked back after hi-hoing back to Snow White. I mean, this is pretty rough on his income. He misses out on the 50%. He misses out with a lot of auto time. That doesn't have wheelbarrow either. He at least had the Yam to offset some of it, but it didn't clip because the Deerstone isn't here anymore. So catastrophic. Anatan should have had another wave coming. And that's going to give B a little bit of time to catch up here. Villagers need to rush the wall, though. Oh, hello. They can burn through. He's going to try to rotate around, but it's going to be wasted time. B already gets the wall up. The Mountain Samurai chasing the Yuumi as well. There is nowhere to escape. Anatan is going to have to enter the back of B's base. This is rough. 15 Keshiks, but you're running headfirst into production now. There will be some auto time achieved. Villagers are going to actually shift towards the Yuumi. And Nano tries to use them to charge deeper faster, but the Seek Shelter is going to come through. The dive's going to be a whiff. He is finding extra workers here, however. The wall's going up. This is ridiculous. There's no way to get out. B playing a big fat old game of Ring of Roses. With a pocket full of dead Keshiks, but if you look inside their pockets, you'll also find a bunch of dead Japanese villagers. He turned 1 kill into 8 now. In fairness to him, he kept most of these Keshiks... Okay, no. I was about to say most of them alive. He actually ended up losing 6 or 7. This is the other thing that's annoying about step readout. He's going to have to check on that so often. Meantime, as a dive towards the ball, he's just sniping out the crossbowman first before turning around for the rest. Wallow in the base to let him know what's up and try to stop the Keshiks. But the villagers... Anatan dodges death entirely, while B loses another 4. This is getting ridiculous. I mean, B, his army lead is so big, though. Sure, he may have hemorrhaged, but there's an opportunity to punish Anatan in entirety here if he just reaches the enemy base. He's going to hang around in the outpost looking to kill the workers. The villagers, they're in trouble. The Mount Samurai still not able to protect. And let's see if Anno realizes quick. Pack up. On the way. Where are we going? Oh, he doesn't see this gold. He's actually moving for, like, the central ones. Did catch the 5 villagers, by the way. The other 3 have not ran for it from Anatan. I think he maybe just forgot about them. I don't know. This is troublesome. Anatan just doesn't have resources, really. He's got berries, deer, but no pastures. He has no infinite food, while B, with the Japanese, already has several farms they've been running this whole time. It's been his lifeline. The reason why Anatan looks so competitive is because he had the boars. And he did tap almost both of them, but the deer in the center got denied before he could get to it. And he's now trying to mass crossbows to contest, but there's just so many Yumi already. Yumi that can also contest these Keshiks. Like, you're seeing it. The numbers are good enough. One by one. He flops dead these 200 resource investments. I think Anatan's best hope here is maybe like an outpost defense. He has got the stone for it. The tricky part is, like, Yumi is still going to take 2 hits to kill. And it's going to feel very suboptimal in the damage, if that makes sense. Because you're going to, like, Springle's hit for, like, what, 42? And these are only 70 HP units. I guess it's not too suboptimal. And B, is he looking for the gold now? He's steering far north. Yeah, outpost being set up because B also ran out of gold. He wants more Mount Samurai. Smart choice. I mean, he's mostly walled his base already. New Yorishiro drop available. Love this from B. He was one of the classic players doing this when Japan first came out. Yorishiro drops in farmhouses. Generates a healthy, steady income of food. I've heard many people say, this is pointless. You only get like 75 food. Who cares about that? When you have no food access reliable on the map, you will care. You know, 5 minutes in the castle age, 75 may not sound like a lot, but that's still going to be, what, 375 food? So, almost 3 extra nights. Yeah, he's triple farmhouse. But he always create. I think he's probably the most creative player with farmhouses I've seen. And now the Onimusha. Perfect way of sweeping through the Keshiks quickly. Crossbows are reacting to this incoming dive. The Keshiks not proving that threatening right now. The only upside for Anatan is that there's no Uma Bannerman to buff the cavalry line, but they don't need it. The Yumi are being buffed. They dive in to chase the crossbows away. Mount Samurai still holding steady for the moment. Armor arrow is going to come out at the last moment from Anatan here. There's only 4 samurai left alive, and the Keshiks! Anno baits him in. It's an overextension. Now into outpost as well. The Yumi will turn around for some villager kills, though, to make it worthwhile. He's got a second wave diving in, and that has done it. Convinces him it's over. B, a swift strike back to contest the potency of Mongols on this new map called Front Range. Oh, damn. That was cool. Man, I need a Front Range game to upload. That might end up being the one. It wasn't like insane long, but you just see the interesting starvation. Like, food is not free on this map. Maybe something like that. I need food. Hard mode edition? I don't know. I'll leave that to my editor. You can figure it out later. But series equal distance going. Be able to get one on the board. We're looking forward to the next map. And it looks like the boys are going to be taking us to Phrygian marshes. So Phrygian coming up next. And it is going to be B's Ottomans going up against the Byzantines. Ah, the good old classic. Historical matchups. The nerds in us start rubbing our hands together. Is Grubby coming to AoE 4? I think you're a few years late, my friend. Did he even play AoE 4 in the end? I think he played 1 or 2 bot games. Because he hyped it up, and then I think he ducked out and played a different game, if I'm not mistaken. Because it was kind of comical. The other night, he was playing Here is the Storm. He's like, this RTS has 2 to 3 lanes, 4 allies, and 5 enemies. Like, God's sake, Grubby. He played, but not for a long time. Did he actually say any reason why? Just because the thing is, like, Grubby, there was a lot of love for the game, but there were some technical things that he didn't like. I had a feeling he wasn't going to be a big fan because he was one of the players that wanted a more responsive system than what it offered. So I figured that would be like a big no-no for him. Anyway, let's mark B up. Predictions, game number 3. It was planned like that, Roger. Roger Dodger. Let's get ready to roll. Predictions are up. If you're a history nerd and a gaming nerd of strategy games, this is a matchup you'll love. 1453. It's Ottomans versus Byzantines time. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 3 of our best of 5 semi-finals in our $20,000 esports circuit. Anatan has chosen the Byzantines. The masterful Greeks and Romans will clash with the Ottomans. Will it be a fitting last stand for them, or a reboom of the empire to come? It's time to find out. B, on Frisian marshes, he understands there's a lot of exposure on the front side of the base, and in particular, Byzantines have, for the longest time, been incredibly vulnerable to these Dark Age rushes, due to the fact that it's not about blocking the gold with these Spearman Bees building, it's about blocking the berries. Yeah, and I know, I wonder, because of that, are we maybe going to be seeing the new gen Byzantines? There's been a change in the way that this Civ has been playing recently, folks. Byzantines have been doing a lot of Hippodrome. Hippodrome's interesting. It has some bite to it, but I think this is one of those matchups where it doesn't necessarily feel good. The problem with going Hippodrome in this matchup, guys, is it buffs your horsemen temporarily against the Civ that have already buffed permanent horsemen. And then to make matters even worse, down the line, you don't really even want to use Hippodrome because Ottomans are the anti-cav Civ with their gunboys. Spearman is already going to arrive. So Anatan will just gather what he needs of the gold and then pull away. Good news is the villager finished at the perfect time. He will need to pull an extra one. Smart move there. Like, it's just not going to be quick enough with 2 spears. It'd be a bit risky. It does feel annoying to have to pull in like, wait, no. Okay, he gets away. That's important. Yeah, if that villager went down, then B would have been in perfect position to turn around and pinch the other villager. So that could have been 2 worker kills and still not enough gold for Anno. So dodges the bullet, gets what he needs. He's moving out to berries already, so it's looking like we might be getting Hippodrome. Yeah, I know. How many sheep as well? 14 sheep, it's not a bad start. 15 on the other side. But we do also have pawn play, so B is playing a longer Dark Age here. This is very, very greedy. It's a heavy investment. He's gone racks for 90 wood into a dock for 90 wood, which isn't too bad. That's 180 wood compared to most Dark Age civs doing 150. However, it's now the fishing boats that are going to burn a hole in your pocket. And that's interesting. So when Grubby played, he said the game's changed in a good way, but it confused him because it changed so much. I think, to me, that just sounds like he needs a longer session then, right? Like, I think he was hoping to just hop in and be like, so familiar. I'll play this for an hour. Like, you know, because he played, say, Warcraft for years, and Warcraft has changed, but not fundamentally that much. You can just go and pick it up if you played it that much back in the day. It's like if I went back and started streaming Dota 2. I haven't streamed Dota 2 in years, and it's like Dota 2 has changed so much, so if you haven't played it recently, it's going to be very confusing and polarizing. So Rack's coming in from Anna now. How intriguing. I wasn't expecting him to do this, but the order's very different. We've been seeing a lot of Dark Age Limitane play to protect yourself with Byzantines. This is different. This is him finding a unique way of keeping the Grand Winery. Yeah, because normally you'd expect an outpost rush, but Ottomans, after you scout them doing a dock, there's no way there's an outpost. So instead, he plays Limitane into Otto spears when he knows he can win the fight definitively. And this also sets him up beautifully to block Sipahi play in the Second Age, while having the mercenaries from the Grand Winery to support it. Man, Anna's been cooking. Game 1, Game 3, these are really creative solutions to current problems. We saw in Game 1 his Malian solution to like John factoring. And now Game 3, like this matchup recently has been looking really good for Ottomans. Historically, it's weird because Byzantines have been contradicting history. But I'd say in like the last few weeks, Otto win rate seems to have been catapulting upwards. I mean, the issue of like not playing for a long time, coming back, and your elo being too high, you could just create a new account for that. I think that's like an acceptable situation. I know I've said I'm very anti-smurfing, but to me, that's not like true smurfing, right? That's not like a guy who plays 40 hours a week making another account. That'd be a guy who like realizes his account's elo is skewed and needs somewhere to get familiar again. Deep dock from B. Cool idea. Unfortunately, it's already been scoured. Anatan has the immediate information here. Berry gathering is underway, folks, so we will be getting mercenaries soon. We've also got systems now scaling, which is going to improve his economy. That is interesting, by the way. Sultani Trade Network. Sultani Trade Network is a little bit of a funky one, actually, on this map. So trade used to be really desirable, but ever since they moved the trade post to the center of Phrygian Marshes, it's a lot harder to get now, especially against Byzantines that are going to be looking to swing at you. He can keep these guys at home. I think really what's happening here is Anatan is probably going to block B out of gold entirely for the first few minutes. So this is going to give B a way of getting gold without having to risk on the veins. Right? Because like with longbows or javelins coming, you can't just spam marches to defend. You can't open Sapahi against this many Limitane. So you need something. The only problem I see with this from B is it feels very weird to be going defensive like this after you went dock play and got discovered. You create an account for just an hour? I mean, but that comes down to, like, preparing for your content and what you're going to do, right? Like, I don't like that as, like, the cop-out excuse. I don't know if that's what Grubby said or if that's what people theory crafted. But, like, for example, you know, we wanted to do Battlefield the other week, and we discovered we needed, like, a pass. So, I was like, okay, screw it, we get the pass, because we need to be prepared for the content. B. Seems to be prepared well for this. He's minimizing any casualties. He's actually doing really well. He also has the imams, which is perfect against Limitane. Honestly, B's played this really well. Because the Western contract's only now being researched, Lombos won't get here quick enough. So if he has the imam plus spears, B can win this fight. Yeah, especially considering it's only 6 Limitane. Does need to be careful imam positioning. Archers have now come in, so Anatan needs to bail. Instead, he commits in, and we have a little bit of lag, but we're good to go. Oh, wait, the archers? Okay, that was a misclick off of the back of lag, I think. B loses one. The spearmen are getting cleared, but not quick enough, so Anatan will have to retreat. Good defense from B. I'm impressed. Normally, you'd expect someone to lose at least double fishing boat there, especially when they're playing 4 in the pond, but we noticed this about B in the week earlier. He's very good at actually microing around these dot plays on the ponds. Oh, reminder, by the way, we do run these every week, and we do have sign-ups where we qualify a lot of people from ladder placement, etc. that aren't in the top 16. So, now might be your time to start signing up for Midweek Musters, whether you're a pro or an aspiring one, as we have got slots free for the next week. Longbow's now on the way from Anatan, but he's going to have to switch. It's going to be Horseman. I think this is what Anna was kind of trying to avoid, because now you're up against the fishing economy, and we're talking about Sapahi. Archers. We'll look for the snipe. Agrotoy activation by Anatan. Well played there. Baits be a little bit deeper. Gives time for the Lombos to trade well, but we do now have meta arriving. Doesn't look for the ranged armor. And I'm not surprised. It's only 5 Lombos, but if the count gets big, that is an interesting option. He pivots into it now. Ah, so he's trying to go for effective HP trades, because he's got the healing, right? So for him, it's not important to kill his opponent straight away. It's important to not lose any units. Outpost on the forward should give some security for Anatan, but the problem is it's a back outpost, so actually B can kind of stand here and just idle them out. Yeah, and then gradually, if you get a slight advantage, that's when you consider going into blacksmiths. Blacksmiths haven't been built yet, by the way, from B. That is a little bit surprising with the longbow plus the static defenses now. And there we go, it's on the way. Another thing to remember is blacksmiths for Ottomans increases the production rate of all buildings, actually. I think quite often people forget it's not just military schools because it's the thing we always talk about it with, because it's so necessary in military schools. But it does affect your standard buildings as well. Yeah, pretty underrated for that. That's why a long time ago, Ottomans was so powerful for the archer spam in the Second Age. It was the production timing. See, 15 down to 12 seconds. Sipahi in particular benefit a lot from this because they inherently take a long time by default. That being said, has Anatan actually suffered enough? Because you do have fishing, but also remember, Anno got some worker kills, and he also has got the system buffs coming through. It's like, economically, he should be doing, yeah, really well. The wood's a little bit lacking, but I think that's going to get fixed soon. He's got more pulled across now. Is B going too hard on archers? Not really. Not with what he sees. If he knew how many horsemen Anatan was building, it might become a little bit concerning what he's doing. I think for B, maybe the win condition now is to kind of reach castle. Which sounds weird when you consider how aggressive he was, but I think the defenses are already up, right? Like, Anatan already has the outpost in the ford. He's already gathering the berries. By the time he'd be ready to attack this, the berries are going to be gone. You could, in theory, as B, keep attacking for this. Because this is the next risk Anno has to take. But what B has to weigh up is, do I get more value out of attacking him in feudal on that location in 2 or 3 minutes? Or attacking him from castle, where I could run, say, 2 or 3 cataphracts or a handful of Rangian into his food workers. Oh, by the way, B's eco count isn't fully genuine. Remember, Ottomans have a weird UI bug where there should be 6 more workers and 6 less military here. Fishing boats get marked as military with Ottomans. So he is ahead on the raw count. But when you consider 6 of that as fishing boats, right? We add the 6 on there, so he'd be up at 48. And then 3 as well. So he's at 48, but 9 of his eco are inefficient eco. Because traders, like 72 gold between 3 traders is not good. Especially compared to Byzantine villages. It's like piece for piece, Anatan's economy should be stronger once it's all set up and working. I think he's just had very big gaps, especially with the choice to go groves this early. AoE 4 has no MMR decay? Yes, I believe it doesn't. I think it's like, is that just a thing in RTSs in general? It might be. It probably shouldn't be, really. Like, if someone hasn't touched their account in 2 years, they are going to be worse. Horseman. An ambitious clash, but the Limitane are sandwiching from behind, and B, slow on the pull away. Still, quick enough to make it a good trade. What was that? 3 horsemen for a scout and a Sipahi. But now the horsemen, they get access to the archers. Ranged armor's been activated. Might want to be melee instead. No, he doesn't. He just sticks to range. Lombo's going to move in for the snipe now, so they can get rid of that threat. The imams can also now be taken out. B has been unpacked. He's got some Sipahi left alive. The last of the Limitane are now falling. So Anatan will have to slow it down a little bit here. But the Lombos have traded quite well. Just needs to be respectful of these Sipahi. Handful of them can do a lot of work. He's been holding onto the fortitude. And if B realizes this is the time, he could wipe them. Hasn't done it just yet, mind you. Kind of wondering why. If B just uses the fortitude, the Lombos are all dead. It's hard to remember sometimes in these moments. Also, he's probably threatened by the idea Limitane might be chasing. It's still going to be good enough, though. So B, despite a shaky-looking fight, expensive cost of losing the Meta and the Imams, he will be able to buff away Anatan's assault. Just using the remaining archers to get rid of those Lombos. He knows Sipahi will always beat horsemen. Limitane count not looking that impressive. We also do now have Anatan moving out onto the external foods further. B with a military advantage that he now needs to flex. Damn, that was sick. Props to B, because that fight actually looked really dodgy at first. But he held stoic, he held firm. Like the Sipahi, they're very tanky, very hard for even spearmen to kill quickly at this stage of the game. I think that made the difference as well. Like that little bit of healing. The ranged armor was kind of curious, but in fairness, it did at least keep the Meta alive longer against the Lombo snipes. But the melee armor Looked like it should have been better value against the Horseman Spear front line. Can't fault him, though. He holds. Was it expensive? Most definitely. And you know he's looking for an all-in timing when he does this. It's the Akinji system. He just invested the Vizier point. This is new. Recent addition. We rarely get to see it still. It's the Horse Archers, the Ottomans. Yeah, and a good time for it as well. The Archers have mostly been cleared. It's a little bit weird against Horsemen. But for B, it's all about firepower. My concern about this strategy he's looking for is that he does not have the Imams anymore. So he can't get favorable trades, right? The idea is, like, Imams would be great here because there's only 5 Lombos. And you could kiss all these boobies better while your opponent slowly dies. And yes, this Akinji system is quite new. It got introduced a while ago, but the change that got made is that 3 Akinjis now spawn at the TC by default. That happened, I think, 2 patches ago. And has been maybe used twice in competitive AoE4 since. And I believe it lost both times. I'm not really selling you on the prospects of this, am I? If there was anyone who could make it work, though, B is known for the funky off meta. Let's research the fishing in the corner. Yeah, 5 up there. Horsemen now know where they are, but Anatan is actually shifting towards the land economy. He wants some permanent takes, and this is sneaky. Unfortunately for him, I believe. Yep, he's been seen and read. B will be able to mirror with his Sipahi, and he's going to dive with the main archer bulk. Golden Horn Tower now being built. He actually found the perfect time to do this because Anatan is invested. Kinji archers start the trade out. Meta is going to get target fired down, though. So the ranged armor has been removed. It's going to make it much harder to continue the dive. Now, Outpost is getting a lot of hits in from behind here. Golden Horn Tower cancelled. Anatan. The greed does get punished. Okay, but B needs more, and he knows it. He's not ready for the age up. The Sipahi should be rallying forward now. He's got a secondary meta coming in, but he dove for so long, he neglected to address the tower directly. The fortifications are in. Anatan, can he get this age up? Or is it going to be the all-in, send it from B that wins out? Garrison, forced. He's idled on the landmark. B, preventing that age up from coming through for Anatan. Horsemen are raiding, though. Anno says, I might not be working, but you are not going to have workers to work with. Nice striking with the Horseman. Shifts are going to come out. Wait. B? What? He pulls all 27 workers coming with shivs out to defend against this. Meanwhile, the dive continues. The Sipahi have access. They've got the fortitude. It just needs to be activated. But there is going to be an Akratoy defense. He has to maneuver away from that. Archers are going to target fire down the workers. He's lost a lot. He needs to gain a lot here. Akratoy still has 15 seconds left. The Archers starting to thin a little. Food gathering is underway again. B continues Sipahi production. He's surging them across the map. And the Akratoy is now ran out. This is it. This is where the Sipahi could reap all. He's been holding on to the attack speed the whole time. There's a handful left in the base. He's committing to the dive. Farm's now idled out. Anatan's still not able to finish the age up. This is ridiculous. The Sipahi themselves just so tanky on the dive. I mean, B, he lost 20 plus archers on that dive. Easily. But it's worth it because now Anno is scrambling. He's going to have to rush it. You sneaky son of a gun! Anno! He swerves the economy wide to come in firm with the age up. Golden Horn Tower box ticked. However, not out of the kitchen just yet. Not out of the oven. He's still at risk of being cooked and then burnt. Villagers will get shivs out. No Akratoy. More Sipahi coming. The first of the heavily armored units start to arrive here. B now has a worker lead. He looks to extend it. Archers waiting to receive. There's just no quick, easy micro to dodge losses here. The Sipahi just keep on hunting for the workers. B is maximizing every ounce of damage he can. What an outcome it's going to be. It looks like we are at the tail end of the dive, but this dive went on longer than what you'd see watching the Olympic swimming pool. This was ridiculous. B, just as quick as Phelps afterwards, will find his way back. Speedily moving towards the next objective, which will be a castle up. He's got 1,200 gold he could sell across. He's got the marketplace to do so. Food income is problematic, though. I think that's the area where B may have burnt all bridges. He's gathering berries on the ponds. There's only 2 berries per pond. Yeah, he's fishing the ponds with villagers now, not the docks. I know, it feels like it's been a long winter of waiting to take advantage of Castle, but finally, the army's starting to formulate. On top of that, he has got the cistern buff. He has not got the cistern buff. What? Oh, no, I know. The placement, guys, he's actually not in range for the Conscriptio. So it's taking about 2.5 to 3 minutes to build Lombos instead of about 1.5 minutes. That's painful. That's excruciating. He should have had double Lombo out of this, like, about now. So pretty ugly, actually, out of that landmark. He's not getting the value that has made it look so good recently. On top of that, also, Anno hasn't really begun raiding. I mean, the systems kind of bring you in line with the village account for B. Kind of. Also, remember, B can start inflating into military schools, which are now on the way. Triple milli school at that. I think Anno needs damage. Anno going 2TC? I think 2TC's quite risky right now. Probably he wants to dive in and see what he's up against first. And what is up, Urils? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. The Creepy Witch here to give me MMR. Creepy Witch also here to give me money. For my firstborn? Well, I don't know about that. You'd be scamming yourself. She eats a lot. Oh, he is going to TC. I guess he's seen that he's got enough men-at-arms advantage to do this. Yeah, I thought that Anna would wait maybe like another 20-30 seconds, dive in, and then see what the response was first. But yeah, he's convinced the B is drained. I mean, he's not entirely wrong. And also, in fairness to him, if he waits any longer with a Varangian, Ottomans will build Springolds. I mean, it's B after all. He loves building Springolds. Yeah, no, I think this is right. Like, props to Anatan for the foresight. Because the men-at-arms are going to lose value quickly here. It's just inevitable. They have extra melee armor for less health, which means they suck against Janissaries. It also means they suck against Springolds. Shift over to the gold now. B's only gold source. He's going to have to walk away. Farms now being set up in the corner. He did not add in extra trade networkers, so he hasn't had the extra traders giving him passive gold income. He's also lost the relic game. I mean, this is looking firmly in Anatan's control, guys. Look at the state of the map. B, despite that insane effort on the dive and the amount of value he found, it's all looking moot. Mooted and neutered, it feels like. Varangian going for the clash. No melee armor either. Just the attack speed, so he's looking for the DPS exchange. Lombo's going to have to dive in deeper to be protected by the guard, and they will do exactly that. He fins the line. Does mean that Knights are now starting to reach the Lombos a little bit, but not quick enough. To make matters worse, there's a big wave coming behind. More Lombos soon to arrive, and B does not have anything left to throw at it. He's been drained. Cataphracts are going to reveal the tree line. Lombos are already moving in for the snipes. Textiles will at least make it difficult, but not impossible. A reminder that, what, 3 minutes ago? Was it 4 minutes ago? Anatan was down by 15 villages? It's now a difference of 3. No doubt about it. This looks done. B, he has got some food gathering, but actually gold is his real problem here now. He just can't afford men-at-arms, knights to defend his base. Anatan will win out in game number 3. After being punished for trying to age up for several minutes, with B making it look like he'd found the value necessary. Despite all that, Anno charges out ahead in this elimination best of 5. Yeah, Mango's now going down. B at this stage is processing the loss. This is a pretty epic game. Let me know what you think of this game. Let me know what you think of these two. I feel like they always deliver pure cinema like this. That dive from B. Let me know if you would have been ballsy enough to try it. Not many people would have stepped up and dove a town center with a feudal army for that long. But props to Anatan. That swerve with the villagers on the south side of his base to buy time for the age up changed his fate in an instant. Another sick game between these two. So mark that one up. That is now going to be a lead building for Anno. B, unable to ever be ahead in this series. He's always evening up or coming from behind. What do we call that one? It'd be something like this town center dive never ended. Is it really a dive if you put a tent there? Yes. Like if you stake a permanent claim, it can still be a dive. So like you guys, you know, Gibraltar, we've been diving that for years. All right. So let's see. What are we getting next? Rocky River Delhi HRE. I don't think this is going to be the same HRE we've been seeing out of Anatan all week, which has been a ludicrous one. This will be a bit more, I think, involved. Like, he's been doing a lot of kind of semi-fast castle imp builds at the moment. Let's mark it up. All right, mate, that's just impatient. How long until the next game starts? Chill. We've literally been out of game like 2 minutes. Calm down. Calm down. It's coming. Jeez, what's happening? Are you going to die in 10 minutes? Relax, we're getting you there. These boys are pretty swift on the roll through. So, Anno, give him the win. Predictions for Game 4 are up now on Twitch. Oh, man. I love these two, though. They always deliver. After this, by the way, we'll be looking in on the DeMu Wham set. So, this is the place to be for that, too. All right, here we go. First time watching a live tournament? Oh, welcome then, Anish. Yeah, usually we try to have a running schedule. Usually when it's in a series as well, it's quite fluid. Because, like, it runs piece to piece. Maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes maximum between. Alright, but let's get into it. Let me check all the assets. We need to flip the score. This guy has been getting away with the most ridiculous greed on HRE. But surely this is the sieve that will make it stop. Delhi, coming in from B, up against Anatan's HRE. We are here in the semi-finals of Midweek Muster Season 2. Anno has been vibing, styling in his own special ways in this series so far. But B, not to be outcast, not to be outshadowed here, now looks to get back on course with the Delhi to force a game number 5. Would feel right as well. I feel like it's quite rare for B versus Anatan to not be a full set series. These two seemingly closely matched every time they meet. Rarely is that an exception. 11 sheep to 8 on the start. Anatan, of course, going to be starting on the sheep. Meanwhile, Delhi always get the benefit of starting berries. But B, what did he do here? Did he get seen? Yeah, he forfeited center of map, which is quite surprising. Usually Rocky River has a nice, dense majority of sheep around the center of the map to tap into. So Anno can run that and then run his own corner and be in a very good position sheep-wise. Which is shocking because normally Delhi tend to be ahead in that regard. I wonder, is Anno still going to nibble for what he always does? Mine work. Because mine work can make sense against Delhi, actually. All pikes is pretty nice. And we have seen Anatan do mine work twice this week already. 2 of his series featured it, but this does look like an Arkin game. Yeah, I guess the placement is just too tasty to pass up. It's going to be on the tree line. So this allows him to play feudal if necessary, or just rush castle with the gold. And on top of that, I think the other thing that may have convinced Anno is the sheep game. He did cut Calf in the corner in the end, but like ultimately, this should be a decent haul for the HRE. Yeah, B, he's sitting at 14, but it's going to be, what, 15th Anno? And the difference is for the last 2.5 minutes, Anatan's actually been eating sheep. B's a bit picky. He doesn't like sheep. He's more of a berry boy. You know what the problem with berries is, guys? You give your like child berries, like strawberries, raspberries. Even blueberries can do this, weirdly enough, like for some reason of the pigmentation color. And then you walk in and they look like they've just killed someone or they've been attacked themselves. Anyone else have that nightmare? What made it worse is one time I actually thought my daughter had been eating berries, and it turned out that actually her cousin had bit her on the nose. Parenting is confusing. Oh, even more sheep. Okay, so Anna will be steered back in the corner, which is actually ideal because I think that's the final sheep here. And then yeah, that's all she wrote. Phenomenal start. Dome of Faith coming in for B now. Anno only 2 on the gold. So isn't going Pro Scouts by the looks of it, which I'm fine with. I think Pro Scouts here would be a little bit gluttonous against Delhi. Especially with the spawn. The deer are really far out on the flank. The rest are central bound against the Civ that likes to attack. And that is something that I like to see, by the way. Thank you very much, Better Than Surge. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Reminder people, if you got subs, get them in. It supports the channel and it also allows you to watch without having to worry about ads. Did I mention it supports the channel? You care more about the ads, I know. Also, there's Prime subs. People always forget they have them. I have to keep reminding them. Oh, I forgot. Earlier on, someone was asking about a pinned build for PCs. If you go across to my Twitch, we do actually have the spec for our PC and our laptop posted in the panel, so you guys can see what I'm using. And I would say, like, those components are pretty good for 2025 gaming PCs for Age of Empires 4 easy peasy. Exception probably being, instead of a 7900 XTX, get yourself a 9070, which is AMD's newest. It'll be cheaper and it'll do everything you need for Age of Empires. So B, what's the game plan here? Normally with Delhi, it's obviously about map constriction via relics and sacred sites. Sacred sites first, and then when you get enough gold, you just rush relics all on the map. This, make no mistake about it, is win condition relics. But B has to earn the starvation first. So it should be probably Ghazi opening. That's normally where we go here. And response is already going to be Rax, which is great with the HRE because their spearmen move so fast. Yeah, and I know, like, we'll probably be seeing Spear Archer here. Because your archers can kite quite nicely. You could technically have went Spear Horseman if you'd done mine work, because all pike works really well there. Actually, no, sorry. I know, he's just rushing the edge. So he's not even going to build 2 or 3 spearmen to stop the timing. Dude, this is crazy, actually. He's right. Sanctity is still 2 minutes away. So B, by the time he captures a sacred site, Anatan will be in Castle Age. There'll be no gold gen until your opponent is an age ahead. That's pretty disgusting. I mean, props to Anatan for it as well. We talked about him having enough food to potentially guarantee it, and we were right to call it that way. 14 sheep still. The Rax doesn't even contemplate 1 or 2 spears, so could just be straight up men-at-arms. Good idea. Men-at-arms rush across the map. They'll keep B in his base, reacting to the play, and then your follow-up will be to go for relics. I mean, it looks good for Anno, but it's also like, does it look too simple? You guys get what I mean? Like, we get these type of games where the plan just looks a little bit too straightforward. Okay, it's going to be Burgrave. Wow. I wasn't expecting this. I mean, the rush kind of makes you feel like it's on the table. But does he have enough sheep for it? We said he had enough sheep to feel stable, but 14 sheep in total for Burgrave play is a little bit light. Would have maybe liked to have seen him somehow crack 20. And the Rax play, by the way, it might just be about the timing on heavy maces and also the upgrade. Like, this isn't the worst idea, by the way. Like, for a start, it makes it look like you're playing the H2B. But the other important thing here, folks, is by having the Rax, yeah, he can build Spearman if necessary when attack comes. But the other important thing is going to be when he's aged up, you don't want to be waiting for units to produce because you're researching. Even though it's quick out of the Burgrave, you still stagger your production rate. Instead, what you can do with this setup is queue the upgrade for men-at-arms in the Rax, and then just rally the Burgrave men-at-arms to the enemy base. Still, I am wondering if maybe just like Spear Beginning would have been better. At least a few. But no, straight up men-at-arms, and there you go. See? Really cool idea by Anno. And I think what I really liked about this is by building the Rax in the first place, it actually baited me into thinking there was Regnates coming. So I do wonder if it caught B off guard as well. But like, yeah, Burgrave is a possibility, but if he's adding in the Rax, you assume it's going to be a few Spearmen, and then he's going to be just moving out relic to relic. Pigeon sounds like Soviet Womble? I think you mean Womble sounds like me. Wait, does he? I often feel like I don't sound that British. Except from when I say British. Men-at-arms are getting scared back in the base, but they've already got the veterancy. You know, I'm starting to think that you're just, like, categorizing all English people. Oh, Anno. Oh, he doesn't see it. That's important. Triple Sacred Site now getting locked in by B. Anatan does not know that he's getting outpost dropped on the tree in the gold. This is important as well. He needs that gold. He's actually not holding much in reserve. He's being greedy. He's rushing into the two-handed. Well, he doesn't think he's being greedy. He thinks he's being logical. But there's no garrison. B, he hasn't got any units in that tower. So technically it does nothing right now. Not just that. Relics are starting to make their way home for Anno. First one comes in. I love the way he's managed to like finesse into Burgrave because it has kind of devalued the importance of relics as a win condition, which isn't a negative in that, like, you know, if you could get 4 relics, then you've weakened your position by comparison. But it's also weakened the stranglehold B has. We talked about map control favoring Delhi and them getting relics because of it. Now it's not as important of a factor. It's also so much harder for B to achieve that condition. 14 men-at-arms now. B, still not ready for an age up. He's stuck. Arrow slits is coming in now. He actually garrisoned instead, so that did scare them away. B achieves a worker kill with it. But now we'll have to go into the subpar tree line. There's no Archon buff here. But he doesn't really need wood, right? Food and gold. I mean, I say he doesn't need wood. He does for the farms. But for unit production, food, gold, and he definitely has a lot of that still. Sheep have almost ran out, though. Men-at-arms now, they dive into the base. A little bit difficult in the choke points. He's looking for that greedy moment where B's aging up. But credit to the 3D clan member for committing to Ghazi constantly. Yeah, because if you age up now, you just die. Right? You won't have enough Ghazi to defend. But if you continue to scale Ghazi, there's potential for you to kite outplay Anatan if he's not looking. The idea is you want to charge in, poke, pull away. Charge in, poke, pull away. Especially with the healer boys. Scholars now joining the fray. Anno overextended, though. He's going to get chased away. That's going to be additional worker loss. Additional men-at-arms losses, rather. Has been additional worker losses, too, by the way. Outpost got a second, and not just that. We've got the second outpost now coming through. I know, this is tricky, man. Like, often people forget these Ghazi, not just higher base damage, but also +2 against heavy. They offset half of the armor of a men-at-arms. Burgrave spears with charge, 50% is pretty good, just saying. The problem with that, though, is if you go Castle Age to spam spearmen, your opponent can spam archers and win. Adding them in, sure. I can see the logic of that. But the problem is, like, normally, on the opening, you're just looking for that full men-at-arms swing to get you full dominant control. Also, if he like adds in spearmen, it doesn't fully solve his issue of getting in the base. It does almost feel like Anno would benefit from some sort of range unit, but as long as there's Ghazi, that's not exactly feasible. Still, spearmen added in. Has four spears hand. He's going to be going to the archers. These spears might actually be a bait, by the way, guys. They haven't been upgraded at all. I mean, Anno... Did he... Like, he can't access gold. He hasn't garrisoned the relic, so, like, this might not be a choice. Yeah, he hasn't prepped it. Hasn't prepped a temple at all. Oh, God. Outpost, temple, anything, really, at this stage. That's 2 relics just sitting on the ground. He has no gold. And this is actually where the genius of B really seeps through, by the way, guys. Look at where the other golds are. This is brutal. He's picked up another relic, but what good does it do? He's probably going to have to start trading just to get the gold necessary for more men-at-arms. Ghazi are going to intercept some of the reinforcements. Scholars are now going to stand their ground against the men-at-arms. Very tanky as well. 130 HP. They don't drop easily. What on earth has this game devolved into? Men-at-arms now underneath the TC. They got the double. No, only 1 level of ranged upgrade. So it does sting a little bit from the primary attacks on the town center. Ghazi are finning the herd. And it looks like Anatan is losing fuel quickly on this drive-by. The men-at-arms car looks ready to break down. Only 9 left alive. 12 Ghazi. Scholars to heal up any damage done there. The trick or retreat too, which means that you could lose additional. B. Still age 2, but looking competitive here. Making it realistic, the possibility of a game at number 5. Relics are at least now coming in, so Anatan finally will be able to address the gold concern. But it's not Regnitz. Oh no. He chose Burgrave. He made his choice. What a crazy game. These two, it's a dance between them. Like, you know, even 5-10 minutes in a game, often with being Anatan, you feel destined to see more action than you get from most players in a 20-minute game. He's going to look to clear the outpost. I think he's had enough of this crap because it's now not just gold he has to worry about. Anno's also concerned about food. Outpost coming up over here, but the Ghazi. Hold on just a second. B. He doesn't see it. Rides by without it being noticed. That would have been huge. The villager count was too high. He only had 1 outpost up and 10 villagers there. B now ready to go into the 3rd age. Well, the Ghazi get ready to go in the base, but keep in mind Anatan saw him early, so he should be able to steer and defend himself here. He goes the wrong way with the men-at-arms. New one's building up, but the villagers are in a bit of a bind. Ghazi will chase them down fast. They get the charge through. Body blocks come in as the villagers know that they're screwed. They turn for a fight to allow time for the defenders to catch up. Yeah, B makes the right choice. He doesn't get pinched there. Dives past onto the farms, finds the worker kills, and builds himself a healthy lead to now secure a safe route into castle. House of Learning now on the way, and the Ghazi are still able to keep pacing around like this. Anatan. Giving us a harsh reminder of how hard Burgrave can be to truly justify. It just doesn't feel like it's paid dividends in any real way. I don't think that's his fault. I just think that's to the praise of his opponent. This has been played really, really well by B. The Ghazi are going to go in again. Villagers without textiles means that they are going to be going down. He actually stands with the shivs, and that's going to be another, what, 3-4 dead? Rage up complete. I mean, we've got to be teetering on the edge of forfeiting here from Anatan. I mean, he has got 4 relics. It is Arkan. No maces? Maces does nothing. It's worthless. Your opponent has Ghazi. Why would you want maces? Like, two-handed is the only thing you really want. Until your opponent starts building men-at-arms or knights, like, there's no reason to have heavy maces. Cistercian Abbeys is on the way. So Anatan, yeah, I like this. He's building around the monastery and farms, but it's also going to be buffing the tree line on the south side if he plays towards it. Oh, look at that toxic person on YouTube. Hey, buddy, I got a like better one. You suck at existing. Enjoy the ban. What a clown. What does Anna do with this? I think he's just hunkering down, probably playing for like the Schwabi timing. Also, like, holy crap, the dented brain of that person. It's like I'm being insulted by a 5-year-old. Actually, that's an insult to 5-year-olds. One of my friends recently started using a good term I like. Lower than 60 IQ. We got rid of the lower than 60 IQ gamer. Need to look into actually getting some mods on YouTube. So B, crossbow count is looking decent. If Anu can find Imperial without being dove, there is actually a route to recovery here. But B knows. You can see with the posturing, so he's clearing the mid-map. Gold is getting reacquired, but it's getting acquired so slowly. Yeah, 12 years later. I mean, he does have walls up. Does he have emplacements ready? It looks like he's getting a new outpost. It's actually the first outpost. So the problem here, guys, is Anatan's strategy relies on spring emplacements, and he doesn't have any. If he has springs here against crossbow dive, then the men-at-arms can hold out against the Ghazi. But without it, he just looks like a dead man walking. Well, he won't be walking for long, not when these Ghazi start swinging those maces. Outpost getting burnt down. Good. Vacating the area from Anatan. He even pulls the relics back, so holds on to the 4. And he has started to buy into the stone. God, do you ever feel like someone's about to be forced to build Els back? It looks like he needs Els back to actually just live. But if he builds Els back, this is going to be the most depressing Imperial Age you'll ever see. Schwabification begins. Anatan aging up in the back. Well, thank you to all the people who are enjoying the stream. Sadly, there's always going to be some pathetic people that try to ruin it, but you guys... You're the reason we keep on coming back. And B just keeps on coming back from behind. 4 Rams now to try and lock this in, to try and get us all the way to a 5-game series. He has crossbows, so Wallalol shenanigans, very difficult for Anatan. And wait, he cancelled it! Oh my god, Anatan, he cancels the age up! But Gray's going to start producing more men-at-arms. He's trying to put it to work here. Military Academy also on the way. Spring replacements on top of that. Is this the grandest bait and switch, or is this a panic reaction into death? There's like more of the latter than the former. The men-at-arms are going to start walloping away. Spring emplacements are now coming in. The crossbows slightly overextended as the Ghazi didn't want to body block this. But Anno, the amount of food and gold he's got to work with here is going to feel limited fast. Mainly the food. The Ghazi look to munch in. The crossbows clear the way. He has been denied. The relics have been reached. B says, thank you very much, Lee. And no fortifications, no emergency repairs. Means the reliable Springwall defense is going to crumble. I know, I don't think he's got anything left of him here. Picked to the bone at this stage. B's army is deceptive in size. He's got 22 into scholars, but still. So many Rams. I like this from B. Like, 1 or 2 Rams is very tricky against HRE. You spam them, you can beat the emergency repairs. On top of that, Also, these are just the perfect way of killing Anno. It's the farms. The farms can't move. Triple Sacred Site locked into. I mean, B would have to seriously miss micro at this stage. The Relic just teasing as well. Like, hey, look, it's right here. Yeah, this is actually smart from B. Guys, Anno's entire army is melee. So you could actually just keep the Relic here. Okay, he's going to walk it home. Movement up towards the outpost. That's the Spear replacement one. Another Relic about to be denied. Maces to the face and not going to be appealing enough. The Ghazi now come in with the wallop from behind. It's just too many rams. The villager pull is not doing this quick enough. The men-at-arms cannot carry it. He's reached the threshold and been found wanting. B will get us there. A 5-game semi-finals coming up on your screen next. Oh, damn. Golf clappers. These two. Always just the back and forth, man. So, yes, we will indeed see that 5th game. Map is going to be Gorge. And we've got a Chinese pick left at the end. So we're probably seeing Chinese versus Lancaster here. That is a matchup you actually don't see very often because China's often banned in competitive. It's also, I feel like China's not overly played on ladder, whereas Lancaster is. And no, this is the best of 5. Remember, this is semifinals. So we'll do this, and then we're going to do Wham versus DeMu, which we'll catch live, and then we'll hop into grand finals. So yeah, pretty busy day. China versus Lancaster, some true historical matchups. Exactly. So guys, here's how we win. I figured it out. We just need to introduce opium. Historically, this has proven to work. Also, why all the references? Why would it be you guys are the real heroes? The Homeland. Well, like, wait, bro. I thought you choose, like, I don't know. Which superhero do I look most like? British ruined tea by putting milk in it? Huh? I think that made it better. Like, what was it I was reminded of? Oh, yeah, I was watching the new Futuramas the other day, and they have the coffee episode. And they go through history and like, the Boston Tea Party. The only good use of tea. Oh, dear. That was a brilliant one. Okay, so... Are they into game? Did they fudge up? I think they fudged up. I can't see the game. Like, I'm looking for it right now. It doesn't exist. Either that or they've had a DC. Alright, give me a sec, guys. Let me also pay out, so... Doink, 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 doink. It'll be... B with the payout. All right. Shout out to B and B and Anatan, brother. They're going to restart. Good lads. This is what I love about these two. Like, they really go the extra mile to try and make sure that the show runs smoothly. Like, I think they truly understand, like, how important it is. Because, like, could you imagine, like, if, you know, I'd have people who've been in grand finals before, and I'm like, so now do we have to wait until the game is over? So we have, like, 25 minutes of no content? Like, people are just going to leave. That's going to drive down viewership. And then, like, when I try to pitch sponsors, they're just going to highlight that the channel's not that popular. So, really appreciate people like being Anatan. Like, they own the mistakes. Like, oh yeah, let's fix that straight away. All right, the boys are in lobby now, so they'll be hopping in a second. Wild if B doesn't pick China, I would be shocked. Like, he's an off-meta boy, right? But, like, going a Bassett here over China is wild. I don't think a Bassett does better against Lancaster necessarily either, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, I've seen a few people try the 2TC build, and it hasn't... I don't feel like it's looked that good. All right, so if we go... There we go. Legends. Yep, China-French. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't... Like, I wasn't sure if we were going to be getting France here. Historically, I actually think, like... Last year, French was decent into China with, like, feudal timings. But once the Pro Scouts meta came in, I think things started to shift towards Chinese favorability. Because they had a way of getting out of that awkward feudal age. Like, feudal age is really, really strong for French in this matchup. Do you think B purposely didn't garrison the tower until the army was near his base? Probably. Because, like, you don't lose anything for forcing it to dive there if he doesn't have enough to clear it anyway. Alright, so let's get predictions ready. I'll put 5 minutes on it, so you guys will be able to see in-game for, like, a minute and a half. Oh, that's true. You guys should send thank you messages to me about Independence Day. If it wasn't for my ancestors, you wouldn't have it. You know? It's all thanks to us. Oh, and we had a bug? So wait, let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, you're right. What? That's so weird. Do you guys see that? Watch the men at arms at the back. This one right here. Yeah, screw sacred sites. Like, what? Why? Why is that a thing? I didn't realize that sacred sites had souls, man. Until today. Goodness. Alright. I'll send that across to the devs. That's a weird one. Didn't realize men at arms hated sacred sites that much. Sorry, guys. Oh, I'm just gonna quickly go cough my guts up. Give me a sec. Oh. Queuing monks to capture sacred sites new? I'm pretty sure it's always been a thing. Just maybe less done. Okay, I think we're good to go. Once again, sorry about that, guys. So what we'll do, after this one, we'll hop midway through into the DeMu Wham series. And then grand finals will probably be like 5 or 10 minutes after that. Man, I need to get something to keep my drinks cold when they're out of the fridge. Don't anyone be sarcastic with the ice cube crap. Like, I mean, like some... I don't know. There's got to be some better than ice cubes, right? Some sort of, like, container sleeve that can keep them like that. Yeah, I've got a mini fridge next to me, but I have to reach down each time, right? And they have to reach and put it back. Yeah. There you go, Thermos. Surprised there isn't, like, some sort of sleeve you just put on things. I used to have a table fridge, but now it's under the table. because I've got a big-ass PC on the table. Some people would argue I've got those things the wrong way around. Third place match. Third place match will probably be played tomorrow. Either live or we'll watch the recordings. Alright, in we go. Now, I've been saying for the last several days that I think French is going to be taking over and people are sleeping on it. It's time to find out if I'm an idiot or a genius. We hop into a deciding game between Anatan and B, semi-finals, and it is going to feature the busted Civ, China coming out. It was not banned, weirdly enough. Anatan allowed this, while Anno goes for the aforementioned French. Yeah, welcome back to the channel, folks. This has been a fun one, a back-and-forth series going all the way to the final game. And I'm curious to see exactly what Anatan's got in mind here, because Pro Scouts could easily be on the menu. You would be doing it against one of the best Pro Scout civs in the game, but the thing about French is they're very efficient and lean on their timings, courtesy of the discounts they get. Think about this. Wheelbarrow plus Pro Scouts, France pays the same price that you would for Pro Scouts to get both of them. France also slowly produces more villages, so they do actually get a slight eco edge for a moment over China. But make no mistake about it, China is still the boogeyman in the closet, the fridge, under the bed, in the spare room, in the forest, in your grave, with you. They're everywhere. And they still, for good reason, remain the most consistently banned civ at pro play. Yeah, it's just the robustness of them. A very good civ these days in the early game, very powerful in the late game like they've always been. Even the mid game, pretty damn good. There's only like one weak point these days for China, and it's typically the farm transition. But the issue is often China has built a big enough lead by the time they have to farm transition that they don't care. So what does Anno want to do in this game? Looking at the gold gathering, it does seem like it's going to be probably priority towards Pro Scouts if he keeps 4 on gold. And then that way you can get a night out with Pro Scouts getting a slight priority by about 15-20 seconds. B's opening likely going to be a delayed Pro Scout slightly. And the reason is often when you play against French, you have to open racks. If you don't open racks, you take losses. Yeah, and that's the funny thing about the French matchup. In fact, I think it's something that has historically, since the early days of AoE4, made them one of the most frustrating and bullyish civs in the game. In fact, Nilly probably described this best. Do you guys remember a video Nilly done in the early days of AoE4? Where it was like he was doing one of those meme office meeting things. He's like, so we're going to create a new civ that can build villages quicker early on. Okay? And they're also going to have access to French knights that can kill your villagers early on. Okay? And he just kept going. I was like, I think this is a bad idea. And it really has been the classic civ that gets those type of rants, right? Like, I think people who've played the game more extensively maybe lean towards complaining about English if you want to be old school, but in the early days and still even now, the noob trap has always been French. If you don't know how to defend, if you don't know how to react to them, you will fall over fast. So tech up complete. B still with 2 on gold. Has got the first taxman coming out. 5 on the wood. Is he actually going to go Pro Scout first? I wonder, is it because of the spawn? Because B, he got a split spawn. He can see it now. The deer aren't here, so they must be here. The reason that's important is if this was a one-side spawn, you're going to have to camp it because the knights will just come straight here. But now you kind of have a 50-50 coin flip between east and west deer. How interesting. You know, Lumbercamp's coming in. He's already at, what, 100 gold? With the taxation now. Other side, Anatan stockpiling big. Pro Scout's not far away. Counter French is a scout out knights early and build pointy sticks. Look at you. You make it sound so simple. I want you to be that person who's like, they like live stream the TED Talk example. Like, okay, so here's what you do. And then you just like watch you lose 5 villages. I remember back in the old days of Dota 2, there was a caster who got cancelled called Toby. Who had this like, this time he was streaming. He's like, playing Nature's Prophet is really easy. You just need to do this. And he went and done the thing and died straight away. Oh, we need more of those type of memes in Age of Empires 4. When Wham's trying to like explain how easy it is to do the Hippodrome build, we just need to watch him run like 20 horsemen into spears and die. No flame on Wham. I just mean in general for the memes. Now, wait. What? Is this FC? B. That's wild. That is so wild. Ball pull. He's got 250 gold. Why else would you need gold now unless you were going castle? Wait, is this Barbican? Just Barbican up, maybe? Because he's got 8 villagers out here. No, it's double outpost, so he doesn't need a Barbican here. I think we've got FC against Pro Scouts. That is so unhinged out of B. This too. How is it every single game we get these type of curveballs? Like, did we have one game that was normal between B and Anatan? I don't think we have. Maybe, I'm trying to remember game 2. That was Japanese Mongols, right? But that was a new map, so it didn't have its normality because it's unfamiliar territory. But Dry Arabia, we saw the Malian 2TC build. Phrygian Marshes, we saw the Ottoman all-in. Rocky River, we saw the Burgrave build. And now we're going to be seeing no Pro Scouts on the Civ that always Pro Scouts. B, no, he does have sheep. He's got 18 sheep. This was never about a lack of food. It's all about timings. And he puts it back into aggro. Alright, B's here for the party, and I respect it. Could he have maybe got castle? I mean, it would have been a struggle. You would have at least needed spears, and then you know your opponent's going to be building archers. So instead, he's preempting, he's getting the melee mosh pit. We've got spearmen, horsemen as options for B. That's why I also thought we were going to get Barbican, right? Like, when you think about that ball play and fast castling, Barbican would make sense for it. Whereas double outpost doesn't really guarantee you're protected. This is freaking cool. And the knight, not so cool. Anatan, what was that? He didn't realize. Double outpost already paying off. Reminder, this cost 200 resources to build. This was 240 resources to build. So negative exchange there for Anatan. And he can't really afford much more aggression right now because he's gone Pro Scouts. He's going to start massing up the archers, but as we saw from B, he's already got horsemen. And the funny part about that to me as well is Anatan should have known he had horsemen, unless he didn't look quick enough. Because it wasn't just the pony killing the knight, it was the outpost as well. Outposts that are both going to have hand cannon slits. And why not? Like, this is actually an insane spawn. Boar, 8 stack of berries, and the deer. So that ends up being about 6,700-ish resources. 6.5k food is pretty nuts. To tell you just how nuts it is, had he gone Pro Scouts, he would have got 5k food. Because they would have split the deer. So he got more value just by doing this than going Pro Scouts. And the other funny part is he spent less than he would have on Pro Scouts. Because Pro Scouts is going to cost you the 450. This double outpost play is going to cost you 350. And that's before we start talking about you needing to build scouts. Now the question is, does B try to age up soon? Spears for defense makes sense. But the horsemen aren't finding a strike in. There is a world in which you just try to skim to the next stage, but it looks like B actually is just going to keep contesting. We've even got Undermesh coming in. He's aware of the archer threat. And also, Undermesh is going to allow his horsemen here to dive into the enemy base. What were the predictions like? Ooh, 50-50. Yeah, so that was 52% in favor of Anatan. B. A lot of wood, actually. Hand cannon slits discovery for Anatan is going to be pain. He even thought about trying to kill the spearman, just not worth it. I believe we also don't have chivalry yet. Yeah, no chivalry from Anno. To make matters worse, the horsemen are looking to trap. B. Love the micro. Just tries to pull back for a stab, knowing his attack speed is worse than the knights. Another good exchange here for B. As it's going to be a spin for a knight. And the reason they have the same amount of villagers is because of the taxmen. Remember, B built the taxmen out of the Imperial Academy, so that gave him a buffer. But he is actually behind on workers, which is why Barbican could make a lot of sense here. Especially considering the way that he's floating wood, it's almost like he wants to go into farms, which would be kind of crazy. But no, it's going to be archers. Okay, so now we get a rebal on the economy. Anatan has got the chivalry on the way, so we'll be ready to brawl soon. Bloomery as a priority for B makes a lot of sense. When you play Horseman plus Spearman, it's actually a significant damage booster. It's at least 10%, if not more, on all your units. But this, yeah, this is actually castle. So, wait, no. Crap will get off the pot. What's going on here? I guess he wasn't maybe expecting this many knights yet, so he'll prep Barbican, but it's on the gold, which seems probable still for, like, Castle Age. Because otherwise, like, why would you be holding this much food and gold? It might be that he's waiting to see what his opponent is doing, because so far Anatan has been hiding all the archers at home. And because the knights keep prowling around the map, B's a little bit paranoid about sending the horsemen all the way into the enemy base. And this is becoming quite the sweaty stare down, but yeah, there you go. This is lock-in now. There's not another Barbican you can build. And now he's got all this wood for a transition. Like, you could be seeing triple stables, for example. And a Barbican will cost you 600 resources. It's a feudal tech-up. Clock Town now coming through. Interesting that we don't actually see him going for the palace, actually. The Imperial Palace would be pretty good on a map like Gorge because it's just so open and exposed. But in fairness to B, he already has great vision with the outposts. So if you build the palace, like, what else do you see? Barbican already sees this huge area. You'd see a little bit further towards the sacred sites, but you'd lose out on Nesta Bees as a counterplay to mass archers and mass arbitrier. Knights. Now marching on the north side, but it's double hand cannon. And more spearmen coming, and he has to run back into it. That might be two knights dead with target fire. Gets the one. Anno not able to get anything for his troubles. He's got full army now marching forward. He knows his opponent's teched up. He needs to punish it. Horseman just obsessed with getting this scout kill, by the way. Scouts that could be doing something else, Anatan. What? He didn't scout it. Anno doesn't know about the final deer stack, so he's going to be running out of food a lot quicker than expected here, actually. Yeah, he's out of deer. This is the final one. That's terrible. That extra deer stack goes a long way. That would be him able to kind of inflate up to 25, 30 knights and still afford castle. Oh, wow. Does he think it's up here and that B's too close to it? That would make sense. Like, why would B do this play? Maybe if there's double deer, it would make sense why he'd anchor in this area. I mean, the boar was kind of hidden by the mill. No way he didn't see it, though. And no way Anno can easily dive this. His veteran spears. He's going to try. The crossbows at the back in particular get maximum value, though, and the spearmen are getting munched down. Knights need to chase forward onto the crossbows now. Fortifications are coming through. The horsemen are just be punted at this to buy time. It's all about protecting this backline of Expos. The knights, I think they may be dying a little bit too fast. Fortifications come in, and Anatan now knows this is not going to end pretty. He dives past towards the Barbican and the TC. That's more hand cannon shots to deal with. He leaves a few knights behind to get gunned down here as well. Be a lot of idle time. But half the knight count, he's got to be happy with that outcome. I mean, halving the knight count at this stage is basically more than it would cost for you to go Castle Age. So most definitely, destroyed value definitely shows that story as well. B, just these static emplacements going so far to enable him. The thing you have to remember about hand cannon slits, folks, is DPS-wise, they're actually quite comparative to Springald's because of Springald's longer attack speed. The base damages aren't far enough apart that, like, mathematically, Springald's are just simply better than hand cannons when you associate cost and attack speed. And what makes it even more impactful is because it's high base damage and you're dealing with a feudal army that doesn't have much armor, you get that maximum pain, that maximum value. And Anno? He still doesn't see it. B's just got the whole world in his hands now. Relic's next on the hit list. Not much of an army to patrol with. He's only got a few horsemen. But remember, Anatan is out of food. He's going to have to start moving to berries. I know, still doesn't see it. Occasionally there's a deer that keeps poking its head out like, hey, is it safe? Is there still a Pro Scouts guy around here? Oh, there is? Hey, rest of you, just stay back there. He doesn't know. If you don't think it would make that much of a difference, by the way, if Anatan had that deer, his food income now would be double. That's how good Pro Scouts is. That's how good deer gathering is. He hasn't... Wait. Oh, come on. Like, you can't make this up. Anatan, like, there are boars and deers on this map, my friend. You are missing two key ingredients. The boar hasn't been scouted. The enemy deer hasn't been scouted. That right there is... Between it, almost 5,000 food. Waiting to be nibbled at 4,650 food exactly. And yeah, this is a prime reminder to check your corners. It's crazy how often these type of things happen at the highest level. Like, Cliffside is a great one for relics being missed all the time. Gorge, clearly a marvelous example for missing out on food. Being now all caught up on the eco situation, pulling ahead, really. We're talking about a raw 61 villages to 58. Soon to be different, though. The horsemen, they go in, looking for worker kills, but Anatan, smart choice, went for the textiles, minimizes the losses. It's going to be assault on the front side. Looking to deny the relics away, but cannot really afford to be diving the Barbican. Apparently he can. Anatan, whoa! Yeah, well, he saw the horseman. He's like, where's your front line? The problem is you're diving into a choke point. Against crossbows, that's not a tale that ends well. Maybe with castle knights, but with feudal, I just made of plastic. Is he running out of food soon? I mean, the berries, the deer are almost gone, but these blackberries are there. Meanwhile, Anatans are about to run out, so he's going to have to farm transition? Our archers good counter to crossbows. Same age and same cost into army, sure. Like, when you've got, you know, 30 archers versus, say, 20 crossbows, it's not a bad exchange. But you're an age behind. You're outnumbered on crossbows. Crossbows absolutely destroy you. It's all about kiting. As long as you don't just let them stand there and use their attack speed, you'll be heavily favored. Knights. Trying to dive in, but the horsemen are there with the body blockers. Remember, he doesn't want a long melee clash. He just wants to block, retreat, shoot, block, retreat, shoot. That's how you win against this. Just so many horsemen. This is wild from B. Remember, he doesn't have a single farm to his name, so there is a lot of risk with what he's doing, but he sees the upside. He knows Anatan needs an age up soon. Undermesh 2. Steeled Arrow 2. B, capping out his DPS. Only real thing he's missing is a Bloomery. I know. Says to hell with it. He's going to have to make his stand here. Dives on in. The crossbows. Holding firm. The archers are trying to snipe them out, but there's not many of them left at this stage, and the horsemen are holding the line. B will make it back to grand finals. Season 2 returns, and with it, the finals continue to see their most consistent presence. B not only always there in the midweek musters, but at this point has to by far be the most present force in grand finals. Yeah, I know he's been picked there. And I can already just imagine the smug remark from Marine Lord. He started this series by going, why would he not ban China? And that will be the question that looms on the mind. I know, thought he had the answer. And for a moment, maybe if he had the deer and the boar, you can see a way for him to solve this puzzle. But at this point, trying to find a win condition for Anatan is mind-boggling. I don't think it exists. It's like unicorns or spherical planets. It's all a lie. GG called. China. Banned always for a good reason. And we just got a reminder as to why. Ridiculous one. This spot is better than Pro Scouts, I guess. Oopsie. Didn't want to start that as a video. Okay, so that means our first grand finalist is going to be Mr. B. But there's another series going on, which we're going to be hopping into now. So bear with me one sec. Let me update that. Let me have a look at the state of things. And we'll get ready for the other one. Okay, so we're going to be hopping into game number 4 here. Wham is leading 2-0. Oh. And it's French versus... Oh. This is not like... This might just be a 3-0. Alright, let's find out. Let's get ready to hop in. Two of them free games. How could you see the free games? This is game free. They had a remake, so it's 2-0. Let me also update that now. That should be Wham versus DeMu. 2-0. Do that. Oh wait, I did have it the right way around. Something French or OP, I swear. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We whiff on some of these shots where we say French is looking really good, but you know what? I think this might be a safe bet. Wham is 2-0 up over DeMu. DeMu goes for the classic pick, the filler for anywhere, because anywhere you pick it, you're going to be thinking about one thing. It's Fast Castle, Horse Archer boys. It's the Roos. Wham, on the other hand, must be French-Canadian. The Francais has been looking pretty good, actually, of recent times, folks. I've been excited to actually see this Civ develop as it has been back into the meta in the last 1 or 2 weeks. I'm wondering, actually, if it's going to start cropping up even more when we start getting towards these S-tier tournaments. Because I think French has been somewhat slept on in the last month or two. Nothing really got worse with them necessarily. It's just people explored in a different direction. Roos, on the other hand, I think most people will agree has just gotten worse. It's a Civ that used to be on top of the world and on top of the game. But nowadays just feels like it's getting rolled over by most Civs in said game. Reminder, by the way, this series so far, I think, has been less than 40 minutes long for a 2-0 lead. Wham has been wasting no time. We made a joke about it because in his series up against SAS, he couldn't waste any time. He had internet issues. There was a storm hitting, so In that one, Wham had to speed run through each game or risk just cutting off entirely and forfeiting. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with people's internets this week. We've had issues for B, Anatan, and Wham. The only person who hasn't is DeMu. But for DeMu, might be an awkward issue of getting a schedule quick enough. Yeah, it was kind of touch and go, actually, on whether we were going to be able to schedule him in time. As his quarterfinals, I think, was played the last this week. Interesting. Hunting cameras on the back. I like this. This is actually really good when you're not against Dark Age rush civs. If you do this against like Japan or Mongols or Ottomans, you're going to lose the hunting cabins because you can't repair them. But French don't really do Dark Age rushes, so that was smart by DeMu. He just maximizes the wealth from the hunting cabins with no risk to it. And it also gives him plenty of space to drop a really good high trade house later. Let's go 2x, 4x speed, because I think we're like 2 or 3 minutes out from live. A reminder, by the way, winner of this will go up against B in a best of 7. And currently, Wham is the reigning champ, by the way. Last edition of the first season of KPMM, he annihilated the competition. It was interesting as well because he had a different competitor. It was Numidan in the grand finals in that one. Could this be one of the rare times we get DeMu into GFs? I feel like he's probably the most consistent player anchored in semifinals in the history of KPMM Season 1 and could continue now in Season 2. Pro Scouts is going to be coming through. Wham is mirroring, though. And it's a wheelbarrow-less build. Okay, that's interesting. We've seen a lot of people at the moment doing wheelbarrow plus Pro Scouts. The reason why Wham doesn't here, by the way, is so that he has the extra resources to pump straight away into units. Because if you go wheelbarrow, like you're slow on your archery range or your first night timing. Here, it's going to be an archery range, and I like that because the expectation is normally that Roos would open Spearmen because they're worried about knights. Problem is, wait, does DeMu see? No, DeMu doesn't see it. And because he keeps harassing with his scouts on the gold line, Wham feels pretty content that he hasn't been spotted. Clever lad. Wonder if it's coincidence that B is better than Anno and KPMs while Anno constantly outperforming him in S tiers? Maybe. I think the thing to keep in mind is, like, we change map pools frequently, right? So, like, every week we try to change at least one map. Sometimes two. Compare that to prepping for an S tier tournament. S tier tournament maps will get announced how many weeks in advance. So you then get grinding, you get prepping. You play the same maps on repetition over and over again. So to kind of explain why Anatan will probably be outperforming B so frequently in those S-tier tournaments, B thrives in unique new environments where he can throw curveballs and unknown strategies to overwhelm you. Thus, a format like KPMM is actually in some ways better catered towards B because adaptability is chief. Now with these two, I mean, DeMu, it's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, he definitely benefits because we have a nice mixture of ranked maps, and he plays a lot of ranked maps. He's always looking off meta. I think where DeMu, maybe it gets a little bit awkward is when we talk about new maps. Because I don't notice DeMu scrimming that much. It might be he's just doing it offline, which would make sense to hide strategies. But he spends a lot of time streaming as well. Wow. He's looking to gun it towards the enemy base now. So we've got double knight, 4 archers. However, the first of the deer are now being dropped off. So DeMu's getting that accelerated rate. And you can see he's going for the castle ace play. We're going to 4x. I think we are. I think they're at like minute 9. Deer are going to start to get blocked a little here. Yeah, this is tricky at the start for Wham. Like, knight's very expensive, very slow to produce out. And your opponent has got a deer split. So, like, ideally, this is what DeMu wanted on a spawn. He's always going to get something home with this. Archers are now going to be contesting the spears, though. The archers actually could deny the deer. There we go. Yeah, nicely played, Wham. And he'll even get the spear kill. Great micro out of Wham. And he has no harassment on his pro scout play. It's all coming home. Happy as Lamb and Larry. Okay, so what does DeMu now do with this? So he's going to get his age up. He's got probably, whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 8 deer? I think 8 deer. That's pretty good, actually. And then High Trade House is going to deliver additionals, which also will be delivering a decent amount of gold. Get your numbers in, folks. It's actually a fairly decent one. He tried to minimize the cut down slightly here, but it's always going to happen. Like, ideally, your way to do this is you want to chop evenly along so you get it wedged in there. But there'll be a lot of inefficiency walking if you do it that way because he doesn't have wheelbarrow. Wow. It's going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. Starts poking again. There's still some deer remaining, by the way. So he's blocking 4? Yeah, 4. And his scouts can now come across to this as a priority if he chooses. Like, there's only 2 deer left for him to pick up. Nicely played. This is the thing about French. It's one of those very good civs at playing 3, maximum 4 scouts. Some civs wholly rely on the idea of just surging scouts. So China can be one of them. Rus is king amongst them. Like, if you had to list civs that will go 8+ scouts most frequently, I would put a pretty penny on the fact that, like, number 1 most frequent would be the Rus. First Horse Archers coming through. Does have the monastery timing as well. Just going to use this to catch up. Basically, guys, what happened is the semi-finals scheduled overlap slightly. So we're just trying to get fully up to live so we can do live Gamba after this one. You'll probably slow down now. We've reached pressure point, right? Horse Archers are massing, Archers in response, but Wham has a really good timing of the guild hall. High trade house, by the way, 116 gold. So decent, about 1.5 relics get. And then the deer are going to be going the way of Wham. So he gets a slightly favored proportion of the deer on the map. Also remember, he's got a better eco right now because of the villager production. So really important for DeMu to find this timing now into said relics. He's got the first monk on the way. He's already bringing the goodies home. This is going to be hard for Wham to stop. Rus are still the ridiculous civ when it comes to relic pulls. Them and Iobids. But I think Rus just kind of get towards that relic timing a little bit easier. Like, the openings are a bit more frustrating with how efficient Horse Archers can be at trading. Wham has got boys forward to contest with here. Yeah, it's coming in pretty quick for DeMu, actually. Only 51 seconds away. Will we see knights for DeMu? Possible if he doesn't see that many knights by his opponent, but I think it's always suspicious to have to try and go knights against French here. They're either going to have more knights than you, or they're going to be doing this. Yeah, this is interesting as well from Wham. Pivoting into arbitrage this early does suggest he's thinking about late game. Which hasn't really been par for the course with the way that Wham has been playing in the weeklies and in this series so far. Yeah, both games so far being pre-20-minute finishes. Good camp spot, though. He's found the double relic. Actually, triple. Ooh. Oh, I like this. It is a bit awkward to be camping with knights like this. And there's so many Horse Archers building up, especially. But there you go. Archers, Knights are going to chase away the Warrior Monks. That's good reactions by DeMu. Very helpful not to lose these guys. They're kind of the only front line you have. They also have an invaluable buff that you'd love to get your hands on. Relics are going to be yoinked away. So Wham picks up one. He's got a second Monk now coming out. Timing in mind here, but Warrior Monk's going to try to sneak the other relic while this fight is underway. Knights will look to just chase this away a little bit. Reminder that Boy's Fortitude does make these Horse Archers incredibly tanky. On top of that, he just got the buff. The Knights gave the poke in for the Warrior Monk. There's going to dive into the base, though. Hello. 2 worker kills so far. DeMu not pulling away, by the way. No, he's distracted by this. The Archers. Hard commit. Oh my god, if it wasn't for this detail, it would have been a decent fight for DeMu, but now down by 4 extra workers. Great raiding from that one knight. Wham. Looks like he's going to have to settle for 2 of the 5 relics on the map, but considering the worker lead now, I think you've got to be happy with that. And also just more knights coming. Horse Archer count is still threatening, and I like that Wham is just steering back towards archer massing. I think the arbitrary idea was cool from Wham, but he was building for a phantom threat. His play makes sense if it's knight, horse archer comp. But DeMu is old school in this, man. It is horse archer only. Someone's going to make a comment about how unfair that is. Scouts and warrior monks have rights too. Yeah, but, you know, like, I'm not saying they're the secondary citizen of the Rus Empire, but they are. If you know how to use a bow, you are of a higher caste in the Rus Empire. Awkward for Wham to have to defend like this as well. The knight count is going to struggle now because DeMu has got enough horse archers to insta-kill a knight. Meanwhile, for Wham, he'd have to kill 2 horse archers to make it an even exchange. Easier said than done. Wham is just trying to keep an eye out for any sort of sneak outs. That's smart, actually, because it might enable him to go towards the boar soon. Wham's close to a position where he'll need it as well. Yeah, last of the deer now being tapped. The berries are already being eaten as well. He's moving out now. DeMu is going to be fixated, focused on the north side. Which is good news for Wham. Yeah, DeMu, if he just realizes what's happening, peel off 1 or 2 horse archers, go raiding. The damage you could reap here is kind of insane. Wham. Ooh, okay. Hold on a sec. I think he didn't have ranged armor 2 before. So that's a big difference. Like, he can actually take a hit and not lose a knight. That's huge for the trades. This is usually where French looks a lot better than their opponent's civs. Because then knights can heal off the damage. Right, I think China, Chuga, Nu massing versus knights. Knights wins because the spearmen gradually die. The archers don't. The Chuga eventually die. The knights definitely don't. DeMu realizing that, he's trying to force the commitment here. He's getting the snipe downs now. Archer line is thinning. Wham, gathering food on the front side of his base. This is looking shaky. DeMu is now underneath TC, but it's not going to be garrisoned. A little bit surprised by that, actually. The archers will probably do more damage that way. Would be smart to kind of garrison these heavily injured knights so select all army doesn't screw you over. And TC isn't really doing enough here, no. I think the worry for Wham is if he garrisons in the TC, DeMu will just walk on the flanks and kill him. Kind of feels like he's already killing him, though. Use up Horseman. Horseman he can't really afford in the coming minutes. Maybe just to fret the existence enough to scare DeMu away. Has even queued up the veterancy, so it's actually going to be a hard commitment. And Wham's probably looking at this going, if I just knew earlier, I would have Horseman straight away. But he's always been expecting a transition out of DeMu. Something we just still haven't seen. We've got full garrison TC. This is what was missing. This is huge. DeMu maybe overstaying his welcome. I mean, there's not really much army left. You'd think this is the point where, okay, I just dive past and look for economy. Instead, he hunkers down. He's cleared the army. He just needs to get the hell out of here now. Instead, just more horsemen coming out, distracting him further, and these health bars are looking ugly. Not just that. The horse archer count low enough that it's not just insta-gibbing the horseman. Actually, feels like it's taking 3 rounds of attacks. He's going to move for the villagers now. DeMu, despite their heavy hemorrhaging, that's going to be good enough. He finds the berries, and Wham waves that flag straight away. It is happening. Strike back comes in. DeMu will not go down that easily. Well played, DeMu. So he gets on the board. That was looking really worrisome with the way it was trending. In terms of the overall series. But yeah, I think the horse archer, like, I get where Wham's coming from. He's probably sitting there going like, wait, it's just horse archers still? I feel like he was waiting for a transition. You can see that he was trying to prep for it, right? He built 1 or 2 arbitrary. That doesn't make sense. Don't need that. Then he tries to go into archer knights to remain stable, a 2-unit comp. And then you get to that point where, like, okay, I kind of just wish that I'd had horsemen. If I had double the horsemen compared to the knight count that I've swollen up, I can, like, push him back. But if spots were cookies and nuts, then we'd all think it was Christmas, right? But the good news is we get a longer series. So 2-1. And we'll get ready for the next one, which we should be able to do predictions on, I believe. Yeah, and looks like it's going to be Frisian. So we're going to be getting Lancaster versus HRE. And they're just a few minutes in, so we can speed forward on that one. Are we getting bugged UI again? Oh, there it is. Thank God. I thought it wasn't showing for a sec. I was getting ready to mold. Bugged UI annoys the crap out of me. Alright, so game 4. Wham. DeMu. Give you guys 2 minutes. And let me flip score. House of L's looking to take a big W, and they'll need to if DeMu wants to stay in our weekly tournament. The $20,000 KPMM Season 2 has kicked off. That's right, your place to go if you want Age of Empires 4 action, because we deliver. And so far today has. Be able to beat Anatan to go through to the grand finals. He will now face off against either Wham or DeMu. And DeMu has begun to muster, which is what the Midweek muster is all about. After falling 2-0 behind, he pulls one back and now looks to pull ahead. Lancaster versus HRE. Wham. He is not going to be participating in the Dark Age aggression. So DeMu goes to the Spearman opening. But Wham already has 3 on gold, folks. 3 on gold, but he hasn't buffed them. Yeah, no prelate buff. Might make this a little bit tight on the gold intake. Then again, 3 villages is usually good enough to stop the first Spearman from just diving in. The issue is if you have to overreact to keep stabbing at him, that's going to buy time for extra troops to arrive. Wham. Does he even suspect this? I mean, you have to. When you play against Lancaster, I feel like 8 to 9 times out of 10, they're going to go for the Spearman Rush. And there we go. Prelate's pulling over now. Yeah, he timed this perfectly, so he knows exactly when it's feasible for a Spearman to get across from Lancaster. So he'll buff off the damage. Trade-off of this, it does mean you're not buffing all your villagers back here. But with the positioning, he had to be so close anyway, he was never going to be able to buff the sheep gatherers as well. Second spear arriving. It's just like this has not even happened, man. Oh, this is kind of painful. So you commit for 4 spears and you can't even stop him gathering for a second. The Wham isn't done there. He's going to gather enough to give him what? The option for hardened spearman maybe? That's usually why you'd gather a little bit more gold here. Yeah, it's not enough for wheelbarrow or anything like that. It's going to be enough to tech up. Maybe mine work? Nah, it's Arkham with that placement. Or... Oh, he's hiding it. Is he hiding mine work? He is! Wham! Bam, and maybe thank you, man, with that move. That's crafty, man. That also explains the gold. So this could be opening spears, re-secure gold, and then you can go for like all pikes plus horsemen. What a cool strat. I mean, you will have a timing here because the logic is meant to be Lancaster wants to be greedy because you're expecting them to go manas. The alternative is, if you don't think you're going to attack, this now sets you up really nicely for castle with either like a Burgrave rush or you go for knights, which will get the extra armor. And the extra armor is really important for knights diving underneath all the manas with the Lancaster castle. Because with manas, if you have the extra armor, the damage barely registers. I believe they'll hit for like 2 damage. And DeMu, oh my god, he still doesn't know. You've got to be suspicious though, right? Like if you scout here and don't see an Archon, what's up? Like what's happening? This is so crafty. Keeps the mining camp alive, which that's probably making DeMu more suspicious. Why would he keep the mining camp alive? Unless he's like committing to something greedy, right? So this might actually make DeMu think it's Regnants. But as we know, the mine work's just as important on gold as Regnants, right? Because you need it for all the upgrades. Lancaster Castle is on the way, and DeMu did get a really good spawn. Wood, stone and gold, perfectly positioned, and there we go. He sees it. So confirmation is in. Wham tried to be cheeky, but DeMu now knows that it's mine work. Okay, so what's his big threat? What's his big concern? It's going to be archers open to clear him. And no, you don't Abbey here. Like, what would be the point in Abbey? The problem with Abbey of memes is against Lancaster, they can still just kite you. Your only safety is Yeoman, and Yeoman are pretty slow to escalate. Knowing it's archers. Could DeMu just kind of fast castle this? White tower, maybe? Trip mana into fast castle is the bread and butter of Lancaster. Actually, I think it's been the most successful hit and the most consistently done build at the moment. It's a little bit tricky to, like, Earlsguard rush against HRE, though, because they can then mirror with their own men-at-arms. You can kite and dagger throw them, but, like, if it ever gets to a melee mosh pit point, heavy maces makes HRE heavily favored. And the mana's actually built... Okay, that's interesting. All the way to the TC. Yeah, so DeMu doesn't feel safe. And it makes sense. With the Mindwork build, like, there's a very good timing here for Ram Rush, which he's going for. Ah, this is a great pivot by Ben. Playing the manas this deep means that, like, if a Ram wants to commit in, you can just pull Villagers, torch it down quite easily. Because at that point, the enemy archers are going to be diving a Lancaster castle anyway, right? They'll be all the way here to contest. All right, 1s if you favor DeMu's position, 2s if you favor Wham's. Because keep in mind, while Wham has an attack point in mind, he has sacrificed his eco efficiency. He's at 24 workers, and he only has 1 prelate. He's not buffing a lot of his economy. He's actually focused on food instead of wood as well, which is quite surprising for a Ram timing. Lancaster OP? Well, the challenge here is going to be getting to the point where you are OP, right? Like, that's meant to be the validity, the power of HRE. Is the bloated eco, the bloated timings they get in general, either from Archon or Mindwork, can allow them to shut you down before your economy gets silly. And wow, he's forced DeMu into a very expensive thing here. Yeoman. Very pricey unit, remember. Yeoman, they're going to cost you almost 100 resources per one. Right, 95 compared to a standard 80 cost. But HRE ones are very fast. They're faster, actually, than Yeoman. So they can actually gap close you. Wait, we're just doing Ring of Roses right now? What the hell? He's actually going to knock at the Lancaster Castle. This does eliminate options of comeback for DeMu later on, right? He won't be able to muster the nobles. He won't be able to Shah Levy. But it's very hard to kill this. It's a 5k HP landmark. Maybe if he builds a second ram with the men-at-arms now. DeMu's going to keep scaling into archers. The funny thing is the yeoman will eventually kill this. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to kill it quicker than Lancaster Castle would die. So yeah, he has to leave. Alright, I don't know if I'd say this was worth it. You have at least stopped your opponent getting more manas, but DeMu actually has the stone necessary for a second one. Props to him for actually choosing Yeoman over the mana. I think if he went for the second mana, then Wham's military lead will get a little bit too big. It's going to be chasing him out. And Wham. Oh, he's laying the bait here. Ram's in trouble. Archers are going to ambush. Now the men-at-arms also arrive, so DeMu needs to retreat. Laid the bait beautifully. Forces a slight overcommitment to the deep push. And now able to rejuvenate that assault. Archers able to keep up the yeoman. Once they're in range, they are going to stay there. Looks to turn onto the villagers. Does get the one worker kill. Expensive, though. Does lose one the MAA. Plus a few on the dive. And also that ram, not really in a good state to now go full ham. You know? 107 health doesn't really sound that threatening. DeMu is just being relentless. Because he has range lead. It's 7 versus 11. And arms are now going to muddy it. He has got the undermesh after all. And that's a big difference, actually. DeMu doesn't have all his blacksmith upgrades because Mindwork is a lot quicker. Villagers idled out again. The one building the mana was not pulled back. That's a free worker kill count now in favor of Wham. He's got a second prelate to buff extra economy at home. And the ram... Oh! It hasn't been completed! So the ram does double damage. Great strike. Minus 300 resources for DeMu. The ram pays for itself. Phenomenal timing there. Catching him in the middle of the build-up, and also catching him when DeMu's so deep into the mana that he just doesn't want to cancel it. He wants to complete it. Because otherwise, you have to start from scratch, and you've already floated 300 resources in the first place, and you've lost a villager. You know, sunken cost fallacy real on that one. DeMu. Maybe can intercept vision. No, he's riding blind. This is really dangerous what he's doing right now, guys. Like, your advantage is actual range, not movement speed right now. So walking in the stealth forest sets you up for a trap like this. He's outnumbered this time. Men-at-Arms going to make it harder as well to even try and start a step retreat. DeMu taking heavy losses. This is just suffocating. Wham has played this so well. Props to him. You know, I've been talking about this for a while, right? Like, when Yeoman first came out and I was like, this unit's broken, I'm like, well, Atri archers are even quicker. Like, don't sleep on them. And Wham's showing you exactly why. Really cool value on Mindwork as well. Shows you it's not just about the unique techs, it's about the timing. He had range advantage when it mattered most. DeMu doesn't even have that third mana online yet. Still struggling to get the wood together as he's trying to scrounge for more yeomen. Archer's just trying to stick to it for the trade out. Remember, if Wham trades 1 for 1, it's actually a good trade. Because yeomen are that much more expensive. DeMu. All these Pokemon on the retreat. I think DeMu got a slightly better. Yeah, I think that was 6-4. But the Men-at-Arms get another pick. So cheeky from Wham. Remember, last time he was trading well because he was diving the Men-at-Arms into the Yeoman. Now Wham's at the point where he's just using these as kind of mini knights. When you're not looking, I'll get a worker kill. Wham. He's fishing for additionals here. He does see the berry gathering. Wham. Whoa, the scout. Bad position. Looks like the Yeoman will chase him down. Or not. All right, that's very important. Remember, the vision around the stealth forest is what makes it impossible for DeMu to approach. So Wham catches him, forces him to overcommit, wastes his time on the scout, and then chases him down. And the Men-at-Arms, they're in again. It's just getting worse and worse. 2 more workers dead. He's got 3 manas, so it makes up some of the pain, but the triple prelate play, this is the other thing for Wham. His eco gathering is so much better. He's on the fish. He's on the deer. Things that DeMu can only dream of. In a game where DeMu also is out of food, right? He's not on these berries because he's just trying to be a good vegetarian. It's all he's got. DeMu's bedtime? More like DeMu's funeral. Wham's here to put the old man out to pasture. Most villagers make it in. 2 do not. Every time Wham commits, he finds 2 more kills. He's not done yet either. The archers, like a madman, he's just going to roll towards them. He doesn't care, actually. At this stage, he's fine with the idea of losing additional archers. I think the goal might be trend towards castle now with Men-at-Arms. I think that dive may have been a little bit over-aggressive, but still, like, it's the lead we're talking about now. Up by 8 villages. And he's not done yet. It's happened again! DeMu with the attention span of a goldfish here. Just wave something at him, and he'll come running. Oh, this is so painful to watch, man. Like, Wham has elegantly executed this every single time, just baiting him elsewhere. The dive last time wasn't good enough. This one most definitely was. 4 additional worker kills. And this is what makes it worse. DeMu has to stand here now. He can't defend the main because he needs to defend the deer. Without this deer, he's dead anyway. With it, he's probably dead. Goodness gracious. Reminder, Wham. He has another set to play off to this, so probably want to try to pace yourself and not make it a full 5-game series. Do me the type of guy who likes a long game, and if Lancaster somehow survives and wins this, it'll be in that late game. That's right, be waiting in the grand finals. I think that was actually our last matchup for KPMM 29, I want to say. We're in the 31st edition. That time round when they met, B was able to beat back Wham. But Wham has looked like he's on another level this week. Demi Lancers get summoned. Oh, DeMu Lancers, are they stronger or worse than standard Demi Lancers? He has the archer count in his favor, but there's a good reason behind that. Wham. Getting ready for the age up, and I think DeMu will know it as well. It looks kind of obvious. When you see that you've somehow outnumbered your opponent after all the losses, there's only one reason. So archers will keep retreating. He'll probably have to sack the men-at-arms, but he'll clear Demi Lancers and then just age. DeMu probably needs to rush across for a counter-offensive. Regnitz is going to be built in an insane location. The question now, someone said earlier, Yeomen are broken. Well, we're going to find out. Are they broken enough to get across the map to do damage in time? Or are they just going to die to men-at-arms and knights? Latter seems quite feasible here. It's 15 on Regnitz, you're not going to stop it quick enough. And also, has he started moving? No, not yet. Guys, he's got 4 prelates already. He can just move out. The problem is, actually, Wham was terrible at scouting. He didn't scout where all the relics are. So he's blind punting for 2 of them. But yeah, the other one he's already in place for. DeMu is at least posturing on the central relic, so that's not going to be attainable. If DeMu just goes castle without any gains here, I think he's probably dead. Especially now that Wham's prepping knights. Knights does take some time, so now would be the time to strike. Wham. Interesting. DeMu didn't try to snipe the workers, just went straight for the archers. Wham. That's crazy. What? He walks back in for gold? Show some respect, man. Men-at-arms aren't upgraded. Veterancy just got queued. First knights are hitting the field, though. It's a triple hit. DeMu hasn't got resources to produce into anything else. He needs castle. Wham, also producing more archers, but isn't going veterancy yet. This is the only gold he's gathering currently, but he did just drop off the first Regnitz relic, so inflation on the way. This is getting ridiculous. I cannot... What? Well, he's seen one of them and ignored it. Wham hasn't seen the second. Knights are now catching up to the Yeomen. Yeomen that are only doing 1 damage per shot. Do you like the King's College idea, though? If DeMu can afford it food-wise, that means his knights will be better. He'll be able to get +5 damage against heavy on his. Meanwhile, HRE can get +2 armor on theirs. And also, that does mean your heavy bonus damage knights can counter men-at-arms. The challenge with this build is it requires a truck ton of food. And DeMu, at best, can offer up a little toy truck. Especially if he gets blocked off of these ponds. Wham, I love this. The patience, he gets right in. Blocks the retreat. Gets the kills. We'll lose some to the Yeoman, but worth it for a -5. Just makes it that much harder now for DeMu to actually get the units out he needs. Yeoman veterancy is on the way. Knights start to move in. Wham. Now, because there's no pressure on his side, he's back to active food gathering on the map. This is going to give him the inflate he needs to get these knight numbers up. HRE men-at-arms kind of counter knights too. Yes and no. Like, I get where you're coming from, but it's, if you do the maths on the units, right? Like, yes, cost-wise, you could argue that. But that's not usually how melee fights work necessarily. And also, we're talking about knights that have substantially higher base damage than standard men-at-arms and get almost the same amount of heavy bonus. But they also have more health. And like the key detail to keep in mind there, why like the heavy bonus for Lancaster Knights is so good compared to the heavy bonus for HRE men-at-arms, you get to choose where you have fights. Now in this position, less good because you just don't have the boundaries, right? Like, DeMu hasn't stretched the map. He's being pushed off of the map. Knights now marching in. Let's go. He's first coming out to defend. It's going to be a sandwich from the backside. The villagers get caught up in the affair. DeMu now with half of his economy not working. Yeah, and these yeomen, they've got the +2 damage. They do up to 7. 6 armor versus the 9, rather. So he's doing a little bit of damage registration. But it's taking quite a while to kill. And has to stand his ground. Second wave now coming through. That's going to be the archers to try and catch some of the workers. Good reaction by DeMu to defend that. Masterly trying to dance around this concern, but new wave of knights comes in, and this is the nail in the coffin we've been waiting for. The +2 melee and ranged armor is on the way for Wham. And that's where you'll do no damage, right? He's going to be up at 8 ranged armor against yeomen that hit for 9. His only answer will be knights that he can't afford because the gold is getting blocked. More knights on the way. 4th relic as well. This is a 5 relic HRE game. Well played by Wham, man. That early game in particular, it's not easy to get that many worker kills the way he did against Frisian Marsh's opponents. Because Frisian is just a very defensive spawn anyway. Realistically, you only have like a third of directions to look towards where you're going to be attacked from. But it was critical in this game. Up by 23 workers now as it continues to snowball. Villagers in the center are ambitious. Wham is going to lose a few there. DeMu should get some return damage finally. First worker kill of the game for Ben. It took him 21 minutes to find it. And it'll only be one. And to make matters worse, you know, the other beautiful thing about Knight Spam, when you've got Regnets, the reason it used to be the classic build, not just because Knights were so good back then as well, it uses primarily gold, right? Like, it's the closest ratio to a 50-50 you're going to get at this stage, unless you build Land Snakes. Perfect for Regnet's gold. And a less than perfect Lancaster game for the Englishman. Yeoman count's just too low now. He's pivoting into crossbows. Could he get that quick enough? Without food, no. And he has no food. The knight is going to see them running to the next resource. And with the barded armor, folks, he does no damage to this knight. It would take 230 shortbow shots to kill. That one knight should signal the end of the game. DeMu just has no way out of this anymore. Stuck in a headlock. Even if he gets the crossbow up to 10, 15, the problem now is his economy is nowhere near the base. And he still doesn't realize what's been happening down here. No, by the time he does, this is going to be like, what, -5, -6? He thought about grabbing for a second and then realized the problem of that. Second knight now coming in third as well. And that is why Lancaster always builds manners, guys. Because when you try to come out of your base, this is what's waiting for you. All right, so rematch from KPMM 29 looking about 99% probable right now. Definite. TG gets called. Wham, with one of the best poke and prod executions on Frisian I've seen in a long time. All right, so GG's to Benny Boy. That means he will go out in semis, but it means he'll have a third place match to play, which we'll probably tell them to schedule for tomorrow. We'll figure out the details around that, as we don't need it today. So 3-1 victory. Let me update that in this bracket now. So that means that we're going to be getting Wham in a few minutes, going up against B in a best of 7. Every single map that we have this week potentially going to be featured, including Canal. Oh, what have I done? Yeah, I think maybe the expected outcome. Wham is just on fire right now. It's not a discredit to DeMu. I just think Wham, this week so far, he's looked like the most scary player we have. So not too surprised that that is the outcome. So let me see if they've got the draft running already. Let me double check what's going to be up. Do we start finals now? Wham, we can start now. Like, actually, this lined up perfectly on time. So, well played there, mate. As this is when we want grand finals to start, so roll for it. Yeah, no, third place won't be now. I'll tell Tommy to like say they can either play it like now and we'll cast it tomorrow from replays, or play it tomorrow. Ah, there you are, Tommy. Thank you. Oh, almost forgot. Let's get Tommy modded in here. I almost banned you. Wrong button. Wait, where's the mod button? Okay, I'm just going to type your name. Let's give him powers. He got the power. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to squeak my voice that hard. Yo! What's up, Wham? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome, one and all. You are in the right place now for Grand Finale Showdown. The lad should be drafting a sec. I don't know if Wham needs a minute break or whatever, but it's going to be Wham versus B in a best of 7. Oh, so let me check with DeMu. Hey, mate. And yeah, I'll just let DeMu know. Because it is a new format, so I think a lot of players aren't aware. By the way, reminder players, go and sign up. I believe, Tommy, are we extending like the close point until end of this? Apparently there hasn't been too many signups for week number 2. Let's get that fixed. Alright? You all keep saying you're AoE addicts. Prove it. Sign up for KPMM2. Signups are open. Let me see. What are we sitting at on KPMM Season 2, Week 2? Week 2 is currently sitting at, I believe, 22 entrants. So let's fix that. Let's get those numbers up. I want to see that full bracket full. Wait, the full bracket full? The bracket entirely full. Good lads, Anatan, Wham, Voldemar, already in there. Core, Scabrain, B, Deniska. So guys, if you want to like learn by playing against some of the best, now is the perfect time to do so. Yeah, easy money. Like if no one's signing up, you just make it through. So reminder, every map will get used this time, so there is no map draft for grand finals. Default map is going to be Dry Arabia, and we have got Civ draft already underway. So happening live right now. There you go. And it's going to be Wham on the left because he's the previous edition winner, so he's first seed. Be on the right. I would, but I don't want to humiliate the pros. There it is. So you're so humble. What was the other Canadian bro doing? I don't know. Canadian things. Helping people over the road, donating to charity, making sure he politely says hello to everyone, giving people his credit card details. Just all the friendly things Canadian people do. Remortgaging his house so someone else can afford a mortgage. Giving his firstborn away. Wait, that's not a nice thing. That's a selfish nice thing. That saves you money. What other ludicrous nice things you can do? Donating a lung to someone he only just met, giving away his left foot to someone who lost it to a bear trap or a moose attack. Yeah, just all the good things. Puppy Paw really is just the GOAT miracle worker, man. Helps everyone. Debanking truckers, that's true. Also, bowing to the Overlord Ents. Did you guys realize this, by the way? I was in Wham stream the other day. I don't think he clocked it and realized it. He's Saruman. He's in a never-ending war against trees. He's Saruman. Yeah. It hit me. We figured out what Saruman would look like if he shaved the beard. I hope he doesn't meet the same fate. Oh, dude. I just realized I've never watched the extended edition. So I've never... Because Saruman's death isn't on camera in the standard edition. Because I've seen a clip of his death. And I was like, I don't remember that from the movie. I'm pretty sure they had that for extended, but it wasn't in by default, right? I'm not imagining that. Am I right? I should go and watch through them again. It's kind of... Like, I do kind of understand why they didn't show it, though. Because from what I remember of watching that clip, his death just looked so clowny. Like, it was meant to look serious, like, whoa, the impact of him hitting it. But it almost had a comedy about it. Interesting little piece of trivia for you guys about that, by the way. So Christopher Lee in that clip, you know, he has the whole like deep breath thing where he gets stabbed. He's like, that was his call. So they originally had the script, and it was going to be he'd be stabbed in the back, and then he'd be like, ah, and then, you know, like whatever. And Christopher went across to Peter Jackson. He went, that's not what happens when someone gets stabbed in the back. He's like, when you get stabbed in the back, it's like a struggle to breathe, to get air. So it's more like a... right? And Peter Jackson, he talked about this in an interview, and he went, when a person who worked for the SAS... sorry, not SAS, MI6, right? He worked for MI6, MI5 in World War II. When someone who works for the Secret Service in World War II tells you what someone sounds like when they're stabbed in the back, you don't argue, you just agree. Oh, man. When they were filming it, Christopher Lee told the director... Yeah, that's what we just talked about. Yeah. Scene was terrible because not in the books, but he dies, right? So, like, I don't know. This whole like was terrible because it wasn't in the books. If it isn't in the books, and you're not, like, making crap up, like someone did die, I don't mind having a pun at how they die. I think that's fine. It's sad when it's the reverse way around. So I recently discovered that, like, in the books, early on in Game of Thrones, there's the fight that... Tyrion has to compete, has to be part of with the Mountain People early on, right? In the TV show, they budget cut it and just had Tyrion be knocked out early, so he didn't exist. Apparently, in the books, Tyrion is a right badass in that fight. Like, he is messing around with a lot of people. Like, he's full blood and gore, which is a shame because I think that would have been epic to have. Oh, he dies in the Shire thing later. Oh, okay. Now, I haven't read, like, the books through and through. So, like, yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting, though. Was it a better ending, though? Because the scouring isn't, like, referenced anywhere in the movie, right? Is there enough material there to maybe make a movie about now? Okay, so the boys are getting ready. We've got a draft. B has picked the bastards again, by the way. This time there will not be any Chinese let through. Anatan is taking notes. Yeah, it's kind of a cursed thing. I imagine there's already Marine Lords sending messages about that one. It won't work in the movie. True. So we're gonna remake the movie, right? That's the pop. No, please don't, dude. Just leave them be. I don't think Lord of the Rings could ever be remade in a way that would do it justice, ever, because it just comes from a different time. The way that movie was made, right? From the way people talk about it as like living with the cast in a completely different environment, to all the authentic elements, right? Like, you know. How much was it? They made over 1,000 Hobbit feet for that movie, right? Because they were waxed, they were wax made to shape, and then you'd have to break them to get them off each time, right? They had 3 dedicated blacksmiths for years making riveted chainmail and things like that. Like, I don't think you could do it just because if it got made nowadays, it would just be CGI bullcrap. And there is something like, even if you're the best actor in the world, it devalues and takes away from how you immerse yourself in the experience of making the movie. Like, I always remember, another one that this always reminds me of is Troy. If you guys have seen, like, So like Brian Cox, he done an interview where he was asked like what his favorite movie moment was, and I think he referenced that one. It's like it's very hard to compare any movie he's done since to standing on a chariot and yelling charge and then having hundreds of like Croatian and whatever else extras charge forward of you in a rampage, right? Because like what was the other one I think it was it Gangs of New York, where a lot of the extras that turned up were actual people who had grudges with each other, so they were actually really fighting. I can't remember what movie. It might have been another movie. There was a movie where they made a call out because they had like these big gang fights in the streets, and a bunch of the people who turned up like were actual like affiliated gang members. They didn't kill each other, luckily, but they were genuinely beating the crap out of each other. It wasn't just fake. You just don't get that nowadays because we can just have AI make it, right? Anyway, the boys are getting ready to get in game now. Hobbit Trilogy was upsetting. Yeah, it's weird because like I think the third movie had some really cool cinematic moments. Like I saw a clip the other day that always makes me laugh. It's like the moment where the elves let loose their arrows and the dwarves just middle finger them with the giant propeller crossbow bolts. And then you just get the look of dismay on the elf leader's face. He's like, what the right? But also, those type of moments make elves that are meant to be quite intelligent, although arrogant people, look really moronic. So it's definitely kind of a mixed deal type thing. I think Hobbit had some moments, but yeah, like collectively, when viewed holistically, it failed to capture what it was meant to. I still haven't watched season 2 of the Rings of Power. Is it actually worth it? Because like it just seemed like DEI type crap with like the orcs have feelings and orcs like have children and all this bollocks that wasn't needed. Did it actually get better? The one that did got me a little bit is the Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time got cancelled right after this upcoming season. Which is kind of a shame, because like I get people's concerns with Wheel of Time early on. It was really slow and like misguided in its alignment, because it was trying to Lord of the Rings, but it wasn't Lord of the Ringsing in the way they set up the world. But I did really like was it season 3 or whatever? It was getting really good. I haven't read the book, so I don't have that for reference. Like, that's the thing as well. I know whoever's read the book is gonna be like, it sucks. Because like another one that for me was Sandman. I think Sandman's incredible. And then I was talking to someone about this, like the whole scene in the restaurant. The book makes the entire TV sequence look so bad. I'm like, damn, that's crazy, because the TV sequence of Sandman was really good. Wheel of Time stays so far the original books is better. I don't mind that though. Like coming into a world and not just replicating the story. You know, like I never understand people's concern when Transformers 1 came out and they're like, they killed Jazz. I'm like, I actually prefer that than you just trying to basically turn the cartoon into a CGI version of the cartoon and do the same thing. Like, don't get me wrong, Transformers flopped for many different reasons. Although no one can refute that the Optimus Prime, I'll take you all on scene, is like a top epic fighting scene. Like that thing, like every time I watch it, I get goosebumps. Do you host any tourneys for lower leagues as well? Not currently, but it's maybe something we can explore in the future. I think the channel still needs to grow more for that to work. Like, you can't... It's a challenge to pull in the casuals to then participate and also the people to watch. Like, we're not a T90 level channel, right? We don't just have that sway. I'd love to. And maybe one day, like, we always occasionally revisit things like Low Elo Legends cast on the ladder. But it's very hit or miss on performance. All right, but let's go for the real one. Who's looking forward to Warhammer 40k? Because even if they screw it up, they can just wash the board and go to a different area of the universe. Which is the worst adaptation? I didn't mind the early seasons. It went in a very different direction with the story, though. It was odd. Casting the finals at the start. We talked about this, though. Like, someone still has to organize that. Like, who's going to organize all that low elo stuff? Because is it going to be my admin? Okay, well, I'm going to have to pay him more. He's going to, like, riot. Right? And I ain't got more money to pay with. All right, y'all ready? Our $20,000 esports circuit is underway, and the first finals has already arrived. Welcome back to a classic. If you've been to this channel before, you're familiar with these two. Wham and B, mighty performers time and time again when it comes to Final Showdown. We head into this clash, kicking off on Dry Arabia, where B has chosen Jean, a not so popular pick at the moment, up against Wham's Byzantines. And folks, this is an interesting one because actually, we've had this matchup this week already involving B. It was against one of his teammates, Scatterbrained, where he was able to rush him out of the game only 12 or 13 minutes in. I don't know if Wham's going to fall victim the same way, though. It was a really good aggressive line B took. The spawn enabled it a lot. This spawn maybe less so. Wham's got kind of a weird one. Like, it's a lot of safe berries, but maybe not the most easy to wall. And the stone on the front side is also going to be a point of contest. I like that Wham's going for it early straight away. Because you should if you can, right? Like, the optimal way to play Byzantines right now is that you lean straight into the stone and you gather up for the system levels. The only time you typically don't do this is when you're against civs like Mongols, Ottomans, Japan, because they'll open with spearmen that will shut this down. And then you've just wasted resources building the mining camp because you'll probably not have enough stone for more than level 2 cistern, which is achievable with just building buildings anyway. Wait, I didn't realize about Wheel of Time. There's a moment in the books where like the orcs are running up people to be cooked. That was making me think the other day. So I was watching this clip, like a Matt Damon interview about The Departed, where Jack, like there's a scene where he just shoots someone and they die. And originally, like that was it. That was going to be it. But he expanded his own scene where like he has another guy there with him. It's like, wouldn't it be messed up if I turned to him and I said, she didn't fall right? Right? Because that's like suggests that like he shoots a lot of people, right? And he just keeps going through and there's like I recommend going and looking for the interview. There's just so many layers that he comes up with. In the end, Scorsese only put like part of it in there, but he pretty much came up with a script expansion that would have turned 5 seconds into like a minute and a half of pure fantastic dialogue. So, Grand Winery coming in, should be standard School of Cavalry on the other side. Looking at the spawn, actually pretty good one for B. He got the deer really close to home, so Pro Scouts isn't necessarily required here, which could allow for a much more aggressive line. Now, in this matchup, we did see him go melee Jean last time, and that's usually standard because you're expecting a Limitane beginning, and you need Jean melee to absorb the damage so that your knights can charge in. And the other issue, guys, is like range Jean is terrible against civs that have javelins, of which Byzantines most definitely do. And this is indeed a best of 7. So reminder, we have BO5s for the semis. I need to update that graphic. Quarterfinals, obviously, best of 5s as well. And another cool improvement people have to look forward to with KPMMs in the future is we also will have third place matches as well. Quite proud of the way we were able to improve the format, improve the prize pool, but remain true and familiar. Bigger and better, baby. Okay, so B. Gold, gathering as it is. This is Pro Scouts. Wheelbarrow Pro Scouts. In fairness, I do see the logic, though. Like, it's all exposed deer. There's nothing that Wham can just wall in and keep away from you. I mean, if anyone was going to try to wall these deer folks, it would be Wham. This is a guy that the other day, at 6 minutes in to a game on Gorge, was half walling the map. Which, for anyone who's familiar with high level of play, walling a map like Gorge at 6 minutes is unheard of in current Age of Empires 4. It's ridiculous. So, first of the Night Cells coming out, and we've still got 70 XP to go for Jean. Could probably get there pretty quickly if he just does a standard archery opening here. Yeah, it's going to use the Lumbercat build up for Jean. Remember, she gets more XP when she builds. And we are getting level 3 system already. Really tight formation from Wham. Gives him the backup gold. I like this, though, because the final branches, there we go. They're going to be one here and then one here. So he's just trying not to get the maximum spread because like there's going to be clippings on the edge of the map that he doesn't capture. He just wants the safest way to greed out to level 5 system before knights arrive. When all book adaptations animated in the style of Arcane. Arcane was really expensive, though, no? They used a very fancy French art studio for that. I gotta give him props, though. Like, I've been a Dota 2 guy for my life, right? But Arcane actually made me try League of Legends. So, that's how well made that TV show was. Knight gets first blood. Well played. Oh, no. Wham. Yeah, his placement of Sisters a little bit subpar there for what he's trying to do. He wasn't close enough to activate Akratoy. He should have been, actually. It looks like he would have had AoE radius. So a bit of a whiff there. The reason that's important, guys, is if you activate Akratoy, your villager won't die. Because a knight with the charging does 29 damage, and then clubs you down for the remaining 21, because he'll buff his damage for free attacks by free damage. But if you take 2 off the Lance of 29, then 2 off the 23 damage, actually, now I'm doubting myself. 17, 27. Yeah, you should survive. Ram. Court building the outpost. No Akratoy either. Just has to rely on the Limitane. This is relentless aggression from B. The crazy thing, by the way, Jean isn't here. No, he's doing this type of damage without even having the melee Jean to force the matter. She went to secure the boar. Love that as well. Walks out with the mill, able to build that a little bit quicker. Now he's set up for the boar, which he should be switching to in a moment. It's a much better gathering rate. This is ridiculous. Like, how are these knights doing this much damage? Worker kills are critical this early for obvious reasons, but in particular against the Sistan play, the reason it's so important is Sistans are a percentile buff. If you don't have many workers, the percentage is kind of irrelevant. So yeah, just effectively oppressing him. And you have to, with Jean, remember, it's not French. You don't produce villagers quicker. So I didn't know about Arcane Season 2. I still need to watch Arcane Season 2. That is one where I was told it was very disappointing. It's weird because Dota 2 had the reverse issue where it got the idea completely wrong in the first 2-3 seasons and then figured out how to write a good story at the end. Oh, sorry, we need to update the tile, don't we? There we go. And Legion. Gonna be having quite the party. Javelins have arrived, though. He's not gonna build archers, is he? I actually love this. It's so wild. You'd think, yeah, this many Limitane, you have to build archers, but if you look at how exposed this spawn is at multiple locations, like, you can just keep sneaking knights in annoyingly. And you want to be building knights, ideally. Like, you knew it was going to be javelins. It's always javelins, it feels like. And pulls him away. This is ridiculous because the Limitane, like, if they're all together, ape strong, they beat the knights. But when split like this, it's horrible. Jabs. Oh, wait, what? They switch targets. So it looks like he's actually microed this correctly to get Jean all the way home. And this is now an overextension. Like, if B wants, he can bring all the knights here and kill this. Would be a good timing as well with Chivalry queued up. Jean now, of course, offsetting all the damage done. We have got berry gathering, but Wham, he doesn't have the Sistan buff there. So a little bit inefficient on the back. The javelin count's going to be getting up. Knights are going to be sneaking in. And keep in mind, Wham doesn't... Ooh. Oh, he knows. Something's not right. However, B, he tries to be cheeky. It's not going to work. The spearmen do see him. They're mirroring the move. However... Yeah, okay, he doesn't go in. I was going to say, you technically could get by that and then get a charge in. But it might not be worth it. Instead, he fishes for the berry workers, which is ambitious, B. Mistakes made there. Loses a knight for a Limitane. Ugly trade. And it's going to get worse. Look at this. Wham. Counter-offensive. He scouted the ball. B, I thought he saw that scout. This is huge. Javelins chasing it down. Not many, so not easy for them to get kills, but still nowhere to run and hide. B only has 7 people down food. That's not a lot for night spam, and he's had to admit it. Archers are necessary. Agree to that scout placement. B just lacking so much information on the other side of the map. Wasn't expecting this type of punishment. Wasn't expecting this type of move out of Wham so early. Knights will get a nice connect on the back javelins, but I don't think they'll be able to get the kills. No, there's just too many spearmen. He gets pinched. One goes down. Javelin's trading out against a trickle of archers. B, I think he's in a bit of a panic react here. There's a second wave coming from Wham. Limitane are just scaring away those knights. He's trying to buy time for the new wave to arrive. B trying to frustrate the matter, but needs to be respectful of that many spears. Enough to get some kills. Now, a little bit of a sandwich starting to evolve here. Javelins. Nice find, B. Yeah, so the movement by Jean actually chased the spearman further away. So he clashes on top of the Javs. He's got the cleave. Not using it yet. Good split to the west side, and this is getting ugly. B. We talked about his micro at the start of the game. It's happening again. Great micro in this engagement. Wham, that military lead now gone. Javelins, valuable but expensive, now lost. More cleaves coming through, more XP for Jean, and now we are just less than 100 XP away from level 3 Jean. A huge advantage when you're age 2. Not to mention Limitane will be hard countered by the champion summon. Wham is prepping for an age up. But after a fight like that, he may have just given the keys to the kingdom to B. B absolutely needed that. With the out of time, the losses there, especially against system scaling, it was starting to look a little bit ugly. B just rallied at the right moment. Jean, something to fear. Wham's army isn't big enough to just kill her. Arrow slits are coming in on the tower, but it's not there just yet. Knights, they could actually just steer into it and kill it. I think instead he's maybe thinking about those berries, but the problem is the Golden Horn Tower, B, I don't think he saw it. Hasn't a clue that this is happening right now. How's his backups food looking? So he has got the berries in the corner still. He's back to the boar and the deer. He's got some way to go. He's not going to burn out too fast here. Where the hell is this scout? All the way back here. So I guess we're going to be seeing mirrored text now. I mean, B is still really far up, so if he wanted to attack now, genuinely would be the time and position. We'll get the Pumbaa kill. That's going to be level 3. Yeah, just 10 away, which should tick in gradually. Maybe just fish a low HP scout kill, wink wink. Oh, come on, man. 5 XP, it just feels like it's taking a lifetime for those last little trickles of XP to come over. And it is Melee Jean. Leveled up with the champions. Just makes sense. You don't really have a use for riders. Riders specifically get bonus damage against crossbows, and Wham's not going to go crossbows, right? It's going to be javelins. He needs a lot of Limitane. There's too many knights for you to go crossbows. Now, Wham does have the ability to get camels. He hasn't queued any, though. They would be pretty nice for the debuff, but maybe difficult to keep alive here. Guildhall. Now on the way, so B is going to have that healthy escalation point off of a long castle. A little bit harder to leverage against Byzantines because their economy scales really nicely from Castle Beyond. Because usually by the time you're in Castle, you're at 40, 50 villages, etc. And that's when these percentage buffs really start to kick in. Wham has to Expo. The problem is he can't really afford it. He needs front line as well. He doesn't have that many groves. He's running out of food. So you can either choose crossbows or spearmen. And if you choose crossbows, the archers, well, the archers can kind of kill either. But the difference is that you need something to hold back the knights. Speaking of knights, they have found the cataphract. Another expensive investment of food from Wham. And yeah, the reason why you go Guildhall, not Royal Institute, is Royal Institute is about a timing attack. Why would B try to rush the end here into Mas Limitane and Mangonel Towers? I think Byzantines is a very hard civ to justify Institute against, because Mango Towers just beat everything. It's kind of silly, actually, how good they are. And we do have the camels. Actively produced, by the way. Yeah, he's getting passive production, but also an active one. Melee Jean, though, is chasing down. Cleave damage is pretty good at this stage. Good micro Wham. He splits off into 4 different groups. Or 3, rather. Wham still hunting. This time, though, B will not give any freebies. Pulls off to the side. We do finally have level 5 Aqueduct. I'm actually shocked he never placed a system in the corner for that. That was only the 6 stack, but still. Because also, you could set it up to buff the gold later. While they're not reworking the tower emplacements, it takes time. I think people really misunderstand how much resource investment it is to, like, rework anything, really. It's different when you're talking about just, like, number changing, because number changing is, like, minimum budgetary responsibility. Right? Very easy to just do from a development standpoint. But anything that requires, like, new asset creation, new system development, from a developmental side, that's when it gets expensive. What's up, Mike Field? Not casting RWF this season? Nah. I mean, it's like, I think it's a bit of a more chill one. Like, they're not doing it in studio or anything. Maybe next time. Kadas. Gonna get blocked out. Did he get a worker kill? I think he did, yeah. Just hidden behind the mill, so nicely played. Wham now posturing in the middle of the map. Archers are vetted up. We've got cantled saddles on the way. This is a big one. Buffs your damage from 3 to 10 for 3 strikes. Yeah, so 30 damage instead of 9. Bit of an annoying chase here. The champion's surprisingly tanky when the camels are leading. Remember, camels are pretty low base damage, 14 damage compared to a cataphract at 27. The benefit is, if it's a cavalry unit, you hit for double damage. Speaking of cavalry units, this cataphract somehow snuck by again. Knight is coming, though. I need to get rid of it. No losses there. Wham doesn't have good long-term, though. He's on deer. So Merc scaling gets a little bit difficult now. Cataphract does actually go down over here. I think the villagers finished him off. Relic game is looking good for Wham, though. I just said he doesn't have olive oil. This is how he fixes the problem. Awesome. He's got map control for potentially 4 relics. Unless this happens. B, circling from behind. Jean on one side is going to bait some attention away, though. Okay, so it looks like he is safely going to be able to retreat. Wow, I'm not able to really be denied. I mean, he might get caught out going for the relic again. He already pulled the one from the south side. B has gone 2 TC, by the way. 2 TC. He's going for relics now, but realistically, he should only get... Oh, no, he gets 2! He gets there first. Central relic goes his way. Interesting from Wham with the Varangian. You're probably wondering why. It's so the archers can't just efficiently clear the front line. So you add in a few Varangians so they get hit instead of Limitane. Cataphract. We'll try to trample in. Successfully actually connect there. And trample is such a powerful ability. I still feel like the average Byzantine player sleeps on the importance of this. Like, if you see it's only archers, for example, you want to be deep in them. because they can't stand on you. They need to run away. Warlord going to be coming out. The camels will get the denial, but it costs him all 4. Cataphracts being ignored. The archers will trade on the north side. Jean right into the back of the formation. That's going to draw fire from the javelins. Goes straight after the few crossbowmen that are here. However, B is taxing a heavy price here. The archer count getting low. He's trading out with them just to get rid of the crossbowmen. The knights are going to recommit now. If Wham can just get the next wave here, he's favored. And yeah, that's why. Look at how ugly that was. B, he tried to cut reinforcements and got punished. Damn, well played by Wham. Just maintaining lead now. Javelins are throwawayable, but the crossbowmen are what matter. Jean does get sniped. And you're just seeing this debuff. It's so impactful. Wham denying any breach potential for B in this game. Yeah, he doesn't need the camels to win the DPS exchange. He just needs them to survive long enough for the crossbows to now do that. And pretty ballsy, right? You wouldn't expect to see crossbowmen first out of French's opponent. You'd expect it from them. But it makes sense here. He's got javelins to deny the arbitrary. He already saw B leaning hard into knights. Another thing is, like, B has made himself weaker by going for those 2 town center players, right? Guildhall, he's stockpiling. Make no mistake about it, this game is far from over. Yeah, I'm wondering actually if Wham knows it's 2 TC. The numbers felt close enough that you might convince yourself that it's still 1 TC play. If you do that, though, you play way too defensive. I like that Wham is still fishing for more info. Mango Tower in the north. Fortifications are on the way in. He's not going to burn this quick enough, is he? No, if he attacks straight away. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. B, he didn't just click on the tower. He was trying to minimize the Mangonel damage. Cataphract sneaking into the back again. We do have a little bit of a stare down the center between range masses, but it was a good pull. B got all the attention north. And remember, that's important. He needs attention away from his base. Because Wham, he sees the stone, but that doesn't mean 2 TC, right? It could be he's going for a castle. Nah, I'm kidding. You don't do that on this. Remember, French get the discount, not John. So yeah, wait, he's seen the stone. Like, 600 gathered is a weird number, though. It's not enough for 3 TC. Yeah, he should know. Like, Wham should know everything now. But you see stone here. Like, okay, this is like weird now. You've seen 600 gathered. Now you've seen 400. It could be a castle. Mathematically, I believe it's feasible. But instead it's been fortifications, right? Which have been scouted? I'm trying to figure out where they are. Okay, yeah, he sees them here. Man, this is the sucky thing about Jean versus French, right? Like, if you're French, Wham doesn't know that it's 2 TC because he'll think that it could just be a castle drop. Because a castle drop is really good economically for French as it gives him discounts. Jean doesn't get that, remember. She consecrates buildings instead. So castle drop, you don't get the 90 resource discount and you don't get any discounts around buildings near it. You don't even need it for unique unit production anymore. They actually changed that a while back so that you can now, for example, out of racks, build your champions. Not that you do it here into 30 crossbows. 30 crossbows that override on the base for a talk. Those about to turn violent. Jean de Cleve goes in. Divine Restoration has to be popped. She's basically dead. She's gone. Frontline is failing him a little. We'll start to back away, but the knight count is struggling. However, the archer mass is getting big. B just needs to find a way of sticking to the target. Continues to chase. Not many ponies left to play with, and the problem here is that the farm transition isn't exactly fat right now. No, he's sitting at 12 farms, soon to be 15, while Wham is up at 30 plus. Yeah, his economy's set up to keep pushing after this. Whereas B can only realistically afford archers at this pacing. Still, keeps a decent chunk of knights alive, and Jean actually tanky enough she can't easily be sniped now. No, take 3 flurries, maybe 4. Oh, he baits him! Great micro there, B. He's even teasing him at the ends. The crossbows just run by, all messy. And level 4 Jean has actually happened. Wow, this came in fast. That was ridiculous. Jean de Blast, he min-maxes it at 10 HP. to get the level up. And not just that, it is gonna be the unexpected strength of heaven. Yeah, we've got a hero knight. 72 damage on a strike, 530 HP. It's a second John. I need a hero. This guy has more health than John, guys. That's wild. Pretty cool as well, because actually that one knight, he can kill, right? Like, he can actually just, in one hit, he can just run down villages. It's close to. He needs to start fighting. So far, the pathing has made him useless. Jean herself doing a lot of damage. Remember, she does siege damage now. Her cleaves also hit for 50. And wham! What just happened in this game? Oh my god! It's full swung! Military lead, maintained by B. The knight's mostly dead, but the archers are vital here. That one big knight as well, just so damn tanky. Keeps on pushing. Remember, the champions also upgrade with Jean. The blaster is going to go to the north side. Starting to just address the javelins. Javelins that are meant to be dealing with the archers, and this is actually happening. B, what a nail biter. Knight finally getting in range to club things down. What, 2 hits for Anjin? Close to. Ridiculous. I mean, the charge, actually, guys, the charge hits for 108 damage. Oh my god. I can't believe that. B, if he'd lost Jean there as well, he already bought her back, right? So then there's no momentum push straight afterwards. Wham gets time for the remax. Instead, Wham is dead. 33 farms are about to go idle. The archer count, good enough to ensure that. The knights do need to reach onto the javelins, though. The dive's coming in now. He's still looking so healthy. Unbelievable. And this is only game 1 between these two. Jean de Blas coming out. We rarely see Jean, but this was quite the treat. It's deceptive because that one knight maybe doesn't look like it's worth it, but he truly is. At a point in the game where B was running out of food and needed efficiency on push, this guy has definitely claimed enough souls. I wish we had a kill count, a damage indicator to show you just how good he was. But GG comes in. Jean, beating the Byzantines, the unseen Civ, has now been heard. Don't pick John, they said. Why? After what I just saw, everyone needs to pick John. Goodness. What a game. Alright, let me have a look here. What do we call that one? The Civ you need to start picking? Maybe. Huh, laptop's running quite hot today. Might have to put the cooler on. I think it's the hot air in general. I'll probably set the cooler up for tomorrow. Okay, so let's mark it up. That's going to be a game 1 win for B. That was Jean versus Byzantines. Call it Jean? Jean? Why don't we just call it Jeanette? Next game ready. Mongol versus Otto. Canal. Ooh. How good are Mongols here these days, I wonder? I need to make a milkshake. Yeah, I'm getting surprisingly hungry already. I should not do banana with the coffee. I'm at 14 ounces. Yeah. Cool. Smells cinnamony. Didn't I have more bags? Oh, I do have more bags. Oh well. Could have went for like different flavor. What would you like the 40k Caval series to be about? Full Acadia? It's kind of interesting. I mean, you could actually just, like, start off with the Girl Classic, the Horus Heresy. But I actually think it's better to, like, save Horus Heresy for a little bit later. The safe bet is, like, just appeasing to the Ultramarine people, right? I don't think you do something like... The Ravens would be kind of a mistake, right? Not Ravens, like Dark Angels. Because, like, their story is a lot more obscure. You need, like, what you want is something that's going to make all the hardcore fans happy. And anyone who's, like, new to Warhammer, they need to be able to follow it. Alright. You guys ready? Let's get ready to roll. Oh. My boy. What's up, Marv? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted, you absolute legend. Of course, Midweek Musters return. This is standard move on a Thursday, isn't it? We love him for it. Thank you, Marv. Hope you're having a good day. All right. Let's get ready to roll. We need to flip that round. We need to make sure this is correct. And thank you, Mike Field. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, be like Mike. Use those Prime subs. It helps the channel, and it doesn't even cost you anything more. Connect your Amazon account today and drop them in. In we go. It's canal time. It's time for a light swimming between aggressive parties. I'd have it no other way. You know, I know people have mixed feelings about canal, but one thing I do like to praise about it, it is a map that does not let you stay home. Barely anything to work with in the corner, and everything to play for out on the map. So, of course, we would see Mongols and Ottomans. Two very dark age aggressive civs. Only it's not. B didn't even try to play spear opening. No, he just said screw that. Straight away fishing. Other side. Are we going to see aggro from Wham with this info now? Like, he is on course for it, right? Like, he already set up for the Uvu. And he'll have the stone generation. In fairness to B, though, like, he wasn't overly aggressive with his dock placement, so it actually might be hard to get in quick enough. Like, if B isn't too greedy about this and only builds 1 or 2 fishing boats, you can hit a pretty good line to go feudal. And I think Wham knows that. That's why we're seeing this. Like, look, yeah, he's not committing. Because the other problem is now, like, on a delay, your opponent can add in Iraqs. And once he adds in Iraqs, he starts building Vizier Point XP. If he ever reaches Imams, you lose the game. Like, for those that remember this map when it was first introduced into competitive, the ridiculously strong play with this map was just to pick Ottomans. Because eventually, the spear spam led to the Imam point, and then you had no way of killing the healers. So I think we're just like 30 seconds out from live. Because there's no action here, we'll use the fast forward to catch up. This stone is going to be coming in, and Wham is going to be moving for a dock. He has held onto the stone, so actually what Wham could do here is he could go all the way up river and dock drop here. If he gets that dock up, he can add in arrow slits and deny all the boats. So tiny trade network reactions coming in, and look at this. Wham is definitely committing for that target. I like this. I think this is really smart. Often forgotten about with Mongols, actually, because you just really focus on that double production to get advantage. Also, just optimize the timing, isn't it? Yeah, because he's going to have to spend, what, 30 seconds building the dock? He's going to arrive in about another 10. And then Deerstone has got maybe 25 seconds left. He plays it a little bit safe, a bit further back. Could have actually gotten right up in his face, because actually B had nothing. Like, B doesn't even have villages nearby. B's going to get the bad news. The Khan also sees there's no villager pull or anything. Knows he's safe. We do have some stone picking, though, so B... it could be for naval arrow slits, actually. It could have also been about going for the military schools, though. I mean, what do you get from naval arrow slitting here? It's a bit awkward because, like, you're the one who always has exposed eco. Like, Wham could technically just only use naval arrow slits here and then build fishing all the way back. There we go, queued up. Coming in just 25. I like this adaptation, by the way. We've noticed a few players doing this. The super aggro docks to block the greed. It used to be a lot of people would just dock drop their own side, fish, wall the center, and then decide who had the advantage. But we've seen Ibids and now Mongols going for these insanely aggressive docks. And what's interesting is the old meta for Mongols would have inclined you towards Spearman. His resistance was smart, and his alternate play was better. And we do have naval arrow slits, but the problem is, like, for B, there's been no investment onto the water yet from Wham. So technically, he doesn't get value. Wham does almost gets a boat. Oh, what? Even though he's garrisoned, he waited too long, so the bolt got released, and it connected the shot. Is he going to do it again? He might. Oh, it happened again! What? That did not look like that was going to connect. That was so late. It's because it had target acquired already. So even though it had the wind up, it was already ready to shoot onto that target. Now, he is going to get vengeance. Getting a villager kill is huge there. Wham was pretty greedy with that villager placement. I think he just didn't expect a Springle ship to come out like that. Oh my god. Wham now has Keshiks on the way. Demo ship play also because he just injured the Hulk. That's going to be good enough. He needs to turn for a shot. He's going to man the sails instead. Villagers. Oh, the TC! Well played, B. Yeah, it was close enough. That's smart because that's not always guaranteed. Depending on how the riverside spawns, sometimes your TC will not be able to protect like that. Wham's not done, though. He's going to commit to another demo, which is quite surprising considering the repair came through. Keshiks, I'm going to start poking, though. Timing could not be worse. Yeah, it does back away before the demo ship could connect. Wait, you guys arguing about, like, the dock-on-dock type thing? I mean, it's just a development. Like, naval arrow slits, remember, it wasn't... I'm pretty sure it wasn't always in the game, right? I'm not imagining that. When the game first came out, it always used to be outpost on the flanks, right? You just outpost here and block the play. Double demo. Keshiks. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's atrocious B. He still loses the hope, but loses the demo as well. B has at least got this to hold things hostage. The Keshiks are going to start poking. This is ridiculous. Wham. He's also gone for the Magadai. Magadai that are now on the way. Double production. I love this. He's still not fishing yet. Because he knows that fishing has to be earned. Like, if you went fishing after your opponent went fishing, you're just playing from behind. So he's punishing B for the attempt. The demo ship is going to retreat. The other awkward thing is, like, you kind of have to get that double up advantage off of aggro when you play as Mongols. See, any other civ in this type of position, if they wanted to greed, they just wall this now. Mongols can't. Mongols don't understand what a wall is. They're like, I don't get it. Wally won't be released for like another several hundred years. We're too early. So with that in mind, your only choice really is attack. But it is going to be a strong attack. Double cav. Another dock now coming in. It's full fishing plate. And he's forced B to react pretty hard into Sipahi. Just to try and reclaim his own food. Keshik around the back. Does go for the imams. I love this. Oh, this is so crafty. Gets one of them. Goes for the second. The Sipahi, they're not attacking the Mangadai. The demo gets the connect. Yeah, that's wild. The Magadai, they got to exist for so long there against triple Sipahi. Insane. B does still get some return punishment, but losing the imams is a big deal. And no, Sipahi movement speed is slightly slower than Horseman, but quicker than Magadai. I think B just panicked a little. Like, those Sipahi attacking Keshiks didn't make any sense. Keshiks now just dragging, buying a bit of time. Archer ship's going to come out. Not great against Sipahi. They have got the 2 ranged armor. But no worse than what an archer ship is against Keshik. B now turning into a diverse comp. We've got Spearman plus Sipahi. Wham. Eco count, it's only 3 fishes so far. Yeah, no, free. Make it 4 now. This count is inflated, by the way. B is not, like, economically ahead because he went Sultani. And traders inside the network aren't worth much. Good denial on the dock, though. So B can now think about reinflating fish. Wham is just going to start building a steady source of navy now. Yeah, I mean, for good reason. He's got plenty of fishing boats coming through. Already up to 5. There's just no remax at all coming out from B either. He's just trying to go aggro instead of greed. This is the back and forth we talked about, right? Is that Wham, understanding his opponent when fishing first, doesn't then want to do it because you're just behind. Well, similar here. Now that Wham is ahead on fishing, the worst thing that B could do is say, I'm going to build fishing too. Because then you just stay behind your opponent. In fact, you get further behind. Because you're not really a civ that has a fishing advantage. Right? It's not like when, for example, Abbasids, Ibids do it, where the docks are really cheap. Or Japan does it, where the fishing boats are cheaper. Just a big difference in play between 2025 and 2024, actually. Players got a lot better understanding that dynamic and how to exploit it. Wham. Did try to sneak in with the Keshiks, but good eyeballs from B. Keeps him honest. Any military schools? Nope. Triple stables for Sipahi spam. Also, military schools are really hard to do for Ottomans on Starting Island. They just don't really have good room. So normally for Ottos, you pick them for the Dark Age aggro play and the beginning of Feudal. Military schools is like a nightmare. You need to be at a stage where you're on the mainland. Because there's just not really much room. Sipahi. The demo is waiting. Like, oh, yeah. Give me these goodies. Weirdly, Wham actually kept it back. Archer ship is going to get sniped, though. The demo is going to be late on the connector. Gets in, gets a clip. Archer ships have been taken out on both sides. The Keshik count outnumbered by these Sipahi. Sipahi that could easily have the melee arm if they choose. He's trying to snipe that med up. Yep, melee armor activated. This is a big deal. You almost have the same armor as Keshik. Spring ship. I love that. He sends in the Keshiks to scare away the Hulk chase. Now gets the repair. His own demo is going to be coming through. Wham needs to be careful with the Keshik pull. Sipahi are on the inroad. They can't be connected with by boats. Double demo. Only needs the one. The other one's going to be coming back the other way. And you can see that B now moves onto the water side with the advantage. The Keshiks. Dodge death. But the dot cannot. It goes down. B. Able to deny a lot of dock expansion here. Wham down to just 1 at the back. B is mirroring the same way. His Sipahi count still favors him for the time being, but maybe not for long. Another dock attempt. Wham. Not going to be able to, surely. Yeah, wait, the demo? The demo's just waiting? Okay, it doesn't kill the dock. He gets the final torches in, though. I don't think Wham was expecting him to recommit. This is such a wild game, by the way. Okay, I'm curious for casuals. 1, if this is understandable enough, or 2, if this is too much chaos. Because we talk about water being too discombobulated for people to understand. But I think this is the right dose of chaos. It's digestible. It's understandable. And it's bloody entertaining. This is why I put Canal in. This is why I feel like Canal gets a bad rap. I understand the hate for maps like Archipelago. Holy Island, I think people come to appreciate sometimes. But like Canal, the big problem is like when you see Canal in the early rounds, it's pretty horrible. Because if you're talking about a player who has a skill advantage, Canal is exploitative for that detail. And I think a lot of upcoming players also dodge Canal. But when you have 2 players of this caliber, B and Wham, you see how it delivers. 14 minutes in, and it has been utter entertainment. Who's ahead right now? That's the interesting thing. Wham is still technically ahead. Look at the fishing. He's up to 9. B has no fishing. But he has military lead. The issue is B has to do something with this. We did just get a new vizier point. It is going to be the Kinji. So he picks the horse archers. Into Keshik, a little bit weird. Still, your base damage is respectable at 7. So you will pen. I think if B doesn't aggro, then Wham is definitely favored here. Because after that other Vizier point unlock, like that's the third one, right? It takes a really long time now. 240 XP is a hell of a wait. Like, I'd be surprised if he's still feudal by the time he gets that. Even if he is, the things that he'd like to build aren't exactly great for this point in the game. Because normally at this stage, you'll start thinking about military campus for the extra military school and advanced academy for the better units. Both things that make a lot more sense for Castle. I think B's almost out of food as well. B is on the berries. Yeah, he's out of food. He's sneaking around the back. Keshik's a little bit outnumbered. The demo ships are here. He's trying to bait him towards it. B does notice, though. 3 demo ships. And, oh, the Kinji on the fishing boats. Quick killers. Doc's still not up, by the way. Somehow. The demos are holding hostage, but remember, the demos can now be sniped by the Kinji. That's so crafty by B. He's been full melee comp, so otherwise he wouldn't have an answer. But the base... Oh no! The Keshiks! Wham goes in! There's no one here to protect him! And what's happening over here? He's just watching! Wham. He's got the demos right here. Doesn't pull them just yet. Keeps diving. That's a 15 worker lead and extending. Archer ship defense. It's gonna be good. Protects the fishing. Poor Doc might be sacrificed. Wham, that's so greedy. Pulls away now. The demos are nearby. B can't easily get them. And he's just lost everything. The Keshiks are still going. Wham, with the magnificent backstab. Into the main. And what a ballsy call to make when you have so much fishing up here at risk. Sapahi, he actually almost fell for it. There are demos in there. Unbelievable. Wham, it did cost him everything, though. All Keshiks are dead. And if he loses this dock, he doesn't have food. No. He's exhausted it all already. Even the wood line is about to run out, so this game is not over. B has the military advantage. And he can swing it into a big lead. He burns it down. Dock gone. Does he know? He's about to. The berries. Did he get a glimpse? There was a villager there for a second. If B was looking, he would have seen it. He's chasing. He sees him. Okay, it's time for vengeance. B about to do the exact thing that Wham done. Spears starting to produce. Wait, did he see them? He did. He freaks out. Demo is connecting, though, and this is a problem. Wham, he never rebuilt the dock. It only just came in. He needs to run home now, but the Sabai are on the way. Can they get to Nile? Kinji are great at this. There's only one left. Tries to snipe them one by one. Doesn't quite get the one he was looking for. So Wham with a big food drop-off that was necessary. Now playing north side for food and gold. And B, he may be battered and bruised, but here's the thing, folks. For all the land eco he lost, he now gets access to the seas. This is what makes this still not over. Demos? Wait, Wham? What is he doing? There's no reaction. Oh my god, he loses the double demo. So Sapai can now dive in. There's no threat. Fishing boats go down. Wham is on shaky terrain right now. It's ridiculous, guys. You wouldn't think it because the eco lead, but he just doesn't have anything to do with that economy. He's about to be out of resources pretty quick here if he commit... Wait. Okay, oof. But this is not going to last long was the point we're getting towards. There's 1,500 food. Whereas B has... Well, feels like it's going to be 15,000. He has so many shoreline fish still to tap. This is why most of the time when you take water advantage, you try to take a dock on your opponent's side to fish. Because the logic is if they then come back onto the water, it's annoying, but you've taken away their reserves. That's not happened in this game. Archer ships from B just poking. And archer ships will be very useful against this spear spam. If he plays close to the river, it's going to be very difficult for Wham's spearmen to win the fight. B, even shoreline fishing with workers now. That's got naval arrow slits in, which is a deterrent. An uncomfortable game right now. Military leaders are lie, by the way. Remember, Ottoman's fishing counts as military, so it's actually 46 military and 45 eco. The gap is closing. Closing fast. Just look at the incomes. The only thing that Wham can really get is gold, and you can trade that, but it's not forever. Archer ship. It would slow down that extra outpost, but we do have double demo to deny the war junk as well as the towers. Does get... Oh, no! He gets the connection and then... Now the demo! The demo! Gets the hit! Wham! Loses 4. Lucky not to be more. Archer ship's now winning out. I cannot believe that. That was millimeters away from a 10+ wipe. Outpost denial. Sipahi still chasing on the north. There's a run-in with the Khan arrow. If Wham could just clear this cavalry wave, he can slow the game down, make it a bit less chaotic. But again, these archer ships keep showing up. Wham's idea makes sense. Creep up the tree line, resecure the food. But B, just making it feel impossible the way he's playing this. I love it. He's just setting up mills to keep the repair crew nearby. Demo is going to connect with the tower. Needs a second now. Counter assault is underway. Archers get caught out. Spearman ambush, though. B, holding that in reserve. Sipahi, try for the body block. That's not going to be ideal, though. Does look for the re-engage. Remember, Sipahi can attack from behind the spearman line. Keshiks cannot. The numbers are against B. Wham. And he's just struggling to find what's next because the food is about to run out. B. Now able to chase him away. Has enough archers that Wham can't really contest this anymore. So it'll be a line formation retreat. But the fishing for B. He hasn't leaned on additional boats yet. Right? It's more that the villagers can join in as they have been over here. I think we still don't have any military schools at all. I just love the fact that neither player is allowed to be that greedy. They always feel taxed and required to answer what their opponent is up to. Just shows you the caliber that both of these players play at. Demo. Repair was there. I don't like this from B. I like this queued up 2 demos now. He just needs to wait. Double demo will clear the tower. Anything less, you're just wasting resources. B. Trying to force a fight here. He's got melee armor activated. Terrible against the outpost, but phenomenal against Keshik Spear. Villagers? I don't know what the hell they were up to. Will be a pullback. Oh, they were pathing towards the shoreline fish. B coming in again. He is going to wait this time. So double demo. Ready to reveal. Wham has got plenty of wood, but it's the food rather, that's still suffering. He does not have a pasture transition. In fact, he just snuck to the south side. If B realizes this, pure anarchy could devolve. I mean, I say devolve because we've had chaos, but I think anarchy is in the wrong direction. The chaos makes sense, but the anarchy is these villagers running around not able to do anything. This would essentially kill the game if it gets discovered. You know, I think we're pulling Canal out next week because it didn't get prioritized too much and the games were really stompy. But now I kind of regret it. In some ways. Like, I stand by the logic of it. It just needs some time to calm because this is an incredible game, but we had to wait until Grand Finals to get one incredible Canal game. But what a game it's turned into. Demos. There it is. That's the Wham Bam thank you ma'am that he needed. And Wham. A demo just to win the Archer trade. That was expensive for B, but it does force them off the tree line. So Wham's economy getting further condensed. Economy that is now starting to fall behind a little. The amount of outposts just to stay out here. Quadruple? No. 5 arrow slits queued up all at once. This is ridiculous. But it shows you how important this food source is to him. Meanwhile, B has just gotten away with very little in the way of defensive structuring on land at all. And we do now have military schools coming in. Yeah, we talked about how difficult it is to sneak them on the starting island, but he found a way. He had to tap the gold. Yeah, that was a 4K gold, guys. It's been a while. Keshiks are going to try to steer. No spearmen, so no hesitation. Wham just look to commit into them. We'll club a few down. And the archers caught out of position here. Yeah, there's no trade available. He can't go for worker kills in response. The Sipahi, though, they actually do stand their ground with the melee armor against Keshiks. Allowing them to trade quite well. He even activates Fortitude. Love that. B, he notices which ones are not being attacked and uses the damage, the attack speed buff, rather, on those ones. Great little bit of micro expression there from B. Means that Wham is pretty much out of Keshik. Not just that, archers. Wham, we want to leave right now. Yeah, he realizes that would have gone ugly. A few of these guys still actually had Fortitude, the attack speed booster. Which I still don't know why it's called Fortitude. It's the opposite of Fortitude. You're making yourself more vulnerable. Like, not if I kill enough people to create a body wall. Oh, wow. Spearman actually scared B off. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting quite this many archers with spears. Like, if it's just archers, you can test. He has got the ranged armor activated. The remaining Keshiks are proving annoying here. You would not believe that this game had Wham diving with 20 plus worker kills several minutes ago with how close it is. Spearmen have been held in reserve. B needs to be paying attention to that. Does pull away. But the archers, I think this dive may have been a bit too far. New wave is arriving. How have they not both just ran completely out of food by now? Spears. Wait, is he out of spears? Oh, he only has 8. B baits them forward. Gets the trade out. This is momentum swing. This is what he's been waiting for. Meta does get sniped, but the spearmen are now gone. The Sipahi have got access. They activate. Fortitude is on. They charge in. And the chase is real. Wham, not able to get away from this. This is the lead he needed. B, Archer, Sipahi count, both looking healthy. He's starting to reach towards the economy, an economy that is also no longer protected by the outposts. The wood line is moving too far forward. And always remember, he's still got spears in here, so the Keshik can't fight straight away. The only downside is B's meta is so far back. Absolutely crazy, by the way. He did get to the 4th Vizier point. He queued in Advanced Academy for the increased production rate. Not for Janissaries and Knights. He can't get them. We're in Age 2 at 28.5 minutes. Villagers on the south. Get found. They'll have to run north. Army's reacting. It is the correct call in this situation, but it feels brutal on the outer time alone. Great move there. Wham. Where did he get this food? I think he just overtapped this. This is the last wave of food he has. And then it has to be pastures. Here we go. He's got 5 already. Which now throws the ball back in B's court. Like, what does B do for food at this rate? Because he can't eat the boar. This is the last deer you're going to be able to access. He has got shoreline still, so he's got some runway. But the difference is pastures are forever. 30-minute feudal game. It's always hilarious just how well Sipahi trade into Keshiks. Because they can run away when the fight's bad. And they can actually, like, technically, with enough micro guys, you can hit Keshiks without getting hit in return, often. Well, demo ship's been queued up. That's going to make Wham hesitate. Did find a few of the workers in the area. B does still have the military lead, though, and the Sipahi count is getting ridiculously high. Like, it's actually crazy that Wham, he doesn't want to build Spearmen, but it kind of feels like he needs them. I don't like 10 Keshik's chances against 24 Sipahi. I don't like his economy's chances against them. He jumps in. Fortitude activate again. This time for worker kills. We'll find a few. Doesn't hang around for the burn through. Doesn't want those outposts. It's just too much firepower. B just miles ahead. And here we go, Mehmed. For those thinking that this is close, it's not. Look at the eco. The fishing boats don't actually count. So you have to add 15 onto this. B has 79 eco units. And that's why he's able to trigger the tech up like this. Wham, though, love the response. It's going to be Kurotai. Decent chunk of archers. It does make sense. Wait, did he get scouted up there? Maybe. Wham is moving north. And B is responding in kind. Walls are going up, and this is nightmare fuel for Mongol players. Why do they get walls and I don't? Look, it's not our fault Mongols couldn't figure out walls, okay? All words are made up, so just make up a word that means wall and build them. But we done it, guys. 31 minutes in. Finally, feudal age has ended. I'm impatient. Compared to real life, 30 minutes for feudal age to end is quite quick. And wow, the moment they reach castle, there's zero chill. The Kurotai has been targeted for the Mehmed Imperial Armory, basically. I like that he pulled the archers away as well, just in case the Sipahi catch him. Doesn't want to risk it. Veterans, he's going to be coming through on both sides. Still, I'm growing more and more fearful this Sipahi mass has not really been answered. It's kind of ridiculous. B's food income is over double, which is why he's able to do this. Right? Like, food cost-wise, Sipahi and Keshik are exactly the same. 120. Walls from B? Actually not up in time. He's going to have to pull away. Yeah, maneuver speed arrow will get him in. Wham actually does want to go deeper. Makes sense. Like, you can actually always come out the other side, right? Right. Technically, yes. Wait, he comes back! Ambitious. I'll definitely say that much. Wham, it seemed like he wasn't quite sure if he wanted to, you know, get off the pot or crap. So almost gets caught and punished because of that indecision. Does steer in with the archers. Now, the army is split up, guys. Like, this actually would be the time to send the Sipahi in. Even this many, actually. Like, 16 Sipahi against only archers. But there's what you know and what we know. And we know everything, whereas B sees very little. What a great fight again. Sipahi just continue to outnumber Keshiks. We'll start to torch down the tower. Spring emplacements are coming through, though. Gets the worker kills. Gets away. This is ridiculous. Wham is not playing an RTS anymore. We're playing a tower defense game. He has 16 outposts across the map. Relic play now underway. Might tip Wham off to it. He may have forgotten. There you go. So he's got the prayer tent set up. And wait. Are you actually kidding me? Oh my god. He didn't know. He didn't know B. He's going to send all the Sipahi in. And there are no Springald emplacements. Villagers are being sacrificed for this, though. The Sipahi turn towards the archers. He'll turn for the burn now. It's worth it for 10 worker kills. The Kurotai is going to arrive, and this could make things dicey for B. Wham! Looks to just blitz in on top of the archers. Has to pull back to deal with it. Like Cav, though. Sipahi, find the workers. He gets the kills. He chases past as well. His own workers are now running for their lives to set up a wall. And the first mango is now coming through. Villagers, where did they go? Like, this is just so messy from both players. So many dead. But the gap just keeps shrinking. B, now just a few land eco units away from Wham's count. And militarily a mile ahead. Archers scare off from the Mangonel. Sipahi raids will at least get shut down, but the straight up fight is really what matters here. And B, he's still got so much like Cav. Metas do pull back in time. Forces a weird commitment from the Keshiks. Archers scared away by that Mango. Sipahi are just so close to getting access. He's also got some Janissary sneaking through, but good target fire by Wham to get rid of that threat. Keshiks just trying to sustain with the damage buff, with the heal, maybe able to do it. Slowly dying off, but not as quick as the Sipahi wave. Wham. It doesn't matter though, the archers! They're still winning the trade. Brute forcing him back now. Sipahi overwhelmed the few heavy cav units remaining. Spearman placement is going to be on the way. Wham just leveraging both aura types, both the Yam as well as the Kurotai buff to keep momentum. But the Mango, the Sipahi, they'll deny it. Wham is about to be pushed off of his landmark that has kept him in this fight. Someone said at the start of the game, no fast imp on this map. I mean, it actually might be Wham's only move left. He's got the gold vein on the south side. He's got the food, but instead, he reinvests. We're getting men at arms. What a crazy game. Canal. I mean, I just don't feel like you get 25-minute games. You either get 15-minute or you get 40+. Kurotai. Fully denied. No easy retrieval of that. So your biggest advantage in these fights is now gone. How do you counter Sipahi? Easy. You hack into your opponent's local domain and then you crash their PC. I mean, through raw determination and good, solid brain play. Saved it. Nah, guys, the answer's obvious. You build Sipahi. Janissary's now coming through. And he isn't paying for those, right? That's the military schools. No, okay, yeah, so he values the lack of food, which does make sense. So Sipahi are military school production. Janis are active because he has plenty of gold, not food. Janissaries do need to be protected here. Transport ship, wait, that's so annoying. That's actually so annoying because Wham can end up aggroing onto it by mistake. And it doesn't die fast. Like, the demo comes up river. That's a good detonation. He's being greedy about it, though. B doesn't just detonate straight away. He at least gets a Keshik kill, which makes it worth. Could have been a lot more, though. Archer ship's now added into the equation. There is no Kurotai, so no healing. Any archer damage taken is permanent, which means Mangos are good. And that is sick. B, this guy is meant to be a Zerg main. He's playing like an old-school Terran. Siege tank with an evac here. He just keeps Mango deploying. Okay. Fishing is at least going to get chased away. Demo will scare him off, but that is awesome. The brain on B with this move. Needs to be careful because he hasn't realized that the transpo is still in there. Wall at least keeps the charging away. Archers having to form the front line. Wallow's going to be there. Archers now looking for the snipe. Wait, he hit the wrong one! He hit the wrong one! He gets it just in time! Oh my god! Wham with us on the edge of our seats here. The Wallalow almost connecting. He was sniping the relictless monk. And now the worker's in trouble. The dive coming in. The transport ship, it's still not playing the game. The Mangonels haven't joined the fight at all. But the Sipahi have. B, chasing on through. Losing villagers for it. How the hell is this game not over? How has he gone from the military lead he had to this? I mean, part of it deceptive with a fishing boat count, sure, but those fishing boats, they're still alive for the most. Most Sipahi gone. Keshiks, the primary factor remaining for Wham. He's diving into the enemy eco area, though, so he'll have to slow things down. Mangonels need to be pulled, and again, this transport ship will not let Wham have his kills. He can't get a damn thing. And Keshiks now just have to retreat in shame. They had one goddamn job and they couldn't even do it. Well, lol, Wham will not be baited in that easily. This game has had everything, man. Is this the best game of Canal we've ever had? I mean, it's top 5 for sure. In a grand finals as well. And yeah, B, he's just reminding me of like with Stormgate. Shout out to Nathanius. He absolutely loves doing that strategy where you deploy your siege tank type unit and then you transport them and pull it elsewhere. This is basically what he's doing. Uh-oh, outpost defense B. Whoa, boy, that is not a good look. No castle and this many workers? Janissaries are at least going to scare some of Wham away. Oh, he actually lost sight. Okay, so Wham will retreat fully. And the Sipahi! He finds the target! Far away from the outposts. Even then, this many Sipahi. Fortuna's at least ran out. Wham's going to lose more. So all that effort on the goal gets eclipsed by B's maneuverings. The machinations of a madman. Mangoes this time. The transport ship can't get on land, so they will go down. Not that they were really needed anymore. It's Spearman, Keshik. The Mangoes kind of at moot detail now. Annoying to lose, but definitely not the end of the world for him. And still, he kills. Look at this. He catches them trying to repair. Fortu, not off cooldown. Close enough to being off cooldown. He's been diving that long. Villagers there will be in peril. The Janissaries need a front line, though. Unbelievable that he's managed to get that many worker kills. With that 20 on the counter dive. 15 to 20 for sure. And the Wololol's going to be there again. He says, get the hell off my land. I just love the way these two have treated their villagers. With pure abuse. Like, oh yeah, you can go do things. I don't care if I lose you. Like, wait, are you sure? I hear in Age of Empires 4, I'm the most critical unit. No, it's fine. Like, you're not the most critical unit. I got a transport ship. Oh, okay. Somehow, some way, they are still brawling. Gold's going to run out, by the way. There won't be much left on this map at this rate. So if you want Imperial, it's going to have to be soon. DeMu's going to scare away the full melee army. That's right, Wham, remember, has not been building archers for a while. He can't actually harass the lake side at all. The canal is safe. And yeah, he's got about 5.5k gold left on this map. B's even worse off, 1,400 gold. He could go trade. I believe he's already got all Vizier points, right? So no trade bags, which would have been sick. Both of these players could technically trade. And gold-wise, through other means, B has the edge there. Triple Relic, Sacred Sites 2. B, yeah, it's Janissary production from the military schools now. Because Wham hasn't built archers. It's interesting because, like, now would be the time when the supply count is quite low, but Wham doesn't know or he doesn't see. B, man, he's going wide. He wants all the gold. Wham might have to swing for a Cargonet. This army coming in, though, is difficult to deal with. I think if B just goes for double ram, he clears all this. It's a bit risky to dive with Janissary primarily because the Sipahi might not kill quick enough. And Wham, he's moving in again. But B, I mean, he has enough reinforcements coming. He could just pull them away and prep. He burns the pastures, so denies food. The Khan is scouting all, tanking all, but maybe not tanking long enough. And reinforcements are rallying to defend, but B was pretty cheapskate about this. Yeah, he could have been pulling troops sooner. Instead, he committed more to the dive. Janissaries just need to be protected at all times. Sipahi are being ignored for the most. Wham knows what's going to kill him here. And he feels what's going to kill him on the other side of the map. B marches in. It's a rush of Raxus to try and get a defense going. He needs Spearman. But Spearman against Janissaries is not going to do well for him. And the outposts have been denied. Gold access has been denied. Wham won't be able to afford more Keshiks now. And the raid, the attempted raid, has failed miserably. It's a fizzle on a wet fart. There's not much left of him at this stage. B now up to the optimal comp. 40 Janissary. Sipahi frontline. And Wham in shambles. An exhausting game number 2 that would drain the best of players dry. Not just on the map, but in the mind. I think he's got one last stand, because at this stage, you might as well. You've been going that long. He rallies pretty much the remainder of the army full south, and B now steering to the north. Might just be time for Imperial. So many farms as well. Props to B for making this transition on the south side of the river as well as the north. Essentially just kind of divesting his interests to the point that if one side gets raided, the other's safe. So he always has some form of income. And yes, there's 4 sacred sites on this map. 2 on each side of the canal. It's technically a very good map for Delhi. You just don't really see it because Delhi haven't been known for the formidability when it comes to water play in Dark Age. B. Full device ender. The Sipahi shall eat for a lifetime. Villagers. No, we get the outposts up. B has actually sent the Janissary to mirror the raid group. So Wham will hold. For now. These guys are not quick. I don't know why. Their guns look quite light. Let the weight of the weapon carry you. Forward. There's just not really a move that Wham can make or wants to make. He just doesn't have the goal for Imperial play. He's going to maybe sneak it here. Like, Kargana could be a difference maker. I think it's probably your best move now. It's just tricky to figure out, like, where do I do it? Do I do it back in the base? Probably. Is it going to be obvious when I'm not producing units for 3,600 resources worth? Definitely. Why B doesn't go for the kill? Because he doesn't see everything you do. He's got good map vision, but he doesn't exactly see where, like, Wham's raiding. And the other thing is, it's just much easier to do this. Imperial now on the way. Like, you just get stronger from going in. You know, passive reduction from Kargana, great. We've had that since Age 1. Janissaries and oh my god, Wham! What? He A-clicks into the gunners! Alright, there goes any hope. All hopes are now dashed. Comebacks, they don't exist. Not anymore. I think Wham just reached the frustration point. Either that or that was a select all army A-click, which is possible, remember. Like, he's defending north side. He could have selected all army, A-clicked, and that would have meant he'd ran headfirst into them. B. He's just done it. That's it. There we go. Wham will resist no longer. GG gets called, and we shall close the book on the best game of Canal you will ever see. That was incredible. So, 2-0. I'll go the best match this week, KPM. Yes. I mean, it was so back and forth. These boys are delivering, even if the scoreline suggests otherwise. It's a 2-0 up for B, but we are far from done yet. Game 3. We're going to Frisian. It's going to be Abbasids versus HRE. Now, I was waiting for this from B. He drafted Abbasid last series against Anatan, but didn't use it. This time it is going to be coming out. All right, looks like we've got a few minutes. I might run ads so you guys don't get them in-game. But you know what? To thank me for doing that, maybe subscribe to the channel, Winky Face. Because I can't always be there to save you from ads. Oh, incredible. What a great day this has been. Appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Hopefully the games have been entertaining. Reminder, by the way, you can catch all kinds of content on this channel. Not just today, but also on Friday, Mondays, and Tuesdays. We stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday every week. So be sure to tune in. Make sure you've got notifications turned on so you don't miss these when they happen. Because this is the best place to catch Age of Empires 4 tournament action. Like, we mapped it out. 40 weeks of KPMM in the next year means over 160 days of esports content for Age of Empires 4 on this channel. And what is up, Connor? I see you on the YouTube side. Thank you very much for the super chat, you legend. What an awesome dude. By the way, guys, I think we might look to do a little bit of chill out on Battlefield after the games are complete today. So reminder, if you guys want to get the drops for that game, you'll be able to catch them here. Will be worth checking in on, by the way. I'm really excited. I didn't realize they were doing this. They added New York with beta weekend number 2, which was the map I wanted them to add. I'm really excited to get Modern Warfare 2 vibes of America's being invaded, we must defend. Also, another reminder, sign-ups. Oh, also that reminder, Prime subs. Get your Prime subs in. Reminder, guys, there's still room on the sign-ups. I believe, and Tommy can confirm for me, I think we're still open for until the end of this series. We're filling up fast. Get on in there. Who knows? You might be able to face off against Recon or Anatan, or maybe you'll be encountering B, Wham. List goes on. So take advantage of that. Don't miss out. It's a fun time. Best way of spending your weekdays. Well, thank you, Paper Cup. Thank you for what you do for the community, mate. Thank you, everyone who supports. Remember, guys, share this around as well. I feel like there's just so many people who don't realize these are happening. And I mean, dude, I think I said it at the start of this. This is the best day of the week for AoE 4 content, in my opinion. Because KPMMs, our grand finals, I mean, it's kind of unfair to say this compared to other events because we've had so many by comparison. But, we have delivered more incredible grand finals than anyone else. Now, that's unfair to them because we've delivered 31 now, plus all the other stuff we do. But, yeah. I'm actually impressed how often KPMM finals are that good. All right, you're going to have to wait on the push-ups, mate. You've literally chosen to make me do push-ups when we're 20 seconds out from in-game. Oh, also, if you guys have been enjoying the level of production, final reminder, that PC, that laptop right there has been running it all. If you guys are in the market for a gaming PC, laptop, whatever it may be, !PCS, my code will get you a slight discount. And PC Specialist, I've been nothing but blown away by how good this laptop has been running everything. It's streaming to 3 different platforms, recording in 1440p, whole kit and caboodle, basically. All in one. And I can make it even better. I can actually connect the water cooler to make it more efficient. Pretty cool. All right, guys. Let's get ready to go, though. Did I do predictions? I did not. Let me set that up now, and then we'll hop into the cast. Whew. Here we go. Let's see. Have I got the score set up the right way? I have not. Let me flip that. What's that? When you're losing the series and everything's going wrong, there's one thing you can trust in. HRE. Because your opponent picked the Abbasids. wait, it's B on the Abbasids. One and all, welcome back to the channel. If there was anyone that you don't just mock for an Abbasid pick, this is one of the guys. B, one of the most creative players we have in Age of Empires 4. So off meta, so wild and so weird. And what a wild and weird time to pick this Civ. The Abbasid dynasty has not been popular for quite some time. B, this week has drafted it twice. He drafted it in his semifinals but did not pick it against Anatan. But he will be picking it in the finals against Wham, where he's already 2 games up. The question is this a throwaway Civ? Or is B up to something genius? Because we are going to be seeing him do the dock drop, and this is rough. Wham, he didn't react to it. No, so I'm a bit shocked by this. I think Wham has watched enough B games on Frisian to know what it's about. In fact, one of the craziest games we had on Frisian was between B and Anatan, where both of them, they played Ibid Abbasid, I believe it was, or it was Japan Abbasid. And both of them just ran pond to pond, building up all these docks. This is really efficient for Abbasids because they only spend 75 wood per pond. This is better than Japan, actually. Like, Japan saves 17 resources per fishing boat, and usually only build 3 per pond. So you save, that ends up being 51 wood compared to 75 wood. So yeah, Abbasids, secretly incredible with this type of play. But Wham, we saw him attempt this against DeMu earlier today. It paid off. It allowed the aggro necessary to win. We've got Minework Palace being crept in the back of the base. And B, the question now is whether he's going to scout it early and have a good reaction. Now, what's his opening going to be here? Trade Wing used to be really popular for Abbasids on this map, but the trade posts are really vulnerable now. They used to be in the corner. I wonder if B just goes standard military wing or if that's just too weak against HRE. I mean, with fishing, I think you can compete there. Something that also often gets slept on is the fact that with the House of Wisdom, you're essentially offsetting over a third of the Archon buff or the Prelate buff, right? Because the Golden Age. The Abbasids have the Golden Age that gives them 15% gathering compared to your 35%. So you're only 20% up. And the rough part for Wham is when you play Minework, it's not 20% up because you're not often buffing everyone in your economy. So really important to remember that about Abbasids. I feel like they get a really bad rap from that detail. And he did scout it, right? I believe he got a glimpse of it. Moment of truth. I mean, Millie just makes you very stoic. Very hard to move. But it's going to be greed. Eco wing it is. Okay. Is he going to stone gather? Because against Minework, that's like Minework's very aggressive, right? So if you try to stone gather, both stones are on the front side. It's going to be hard. He switches. Okay, this is much better. Yeah, the problem with Eco Wing is if you're going to go 2TC, you might as well just go Military Wing and do 2TC. Eco Wing pays off on town centers when you do free. The only other reason you do it is because you need fishing. Now, normally I could kind of see that logic on a map like Frisian, but it wouldn't have made sense for B, who has gone fishing, right? If he was only doing land, then having cheaper farms matters a lot. But in this situation, if you've got at least 3 ponds, I don't think you really need Millie Wing, Eco Wing rather in Feudal. You can wait for it in Castle. And Wham is going to be Rack's Archer opening. I think he's just looking to do the exact same thing he done to DeMu earlier today. Aggro in, try to get a ram up, start to dent the defenses. Just surprising, actually, the way that this was allowed to happen. But we'll see if the timing pays off. It is going to be Men at Arms. Makes sense, because if it's against Military Wing, there's already 2 archers, so if you put a Spearman, you're just taking unnecessary damage. And Men at Arms are more expensive than Spears, sure, but like they're generically going to feel a lot better. The only awkwardness of going Men at Arms is if a Abbasid Eco gets good, they can go Camel Archers. And Camel Archers are an easy way of just picking off feudal Men at Arms. So we'll be marching over now. B, already looking to get rid of that scout being annoying. Wheelbarrow also on the way. And we are going to get the stables beginning. Yep, so this makes a lot of sense against Archer MAA. You can just kind of kite the Men at Arms and poke at the archers. And even if the Men at Arms are there, the problem is horsemen don't care about them. Looks like Wham may be aware though. Did he scout? No, I don't think he quite dove in, but he might just be expecting Military Wing. Like, stables makes a lot of sense. It's one of Abbasid's most popular openings. Logic being is that if you add in a stables or military wing, you complete the triangle. You have a counter for every unit type. Because you already have 2 spears, 2 archers, and then you get 2 horsemen. Archers. I'm going to try and take a little bit of a poke at it. Spearman. Oh. Nice micro. Wham. Gets away with it. Oh, no. He didn't get the funnel tick. Okay, so vision gone. Well played by B there. That was 5 HP when he got the kill. And as we know with scouts, they always lie on their numbers. That's why I never trust their tax returns. B is so dead. What is this? If Johan can't make a Bass's work, no one else can? That's a hill to die on. He's cutting any reinforcements. We've got camel archers now coming. A little bit weird with the horseman there for B. Didn't even finish the kill. Okay, that was a lot of effort for nothing gained. Then again, Wham, not getting more spearmen over here. He just doesn't have the burn damage. He's going to rally back now, but it's triple horseman. He's only got 2 spears. Yeah, and he's given access, so Wham's just going to charge in. Or rather, B's going to charge in. Wham's going to try and de-escalate, but not going to be able to do it. In fact, the way he peels off there makes it even easier for B to get advantage on that fight. Gotta be careful to stealth for us. B does have the scout with him though and sees it. So it's gonna be a pull away. Camel archers, by the way, not just a good answer against men-at-arms, perfect answer against spears. They get double damage. Spears that are gonna have to turn around to defend. They will be able to take down the injured horseman. Problem is, 2 remaining can be quite frustrating. New wave has arrived. B just trying to finesse this. Is it worth slowing down here? I mean, you've still got triple pond fishing, so it's not like you're economically weaker. Especially when you consider that Wham is at 29 villages with just 2 prelates. Ugh. Yeah, that's not nice. He needs a 3rd prelate to be optimal. And there you go, it's on the way now. Why do camel archers do double damage against spears? Because your mum said, no, I'm kidding. It's just the way it is. It's always been that way. Has some really weird implications with certain unit types, which are light melee as well, like, for example, Musafadi. Wham. He's going for all pikes. Which is interesting, because, like, B is actually obligating. He's going more horsemen. It's always interesting how Abbasids go military wing, where you can get more health on infantry, and then proceed to play horsemen more than most civs. You guys ever notice that? It's like, well, this would be optimal for us. No, go to hell. Okay. Does B just look to be greedy now? Oh, he is. Wait. No, okay. I thought that was double marketplace, which is kind of crazy. It's just going to be blacksmiths. Which he needs because the impressive part, like the thing, before everyone was like, I don't know, why is KP on like B's side on these fights? They've been pretty even. The impressive part you have to give to B is that he was behind on blacksmith timings because it's mine work. Like you can never really beat mine work on timings. It's one of the best options for getting ahead on that. So the fact that like B was able to trade the way he did, like look at the destroyed value. It's ridiculous. When you're up against mine work timings, like you shouldn't be getting trades like this. Horseman. Not able to find kills. Difficult to do here. Usually horsemen rely on trickle damage raids where you get them low and then come in again. That doesn't work very well against mine work because you have additional prelates. So like you can see the damage already got offset. And instead B just took losses for nothing. So B kind of smuggling in an archer wave here. Wham is going horseman. Yeah, not men-at-arms. I think the problem for him is he saw the camel archer and is maybe a little bit worried that B is building additional cam archers. Because cam archers actually deal with men-at-arms really well. Wham. Looking to deal with these base defenses. Villagers start to actually get their shivs out. Horsemen are circling. Need to be careful of those workers, though. Wait, B. He didn't realize. I think he accidentally selected them. Archers do get bogged down on a single horseman, though. A little bit awkward here, because B resisted all logic to go spearman at any stage. No, he wasn't expecting this horseman wave, it seems. Camel Archer debuff will help the defense a little bit. Like, with a Camel Archer, his horseman can beat the HRE ones. B. Good job actually minimizing any loss there. Like, he didn't lose a single villager, and army-wise, he actually held himself quite well. Spearmen are getting sniped down. And in a horseman-on-horseman affair, remember that Camel on knees is huge. It's offsetting all pikes entirely. Yeah, so Wham, he's meant to have a huge edge. He's just not getting it right now. B turns it into an absolute wipe. Oh my god. The things one camel can do. A spit in the face from a camel is all it takes. You're just seeing it on the negative damage experience, right? Like, instead of being 3 damage ahead per horseman, he's only 1. And at this count, that is going to be done. Horsemen just break past, go chasing after archers. Wham, now in freefall. And B has just played this so elegantly. This was just undermesh. He's now got Steeled Arrow on the way. How has he been winning these fights without Blacksmith advantage time and time again? Hey, this is the type of game that you take out back and you write notes on. And then you come back forward and then you basically beat Marine Lord on Frisian. Because B, like, this has been a crazy execution of Abbasid against my work. I'm impressed, solidly. Horseman's not the answer? Agreed. Like, when you're against Camel Archer, increasing your base damage just enables the Camel Archer more. So you need to kill it straight away or you're dead. Outpost is going to get some licks in, but it's not going to be enough. Horsemen have wiped. Wham is, what, 1 food source and then dead? Yeah, because he doesn't have farms. It's not Arkin. Outpost is not going to hold firm. Wham tries to repair, but the archers can snipe while the horsemen can burn. And this is looking like we're heading for a 4-0. GG gets called. B is already on match point. Damn, that's impressive. Did B beat ML? No. The whole, this is a type of, like, build you take and use it to beat Marine Lord is a statement on, like, how good and clean that build was. That was a really, really cool build out of him. Like, that was impressive, man. That was a really, really cool execution of Abbasids. So just double checking some in the background. Someone told that you're a Goldie? I'm unranked, mate. So you've been fed false information. You're a smart lad, though, here. You came here to confirm. You didn't just believe the first person you heard. That's a smart way to do it. Sorry, I just had to double check some in the background about some things being delivered. I think we should... Did it say for tomorrow? Shouldn't be too long until we receive some new goodies from Elgato. Whoop, whoop. Yes, tomorrow. Hell yes. Don't know if I'll be able to get it set up in time. But up next, we have got Japan versus France. Wait, on front range? Do I have a code for PC Specialist? I do indeed. If you go across on Twitch, it should be there. You can also click my link. It will take you through. And then once you're there, you want to use code PIGEON. P-I-G-E-O-N. And I believe that gets you 30 quid off. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually, like, it's pretty reasonable. The thing that a lot of people don't realize with like these PC building vendors, their margins are actually really low. So any discount is actually impressive because, like, they have to go buy the components from all these people and then construct. So yeah, it's a low margin business. But yeah, the PCS guys have been incredible. Go support them. Recommend them wholeheartedly. So 3-0 up. Next up, we've got Japan versus the French. I'm not sure what the French idea is here. You don't have much food. You thought it was pronounced pigeon? Pigeon? Is pigeon? Why do I not have 20% French viewership with the name Pigeon? Oui, oui, je dis très bien, c'est Pigeon. Alright, let's get ready to go. A new map has arrived, and this might be the craziest pick I have seen yet on it. Wham faces elimination here in Grand Finals. He's 3 games down in a best of 7, and he turns to the French to try and get him back on track. Welcome back, one and all, to the Midweek muster. Front Range is the name of the map. This is a new creation designed for an upcoming American LAN, where all the gold gets pushed north side with Stealth Forest, and you have very little food safely in your base. That's right. Sheep count on this map between both players. There's a total about 16 to 18 sheep. So doesn't give you much to work with. Usually on average, you'll get 9 sheep. That's pretty rough for French. I do like this start from Wham, though. He moves out on with the mill to the deer straight away. That's only 25 wood. I wondered what he was up to, and this might be it. I think the other fault for Wham is the lack of sheep shouldn't hurt him because French is a tempo-based civ, which means they can come out for all these pocketed resources of food, of which there are plenty on this map. And don't worry, you haven't got to go miles for any gold. You start with 2 1.6k veins in your base, but that's less than a standard dry Arabia spawn. And also, in fairness, as you can see by the range, they do start outside range of the TC. Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, this is very much an aggro-based map. And B is looking to aggro straight away. We've already got Dark Age Spearmen on the way towards the gold. Wham, aware of the threat, is already actively gathering with 5, with Wheelbarrow on the way. Smart read. So Wham will have enough to get into Feudal. And I imagine he's probably thinking about going Archer beginning. That's true. We do need the Gamba. Let me get the Gamba up. This is what happens when Fatlop goes on holiday. We need to get more mods. Shout out to good old Fatlop. He's usually here doing it. But he took a break from his unpaid job of modding my channel, which is just disgraceful. Chivs out. Interesting that Wham tried for that. And we'll just switch over to the deer. I like that. He's minimizing the runaway, because the more you walk, the more you're not working, right? Outpost coming up, though. Pretty cool placement by B. Unfortunately, with the way that Wham's gathering, I think the deer's going to be gone before then. And yeah, he does cancel. I like that. The problem with that type of outpost, the food will be gone, and there's a secondary goal to the north. So if you want to make that type of play, like, it needs to be... I mean, this isn't good, right? Like, you could place an outpost right here, which would be pretty sick. But you're on the wrong side of the base then. Your opponent's already invested down here. So we are going to get the outpost up to try and deny one of the tree lines. It is, I think, you could technically call the safest tree line. Nah, they're pretty even. Skull Cavalry in the way. Why isn't he trading? Actually, like, in fairness, this isn't, in theory anyway, a bad map for trade. I think it's just like a bad matchup. If you try to do Chamber of Commerce, Yumi are really good at killing traders. Like, you just can't run away from them gradually. They'll always catch you. I like how chat is already trying to bait us into like, yeah, we love Chamber of Commerce here. French has never been played on this map. And yes, reminder, if you use PC Specialist, the PCs do come built. You have options on there as well. You can get an all-in-one PC. You can get a standard gaming PC. You can get one designed for gaming or production. You can also get laptops. The laptops are also built based on your configuration. Love working with those guys. Been working with them now for about a month and a half, and they're awesome. And shout out to all you support. I remember like when we started this integration a while ago, showing off this incredible product. Someone bought, I think they bought a PC in like the first 72 hours or something. Good on you. Okay, so Wham has just crammed his sock between these two tree lines. Pretty much just like, hey, I'm doing this. And it is giving me archers behind. Archers plus horsemen. I actually like this. This has been growing in popularity. Like, French players, it's almost like they remember there's another button when they use School of Cavalry. I know, it's crazy, right? But hear me out. you don't just have a W and an E button. The Q button does exist as well. B, he's just going to walk home that villager. He got the outpost up. There's nothing else to do here. The other nice thing about opening spears like this as Japan is when you're against French, you know they want to build knights anyway. So you don't feel bad about this, right? There's some matchups where you know your opponent's always going to want to go archers. That's optimal. So, like, getting spearmen beginning sucks because you just set yourself up to be countered. But with this matchup, like, it's quite nice. Wham is going to arrive the horseman. Trying to punish B for being a little bit greedy here. He didn't actually set up an outpost and shifted 6 onto gold. Spearman's going to be there now, though, so he should be safe to do this. Is Wham just going to full aggro? He is... Oh, wait. Are we getting a middle finger return outpost? Oh, we are, but not where I thought. No, he's going to do this for the boar. Okay, that's cool. It's not just a boar, by the way. You can't quite see him, but if you look at this tree line from the right perspective, look at that. We found his wife. Yeah, the 2 boars are here. So there's a lot of food actually being secured on this channel. On this area, right? You've got the 5 deer, you've got the 8 stack of berries, double boar. That's pretty nuts. That's like, what, 8k food? Just sitting there for the taking. Why is Crackety on strike? Recon started playing AoE4 again, and he's worried for his pub games. Wolf's coming up. Really smart from B. Yeah, actually, he got a really good spawn for this. The berries and the deer on the backside. Not to mention you eventually want to play for the gold. So already it's just kind of protecting you against the knights down the line. Oh, however... Oh, that is dirty. Are you kidding me? He somehow pinned him with the 1 scout. So does get a kill. Almost gets more. The archers were so close to catching that. And Wham, he may have lost the scout, but that was actually the best unit to lose, right? It only cost you 65 resources, and you got rid of a villager for it. And you have School of Cavalry already, so you can replace. Like, that was incredibly worth for Wham. And we've got racks. Okay, this is cool. I love that he's just turning this into a fort base now. It's really smart. So underrated to do this as well. Because remember, you know, when you put your racks back here, it's going to take double the time for them to reach the enemy base. The reason this is important is when you make a transition, the moment you make a transition, the clock starts until that transition gets revealed. When you change unit type, you're on the clock before someone realizes it. When you build straight up in their face like this, it's so much easier to quickly get value for that play. Now, the risk is they might see it sooner. But the trade-off is, like, if they're already defensive like B's having to be, he's very unlikely to see it soon enough that he'd be able to get a counter straight away. Yeah, it's like the difference of having 3 spears in the enemy base when you normally have 1. And, oh, speaking of 3 spears, the shivs weren't quick enough. B gets the worker kill. He's not done. No, he's going to be a pain in the ass here. There's a hardened spears as well. The shivs come out. Wham. Well, yeah, let's think twice about that. He's getting baited hard. Like, Wham. I think the recurring theme with this series has been small micro outskills by B. We saw it in game 1. We saw it in game 2. Game 3 was a little bit diff. And we're seeing it in game 4. Yeah, it's always early. If you guys remember, we had, especially the Jean Byzantine game and now this one, like those type of moments really become the difference makers when you get worker kills this early. You know, it's like the whole, if you kill them when they're young, all the possibilities of how they infect things in the world later on are gone. That same thing. Good raid by Wham. He actually catches B going out for the back gold. We talked about him walling in to be secure, and now he's being punished for it. And on top of that, this TC, the tree line's too far away. I mean, the villagers should... Oh my god, they don't even all get in. One goes down. Now, the reason it was important he garrisoned here is that Wham would have ran past and then ran him down. Yeah, B just not really set up for a direct fight yet. All of a sudden, a 5-worker lead for Wham. Why the bracket's not live? Probably because my admin didn't get a chance to update for the semifinals that happened today. You know, because I don't pay him $20 an hour to watch them at all times. But that's why you always got to make sure you're tuning in. Yeah, in an ideal world, there'd be a system where, like, what I have on Photoshop could be pushed to the Wikipedia page, but I don't think that system exists. Also just helps protect people from spoilers. Breakthrough here. Wham in a pretty solid position right now. He knows about the gold, and he's marching straight for it, but he's going to need to tuck and run. It's obvious as well, like he's not been gathering gold elsewhere. The weird part is, like, what does B want this much gold for? Maybe the Uma Bannerman? He doesn't, like, I mean, just go stone then. But the problem is, like, stone-wise, yeah, there is one up here. And, oh, what? No, it's so many units. Wham, just immediately caps. Abandoned outpost reveals. B. There's just no way to run with these. They're dead. He can split them off and maybe someone makes it home, but seems like a no bueno moment to me. Wham on point with the micro, sends them every single way to Sunday. Maybe sundown on the Japanese Empire. B is far behind. He needs a counteroffensive. Horsemen, they dive into spears. These ones, however, have a much better party. He will find the workers. He was able to beat the knight. Diving the TC is a bit ambitious, but it will net him another kill. And props to him, that resets things. Remember, French are going to be ahead because they produce workers quicker. So 7 worker kills on both sides now. Oh wait, is everything being updated? Here you go, shout out to Tommy. He was on point, he did have it all updated. Way down, my boy. I defend him in case he's busy. But shout out to him, he's doing a great job. Oh, I think they mean on Wikipedia, that's why. Yeah, Start GG's updated, but Wikipedia may be a day behind. Wham. This is a pretty scary comp. Archer Spearman like this. I mean, B, he's just been trying to play Horseman to play Raider to punish all the pocket economies. But, like, the way that Wham has been posturing has been very hard. Up until now. B, he sees them. He's come from both sides. A small body block here could go a long way. But no, he leaves the gap! He leaves the gap! They get through. He's not done yet, though. The Spearman, they went the wrong way! They went the wrong way! 2 of them is going to scare him off. B does get a worker lead in terms of kill count, though. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that many slipped through like that. Still, we've got Wham on a trajectory towards an all-in, and B still trying to play Raider comp. He's had enough of this crap, though. It's a switch. Yumi on the way. And I believe Code Pigeon on PC Specialist should remain up for quite some time. We're contracted with them until, like, we started about a month and a half ago for 2 months, but we'll keep it up. And I imagine they'll leave the code enabled for quite a while anyway. I mean, no, by now. B. I mean, this is great, right? At this stage, Spearmen, you catch them as reinforcements, you just kill them. I'm impressed B got this many horsemen, by the way, considering how lacking food is on this map. That's why I thought he'd be going Yumi sooner. It's tough that he's now trying it because we do have knights coming, but if he keeps finding them like this, he could actually kill them. Yeah, it takes a while. But technically you can kill them. However, oh dear, it's a dive in. Wham, is this going to be it? He's getting body blocked on the charge in. However, the knights are tanking all and killing all. B now sneaking back out to gold. Is he selling gold for food? He is. He's been buying food. That's the only way I can make sense of 229 food income for horsemen and villagers. I mean, 220 food income, most of that is just going straight into villagers anyway. That's how bad off he is right now. Like, this game looks pretty over. I don't know how B's meant to fix this now. He's done a good job of holding on this long, but it feels like we were approaching the inevitable. How come I'm not rocking Dawn of War Run right now? Because it's not 2004, silly. Oh, good trade. Whoa. No, I mean, it's a good trade for B, but Wham actually took down quite a few horsemen there. And the point of interest on this map is just all abandoned outposts so you can see through. I think if Wham just like sets up 1 or 2 rams, he has a clear entry point. Like, this is actually a bit scary now. He lost most of his cavalry. He lost all of his like archer play. It's just spearmen, which Yumi can easily counter. Like, this is the dream for Japan. This is also the nightmare for Japan, an economy that is not working. Live on a small island in the middle of the ocean, and your people ain't working. That ain't good. It's also just so awkward to chase down Yumi with just spears. Even if you outnumber them, you can't reach them. Horseman. I'm just going to steer him back towards. I like that, because the Yumi can start just sniping. And he needs that because he is gathering in the north side. We've also got stone gathering, so be aware that he really needs to find that bannerman timing soon. Yumi, bit of a weird pathing. What is this game? This is the wildness and chaos of KPMM. I mean, Kilyadi hit it on the head. It's not often you see 95% spears as French. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. I love that from B. It's so smart because Wham's gone full melee. So now your gold is actually quite safe. You always have a safe point for them. Cheaper than a tower. Quicker as well. Second wave's now trying to contest, but I like this outpost. Yumi need to be sniping down the spears, ideally. Looks like he's actually target firing the cavalry instead, which is weird because this palisade gate's being burnt primarily by spearmen. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't like those Yumi's chances against one knight, one horseman. How is this game not over yet? Like, seriously. He's been dove so many times. And yet, still, he keeps on refusing to wave that flag. Gold. Wait, what? He didn't hide. I mean, in fairness, at this stage, there's no reinforcements coming, right? You can try to Helm's Deep this, but there won't be a Gandalf at the end of the movie. So the villagers are going to get ran down and killed. And I think that's it. B, a valiant effort to try and figure things out. It just hasn't worked out. And yeah, it looks like B, that one villager that survived, ran all the way to the corner, but whoop-de-doo. You're down by 20 workers. It's not going to get any smaller. French, they produce villages quicker, so it's just going to build. And just look at the state of things. Wham is now eating up B's side of the food. And that's what's allowing this many knights. I mean, this is the thing that B hasn't prepped for, right? He's pretty much one step behind pretty constantly on the counterplay. You know, still building horsemen when the spear switch comes in, and then still building Yumi when the knight switch comes in. A knight switch that will now allow a full dive. B. I don't know where you send these workers. To hell, probably. Wham. He does see them. Could easily peel off, and yep, there we go. Steers towards it. Oh my god, B, he's like, dude, I'm so close. I need the 4-0. But don't rob me of this. But I'm afraid it's not going to be that simple, B. The Wham that we've been waiting for has now turned up. And he does so as expected with a succulent French peck. Front range, a map that just can't get past the mid game. I am curious to see what this map will look like if it ever reaches Imperial Plus. With the amount of natural barriers, I imagine it's going to be a hellhole of flank raids. But we'll have to wait another day for that to arrive. Because this one is done. I'm getting flashbacks to that game where B had Mongols against, I think it was Wham's Knights Templar or something, and then just kites through the base without taking a single loss. Actually, I think it's French. Cool, but this is different, B. Like, even if you survive this, you're so far behind on economy. The fact that your economy is not working as well, it doesn't matter. He can ooga booga a single knight in at a time. B's doing is called disrespecting? No, what B's doing is hoping that food runs out. You also got to keep in mind, like, B probably scout this map like, oh, there's not a lot of food. But he hasn't played it a million times. It's a new map. It's a new day. And one that shines bright for NA. I mean, well, bright might be a stretch. He has a point. All right, so Wham on the board. The man, the myth, the legend has done it. He's scored. You never see that. I like that from Gilyardi. And what's up, Deus? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. Oh my god. My throat is still gone. That map is called Front Range. It's the one going to be used that's going to be used for the King of the Rockies. So up next, we've actually got Roos versus Delhi, which is a matchup that saw some interesting discussion on the recent LAN. So we're 3 minutes out. We can run ads now. Oh no, ads already auto ran. Just give me a sec. Just need to stretch my legs and cough my guts out, and then we'll be ready to go. Be right back. 1 sec. I'm dying, chat. Freaking push-ups. Dude, why you gotta do it to me in this weather? It's horrible. Lou says it's a very good matchup for Delhi. Yeah, but I've seen other people say it's really good for Roos. I'm not fully convinced which way is best. I think both have timings. Oh, alright. 3 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to get back to climbing, actually. I was looking to try and find a day to do that this week. Because I used to go with someone, but the days he can do, I cannot do. So I need to figure that out. I think that would make for good vlog content too. Push-ups disrupt the flow. I mean, it's not too bad. There are times where we can do it. I wish there was a system to auto-inflate the price of redemptions based on the amount of points that exist. You know what I mean? It's really annoying to manually update every time. Are we going to see a comeback? Maybe. Let me get predictions paid out. So, Wham, comeback. We'll get rid of Game 5. I mean, I already done your push-up redemptions. We've done none. We're good to go. But yeah, like the PC Specialist code, I believe it should last for a while. And Ace and Nitro, I never tried those. So I don't have an opinion on them. Like, mine's a PC Specialist built laptop, and I swear by it. Thing's incredible. It's even got, like, I went super fancy. It's got mini LED 300 hertz monitor on it. The color pop is crazy. Need a push-up cam? Maybe. We'll see about it. I got new cameras coming soon. All right. Let's get ready to go. All right, next up, we've got a matchup that has got pros torn on who is favored. B or Wham? Now, okay, Delhi and Roos. This is an interesting divide right now. We saw recently, actually, on LAN, Louis MT, the best player in China, was talking about how he felt that this matchup was Delhi favored. But then we've seen a lot of results kind of contradicting that. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for B versus Wham. Grand Finals, week number 1 of Midweek Master Season 2, our $20,000 esports circuit. So who is favored? Roos or Delhi? Recon. Recon's favored. Did B watch Recon's game against Wham? That was Roos Byzantines. We've got a Dark Age Spear Rush from Roos. What? Alright, talk about taking the box, crumpling it up, and then thumping your opponent over the head with it. That is wild. And you know what? I mean, maybe. No, he's got the... Okay, he's got the mosque. I don't know about this with the mosque being there. Like, I'm not convinced. So, for a second, I was worried because I've seen... I believe it was Wham. I think the Canadians done this on the LAN, actually. They had a build with Delhi where you don't build a mosque. And that build would be vulnerable to Dark Age Rush. The problem with this play from B is that with the mosque build, Wham has got one scholar that can just heal. That's so wild. And is B gonna, like, follow this up with an outpost rush? No. Because that's the big question, right? Like, wooden fortresses are really expensive. And arguably not worth doing on the gold of Delhi, maybe? Alright, I'm curious where the predictions went on this. Did people gamble before they saw this? Sucker. 76% for B. And how that... He almost got a worker. That was cheeky from B. We've emphasized it's the micro that's been making the difference in most of these games for B. He tries to do it again. That would have been hell of impressive to get a Delhi worker kill. Because you can see how difficult it is with the Scholar. And Wham, he's just going to be rushing the gold now. Nice targeting. B actually dives in onto the Scholar, try and push him back a little bit. It's only a 90 HP unit. Shivs are going to come out. This is so weird. Does Wham have to go Tower of Victory because of this? Because he won't be able to gather. I think this is... B's trying to force Tower of Victory. That's why he's doing this. Village... Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm not a monkey, I swear. The Scholar doesn't move away. The Scholar, Wham! Okay, he... No, wait. He has got what he needs. This is Tower of Victory, right? I mean, you could just tech up, build an archery range, and get this back. No way is this you. There we go. He goes Dome of Faith. So, I think B's intent was to force Tower of Victory. That didn't work. However, he's now going to make the Dome of Faith irrelevant until the archery range is built. So that is going to potentially slow Wham's timings a little here, which is a pretty big hit for Delhi, a Civ that is reliant on efficiently hitting these Sacred Site timings, right? B is getting the second hunting cabin up now. It's going to be a rush on the food. He's got some catching up to do. For a second there, I genuinely thought he was pulling villagers for a wooden fortress. I was about to panic. It's just that he ran out of food. Sheep count, 11 to 10. So, he done okay here. And it might be that he's still thinking pro scout, so... The question then is, like, these delays you forced Wham, are they worth it for your pro scout timing? Like, has it enabled it or made it worse? I guess the interesting thing here is, like, forcing Delhi to open archers is pretty rough. They prefer to be opening stables. So if they open archers, you can open archers too, or you can go for knights. Getting a timing around knight opening is pretty sick, if that's the idea from B. And with Golden Gate, you can definitely afford those first knights by trading for the gold. Villagers just getting out again. Worth doing just to slow down the better gathering rate for your opponent. Well, this has been a wild early game. I don't know if I've like ever seen Roos try and do this to Delhi on this map. But, you know, we did notice that this is becoming a recurring theme. The Dark Age meta is kind of hit or miss on some maps, but I think Gorge is one of those maps where it's remained pretty dominant at times. Just because of the exposed resources. There's a lot of forward stuff that you can attack. Right, like if you look at this spawn, you've got gold, you've got berry, you've got gold, stone, berries off the side. But the reason everything's rather forward is behind is always a wood line. So, you know, if you think about it this way, like you've already eliminated like 25% of the spawn options. Sometimes you will get a spawn like here between the tree lines, but quite often it's all exposed. This is getting annoying for Wham. He does have the wheelbarrow to chase. But B is just milking what little is left of those Spearman's health ball. Yeah, and he's doing a really good job of it. First archers are on the way. And the wood has been gathered up. We've got wooden fortress already. This is double archery range, right? No, it is going to be stables. Okay, so he's going to use the extra wood to buy a gold ticket then? Or is he going horseman? Horsemen's are like a little bit weird because if your opponent now goes Ghazi, he just beats you in the direct fight. And we do have racks coming in, so Wham is aware of the flimsiness of his current comp. One it is. Alright, when was the last time you ever saw Roos open a game like this? I mean, we do see Spearmen sometimes, right? But we don't see it in the Dark Age. And I feel like usually you see Spearmen into Archers rather than like Spearmen into Knight Archer at the same time. And by the way, it's going to be double Stables Knights. He's moving into the mining camp. Okay, yeah. When was the last time you saw this? We're pre-10 minutes and Roos are gathering gold. Guys, this just doesn't happen anymore. The Golden Gate plus the new bounty system means they never do this. What a rarity. What a joyous experience we're getting here. Roos actually playing the game. And what makes it even wilder from B is he's actually playing the game against a Civ that's really good at playing the game. Right? Delhi is a Civ that loves and thrives off of feudal skirmishing. And that's what B is looking to give him here. Yeah, Roos, of course, guys, Roos has always had mining camps. They're called hunting cabins on this Civ. I don't know what this thing is. This must be like... Is it a new type of wall? Or house, maybe? Quite a lot of workers under gold, actually. Isn't this kind of the build, a little bit different, but a similar build to what CSO tried against Vortex in Denmark? Difference there is there was no Dark Age aggro. But if you guys remember, CSO tried this Mass Knight strat against Delhi. It didn't end well for him. And B, wait, is he actually? Maybe? Is he? No. There's no way he's trying to deer shove. You theoretically with enough time can deer shove, but it's really bad. They nerfed it, so it takes 2 to 3 times the amount of time for Deer's aggro to reset. Knights. Oh, what a surprise to reveal. Wham. Has to run the Scholar away. The Spearmen are on the way across, but that Scholar's dead, right? Yeah, the Archer shot guarantees it, so the Knight can get the final clunk and then run away. Pretty efficient trade there. Ghazi are going to spring into it now, though. We've got more Archers coming. He's got the Spearman nearby. Low HP, but if you get a brace out against Ghazi, it could be worth it. Extra Knight is going to arrive, and good turn there, B. Gets the double stab, makes it worth losing the Spearman. Now can chase down those Archers. Meanwhile, Knight on the backside was dragging a lot of attention. One Sacred Site has been locked in, but that's about to be fixed as well, so another Scholar loss coming the way of Wham. One thing that is annoying for B is with this type of composition, decapping Sacred Sites is expensive because you're going to have to commit a Knight there to decap. Or you put the Scout and then you ride blind. Seems like B wants to do the latter. You see how that can be actually scary. Wham, a bit hesitant to commit yet. Doesn't have the Ghazi count you'd usually expect to have around 10. Like 10 minutes in. And the Knight, I mean, but this is just frustrating. Wham, he's still only got one Sacred Site. Also a bit awkward because Wham's moving with the Scout. He's actually not quicker than the Knight. Oh, great pause. Wham, he keeps the gold. Remember, as long as it's partially capped still, and you already captured it full, you will generate the gold from these Sacred Sites. Critical, really, to building a league, because that's going to allow him to start trading across whatever he needs. In the meantime, it's going to be more Scholars, probably, because he's got additional text to get. Knight's in again. Has Wham overextended now? A little bit. He's pretty far up. His villagers unguarded. The Knight is being a bit weird about this. We'll go for the 1 kill. Textiles is there for Wham, but he's already feeling the pain as the raids are connecting. But the counter raid comes in, and B, he doesn't have wheelbarrow. The villagers get caught. Archers to snipe them down efficiently. There's no stopping that either. So Wham, he was taking quite the load of blows, but he answers back in style here with that backstab. Archer's not able to contest either. I mean, he's missing the Knights. They went raiding. Beach choosing a very different approach to this game. And all the lead that he built is now gone. 31 apiece. And Delhi have got a Sacred Site. Knights will win the clash over the gold. Wham does have to show respect. The Knight count is quite high. But good value found. A little bit of an ambitious position there, B. We'll lose another one of the heavy cap. What is these? Like, I mean, I'm left speechless almost by these two. Like, I've been impressed, man. Like, even if this ends up being finished in Game 5, the approach that both of these players have had, this is the type of thing I kind of wish Age of Empires 4 always was. And maybe if it was, it would be less impressive. But, you know, where's the macro game? Where's the eco boom game? Do you guys see it anywhere? These two have been relentless out the gates. It's never enough to get a slight lead and then chill. They're both firing all cylinders back and forth. Like, if AoE 4 was consistently like this across the board, the cinema of it, the pacing of it, I mean, no doubt about it, you'd be able to draw in all RTS crowds. Like, this to me is peak AoE 4. Booming is funner? Yeah, if you need to go for like a crap really badly and need 20 minutes, but you don't have Twitch on your phone, then sure. Booming is funner because you finish your dump, come downstairs, and then actually see the fun. I love this idea that things have to be earned. I think that's so important to like RTS success. You shouldn't just be able to do something because you can do it. Right? Like, you shouldn't just be you able to get a big advantage by doing a play that is not interactive. Like, this is interactivity full. Ghazi now with the dive in. TC's going to get garrisons. A lot of arrow fire coming through. But Steel Arrow isn't there yet for B. So, Wham will get out just before it arrives. It was an expensive dive for him. And really, he didn't get much out of that. But this follow-up could be a lot better. B, he needs a quick wall. He's not going to get it. And he realizes at the last second. Turns around with the shifts instead. But no textiles makes that difficult. Yeah, he's just going to run inside the Knights. Good job, microing just to minimize losses. Only one worker going down so far. Maybe a second one to fall. So that's 2 eco kills for Wham. But the Ghazi count... Okay, gets the third. But the Ghazi are all gone. So in the end, 4 kills total. A lot of Knights. But the spearman count is building up for Wham. Question now is whether B can punish him. If he can catch these pocket ecos, it changes everything. Like, we've got berry and deer gathering quite wide. The berry gathering in particular is not safe. Ball play. That explains a lot about where B was getting the extra food sources from. Well played. That was a smart use on the Wooded Fortress. It's just crazy how much he's been punished on this gluttonous open hunting cabin. Wow, I'm now just extending a military lead. Wow, I think you just go castle now, right? Like, after that raid, you got to be feeling good about the damage. Gets another worker kill down here. B could mirror an age up. He has a lot of knights. B's army looks way bigger. In terms of quality, yes. Like, the army value is actually quite close. But yes, the thing is, the scholars are counting towards army value, I believe, here. Like, the knights are definitely worth a lot more. Like, you also have to remember 9 of Wham's 40 military are scholars. So almost 25% is a lie. Unless you want to commit them to the fight. Which is possible here against majority knights. But if you're thinking about a tech up, like, you won't bring them out. Speaking of knights. Only gets 1 worker kill, not great. Ghazi been shut down the flanks now. B. He's catching additional kills here. And yeah, Wham has had textiles for a while. He got it fairly early. B's the crazy one who didn't get textiles until now. Like, he had to be raided here twice before he thought it was worth it. Which is crazy. Like, if he'd done it earlier, I actually think that that dive with the Ghazi gets maybe 2 kills maximum, if that. So many knights. So many spearmen. Like, Wham, for a moment, he was stockpiling for castle. It's a full reinvest. Yeah, I think he thought that B would also try for castle after that. I don't think he was expecting a recommitment like this. Knights. Wham, just maybe getting spread a bit too thin here. His spearmen always seem to be in one location, so we just keep seeing this trickle of damage onto Ghazi here or there. B just trying to be cheeky. Has to run all the way back home towards the safety of his TC. A wooden fortress on the gold, folks. I mean, we're seeing everything that Roos don't normally do in Feudal in this game. Archers. They start poking at the spears, but it's just so many to clear. Booming isn't inherently non-interactive since you have to defend if the enemy is aggressive. But that's the point. In the past, booming has been free, right? Because aggro wasn't good enough. The reason why Age of Empires 4 is entering its golden age is because there are responses to plays in most cases. It used to be that if you saw someone 2TC, you just had to 2TC. That's not the case anymore. Now when you see someone 2TC, you can build 2 rams and blow it up. That's so different to what we saw even just a year ago in AoE4. And the game is 20 times better for it. Wow. Wait, he's... Hold on. Is he going to commit this? It looks like it. He catches the berry workers trying to build up. Villagers are going to just hide here. He's like, wait a second. Something doesn't look right. Castle turrets is on the way. B. It's just so much burn power, though. He's got the tiny gate, and I don't think Wham realizes it. Repairs try to come through, and he's going to run for it. But the gate! Wham! He doesn't know about the gate. Able to scare him away. But this is going to turn into a weird Benny Hills moment at this rate. One Ghazi goes around, but that's heavily injured. He could actually just stab that down. Army keeps on chasing these archers, just not able to remove enough spearmen. B, yeah, he's just committing to the build-up, so he will get the wooden fortress online. Archer retreat is not working well. B's losing a lot doing so. Just not turning around for a second with the knights. Goes for a recharge now, but it's way too late. He let it get too far away. Still, wooden fortress is back online. The boar is mostly been tapped. This is just about survival now. He didn't cancel this wooden fortress either. That's going to be expensive. And the game goes on. But maybe not for much longer. B has no food income, which is wild, actually. He has got berries in his base, folks. He's just not gathering them. He's also going to be trying to sneak out north side, but there's already spearmen waiting from Wham. And we've been here before. Castle turrets is going to be attempted again. The army is chasing. They need to be faster, though. Are we going to be playing another game of Duck, Duck, Goose? It looks like it. Villagers, they just try to break away. The Ghazi steer off. And what is going on down here? He completed castle. He didn't even cancel it. He did not even cancel castle turrets. You cannot make this up. And B's like, oh yeah, this actually might be a good game for spears now. With 0 food income. He's just buying whatever food he can with the Golden Gate, but this is looking ridiculous. And oh my god. Are you kidding me? He does realize B's just going to seek shelter though and kill. This game. I don't think I've ever seen a Roost player in the Feudal Age build this many wooden fortresses. 5, 6, I don't even know what we're at yet. I mean, he lost 3, so it's been 7. 7 wooden fortresses in Feudal. He's 150 wood to keep an army busy every 2 minutes. Yeah, it's like new gen Kremlin, you know? You know, where you summon the gremlins to force a reaction? It's like a different version of that. B's whole economy that matters is here, by the way. And Wham heavily outnumbers him. This game. Is that second gold? I believe so. This wooden fortress, he's always just a little bit late on getting emplacements. No castle turrets. Knights tried to charge in. The spearmen are going to turn around, though. The villagers need to migrate the area. He brought too many this time. Ghazi get the chase down. It's just full spears chasing. Archers have to stand their ground. Knights get the recommitment onto the Ghazi. And then they steer straight into the Bowmass. That's it. That has to be it. Wham! The military lead is far too big now. B will not be able to gather in this area. He's gone for the shenanigans with the gate again. The boar in the south side is safe now, but it was only 300 food left anyway. What an insane game. This all began with a Dark Age Spearman Roost Rush. But I don't think anyone would have really predicted the swings and roundabouts of this one for a feudal game. What a crazy one. And Wham continues to keep the dream alive. He is the current reigning champion from week 30 of Season 1 of KPMM. His win streak got interrupted by B in week 29. So it'd be sweet vengeance and a back on track to do this here. Yeah, no castle turrets here, so no real threat. Ghazi. Actually, like, I mean, he'll kill the Ghazi. Yeah. So he does snipe a few. This, how many wooden fortresses, seriously? He's lost, is it 3 so far? Up to 8 now. 8 in the feudal age. This is just pure comedy. And in fairness, in this game, he's not that far behind on workers. It's only 8. Compared to the last game that he just refused to leave, like, this is more reasonable. We've got castle turrets coming in. Remember, this gives +2 to every single garrison slot. You kill a lot faster. You start unloading. Skulls are trying to heal through it. Difficult to do. Repair crew's going to be there. Going to be a re-garrison. Someone mentioned Dawn of War earlier. Well, this is like playing Tau and having 2 fire warrior squads. One shoots, the other kites. How is this just not done yet? The fact he's surviving on this is so ratty, but quite effective. Does Wham have RAM tech? What's a RAM? Isn't that something you put in your PC? He's calmed down for the moment. I think, yeah, Wham has realized that this is just getting silly. This is the quickest way to lose the game. He's so far ahead, just tech. Because even if B, like, you know, you look at it, it's like, okay, B, just have your food. It's 1 deer stack and then you're out. You haven't built farms yet. You've been hemorrhaging on the fights. And the knight count isn't threatening. It's not like B can mirror a castle. He has nothing to contest with. So pokes into the base. The gold's already gone, though. That doesn't matter. Skulls are already in position. It is going to be the big boy relic pull. And finally, yeah, B's like, okay, he's on to me. He knows. GG gets called. See, guys, it's that simple. If you just go Castle Age, you win. I just, like, I can't with these games, man. These are brilliant. Feels like a lot of these games are uploadable. Like, not the longest games, but they just have a way about them that is incredible. What I feel it's fair to say with that one, you'll never see Roost play like this. again. Wish you could see the in-game chat. Dude, I so wish we had that. The amount of fun we'd have with it. I really want to have, like, I would love to have a tournament where both players have to sit in a VoIP with each other and, like, they have to talk to each other while they play. Right? Just like the mind game tournament. I really want that one these days. Okay. So, Wham is making a reverse sweep look realistic. Has he got the pick? Ooh. Oh. Oh, right in the crown jewels. He has. What would be the pick next, guys? We're going to Rocky River. What do you think would be the one that says this can be a best of 7 that does 7 games? It's pretty cool. We're getting English versus Lancaster. I really like this matchup for English. They have some really good times in the Civil Wars. Their matchups as well, like Men-at-Arms, actually square off really well into things like Yeoman. Longbow assaults can also shut down mana booms early on. And also, Wham is secretly like one of the most ridiculous English players in the game. Puppy Paw and him, pretty much, I think they've done more to innovate the 2TC meta of English than any other players. So let me just match it up. House Lancaster, English. Let's get ready to go. Trash Talk mainly sponsored by Red Bull. Ah, dude, that's the dream. We get to the size where Red Bull wants to work with us to do events. I'd be on Cloud9. I love those guys. All right, let's get ready to go. We need to flip score and everything, don't we? This is going to end up, at this rate, being the most chaotic and ridiculous reverse sweep we will have seen in all of the tournaments we have ran. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for game number 6. It's Civil War on the British Isles as we hop in for B on Lancaster up against Wham on English. Now, if you are one of those people that has been ranting on Reddit non-stop, going, I don't know why the devs haven't nerfed Lancaster. I don't know why the mana system exists like it does. I don't know why Yeoman are how they are. Then this matchup is for you. English has been surprisingly effective against Lancaster from the games I've been seeing recently. They have some really cool strategies. Longbow counterhold rushes can be really good up against the greed of Lancastrians. And then on top of that, you have other cool plays. For example, in the late game, playing into Men-at-Arms is really, really good for English with the Armorclad against Yeoman Spearman comp from Lancaster. And of course, there's the matching economy, right? Like once you get enclosures in, all of a sudden the Mana Demon Lords aren't as far ahead on passive income by comparison. Map is going to be Rocky River. Start off is not going to involve Dark Age rushing with Lancaster. This is another thing that's quite rare. Lancaster in, I want to say 80% of matchups right now, is more than happy and definitely willing to open with a barracks to spam Spearman into you. The reason is that they gather food much quicker from sheep. They gather it 20% faster. You can't actually do that against English because A, they have short bows, and B, they will then just go council hall. Lancaster Castle is going to be coming through, by the way. Gold is really far back, and Wham. It's 2TC. Yeah, this is the other thing that we've been seeing a lot from English. If you're going to eco boom, I'll eco boom too. Now, what would be kind of sick here from B is maybe like a 2TC build himself. I think manas into fast-ish castle is probably better. The problem with 2TC mirroring with the English is you're both going to end up building farms, and the English farms are just going to be substantially better. It just doesn't really play to your advantage. There are some matchups, like we had an amazing game between Anatan and Kilyadi, that was French versus Lancaster, where Lancaster done 2TC. That game should end up on the channel because it was ridiculously entertaining. To have more Gambler options, like how many manas will we see the game? The problem is you need someone to be inputting those Gambler options every single time. Right? I'd love to have that, but I don't know of any like AI model trained for those things in AoE 4. I don't know where I'd get it and integrate it. So you need more mods. that would be very active. Shout out to Kilyardi here, excited about the fact that his game against Anatan, French versus Lancaster, is going to get shown. Very cool game. I dig it when you're French and you build a castle between all your production, and then your opponent comes by with his villagers and decides to build a wall there instead. He's like, oh yeah, I really like the kind of crenellations of this. So anyway, speaking of castles, Lancaster Castle almost complete. Stone Gathering's looking really solid. The wood's catching up a little bit, but is lagging behind. Actually kind of needs more people on wood here to be kind of lean about this. Unless it is 2TC. And Wham. Probably going to be playing the TC Condense. With English, you don't really care about deer and everything else. You can just play gold and then build farms behind. And then he's got a really nice kind of L frame here, right? You can just build farms up and around like this, and they're pretty secure. You can then even wall off the flanks easy peasy from there, which will be great against the Demi-Lancers. Your front side is a little bit exposed, but you could then just White Tower drop here, which will secure both tree lines and the berries. Not that you really care about berries. You know, self-respecting Englishmen are never caught foraging through berries, which, by the way, is accurate to real life. Everyone complaining about the foreigners coming across and taking those jobs, they're taking the berry gathering jobs. All those British people don't want to do because it'll ruin their nice manicure. Nice little ride by, gets a feel for the land. More sheep still to grab as well. Wow, already at 15 sheep, but up B. Yeah. Lancaster just... I think their scout runs around going meh and just attracts the sheep. Because he's sitting at 24 sheep. Oh, that's true. That should be the new strategy. If you don't want this embarrassing game to be revealed, I'm going to require a bribe. Damn, 10 gifted subs is light, though. Aren't finished people rich? Gotta make it 20 gifted. So 2TC, I think we're probably getting a full hunker down unless B has something to say about it. What would be interesting, we talked about how men-at-arms in the late game feels really good for English. But the mid-game's going to be the big question mark. I think Lancaster can have edges in Castle Age off of the King's College build. But recently, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of White Towers against English, which I'm not a big fan of. The problem with White Towers here is, like, it doesn't stop your opponent from doing this and continue to do this. Like, if you White Tower up to protect your base, they can just play map instead. English economy isn't weak at scaling for Imperial. It's actually really good. Elsgard rushing? I just don't like it against English TCs. They have the obnoxious double fire, which penetrates a lot better. And like I said, they're probably going to build a White Tower. So unless you get this pristine timing, that you know you're going to be there in time. The White Tower goes up and then your dive is done. So third mana's in. And it looks like it is going to be the castle up. He's not playing for the level 2 mana unlock, which does suggest we're getting White Tower. Would Council Hall have had value against Lancaster? Yes. But the difference here now is if, let's say the Elsgard come in and they whiff on some of their daggers, only 2 hit, you can heal. If this had been an early poke pressure build with Demi-Lancers, you can heal. Right? Like, for 2TC, this has been the popular way. Not necessarily as much because the king. He's definitely useful for raiding. But the other important thing is that you just heal at home. King does get blocked off. Well played by B. I wondered how he's going to protect this back goal, because it's kind of awkward in positioning compared to the Lancaster Castle. And that is, by the way, an underrated play. I feel like this is the type of detail that at the pro level, people have struggled with in the past to remember to do. Because it is high value situationally. The other map, I remember this one a lot, that was horrible, was, do you guys remember the monstrosity that was Hidden Valley? People never walled the backside of their TC on Hidden Valley, even though it completely cuts the map for your opponent. Kind of similar here, that you're denying 360 rotation. Alright, B. White Tower it is. I mean, White Tower we must, right? Gonna put it on the tree line. Wham's not far behind, though, and this is what I was talking about in timing. Your timings don't align. You might get some value here, because Wham has gone deer, which, by the way, shout out to him, this is smart. I think B's concept makes sense if this is just a farm spam. And he's being baited because he sees some farms. So he probably thinks there's already one more farm cluster here. And then this is the second one. It's all a lie. Wham has built these farms here. And that's it. This is why he's able to contest White Tower timing. Looks like the king did go down the base. He went for a party. Yeah, props to him. I mean, this used to be very popular on Altai in particular, guys. Like, Altai was incredible for these fast castle English builds because the deer started so close to your base. And players started off that map by playing farms and then quickly realized it was a mistake. This is substantially better. Big Army 01. Welcome to the English Civil War, where we fight with our checking accounts. Well, that's not true. We say we're going to commit to things and then do that. Yep, that, like, no, my government, that does sound accurate. All right, anyway, White Tower's coming through. So he does go a bit more defensive. We thought it might be up here, but, like, this area's exposed. B has got the Earl's Guard on the way, and it is a full Earl's Guard spam. Yeah, he's already got the double racks ready. Well, I'm probably thinking about straight up crossbows. The cool thing about going White Tower is that it gives you a production building, so you can gradually build into crossbowmen. He is a little bit exposed here, though. I'm concerned there's going to be a ride by on the flank, where he's gathering wood. And the deer is still, like, an important detail. B, though, doesn't know. He still hasn't checked there. Yeah, of course, War of the Roses was really light and bloodless. The key is you play Europa Universalis and you play on maximum zoom out, and then you can't see all the people dying. Dagger throws coming through. Okay, that's brilliant. Wow, he went textiles. That's so smart. So textiles offsets the initial raid point. Because with the Olsgard daggers, they do 17 damage. So 3 of them together do 51 damage. That's barely enough for a worker kill. If you get textiles, that's impossible. Remember what we said about not killing. Anything you don't kill can be healed. B. Has he switched on a stone gathering? Yeah. We're getting the extra manas. He understands, like, if he doesn't have the scaling as well, he's kind of dead. Crossbows, a bit ambitious. Wow. I think that was way too soon. He needs to be respectful of the Earlsguard count. 5 Earlsguard is all it takes to kill a crossbowman. Sorry, 6. Or 5. You know. Yeah, 5. Why am I doubting myself? I know my numbers. It's 17 times 5, which ends up being 85 damage. You only need 80. So 5 is the golden number. And this is why most people fail their crossbow defense. 5 Earlsguard come in, and you're trickling crossbowmen out, because why wouldn't you? You want to get close and shoot, you're against a melee unit. Except they're not a melee unit, they're a range unit. You always have to think of Earlsguard rushes as a range unit rush. It's not a melee rush. It's not about hitting you with a hammer. It's about hitting you with a dagger. Knights are good against Earlsguard. Pretty decent. As long as the count doesn't get too high. It is too high. But the problem is B's positioning is not good enough. He split them into groups. Which means that Knights can actually intercept. And wham, he does pull back off the deer in time. Well played. Monastery coming in. He's feeling greedy. TC dive. Mostly unpunished. Yeah, there's no blacksmith upgrade, so it doesn't hurt that much. The White Tower is the one exception. Knight is now going to engage there. Crossbow's following up. The dagger throws are off cooldown, but he just lost 1 Earlsguard, which means he can't insta-kill a crossbow. Mana spam is real, by the way. B. This is fast imp switch, isn't it? Oh, you sick son of a gun. I love it. It's cool because if he can keep his opponent contained long enough, you just get Wingard and spam spears. Spam spears beats this. Crossbow and Knights both lose to mass spearmen. Especially Wingard spears. It's just so quick. Earlsguard. They're fishing for kills again. Dagger throw is going to come through, and that's another worker down. You just can't. Like, it's so insane. You just can't stop it happening. Like, if they are... This farm here, if they're here, you have to instantly react, or the dagger throw will kill you. Because it's 6.5 tower range. Wow, I'm now looking to absorb relics. Ranged armor 2 is on the way, so maybe it's not imp? Like the shouting when spotting enemies, etc. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it took a long time for most of us to realize that, like, the scout whistles when there's enemies nearby. Like, when you're a casual viewer as well, you just don't understand that's what they're doing. Like, the scout always whistles when he sees an enemy, which is really cool. Hell's Guard. That's not so cool. That's a horrible fight. This is your nightmare. Literally, figuratively, because these guys, if you don't insta-kill them with a dagger, they're going home to heal. And you need every dagger shot on them, which he did not get. Wham, cutting him off. Good start step chase down. Dagger throw's going to come out. Nice little bit of micro there from B, but, you know, this works when there's no crossbowmen, when it's 1 by 1, but when there's this many, it turns into an unfavorable exchange. Knights are going to hang around to clash with the remaining Earl's Guard as he splits the fight into 2. Good micro. We'll pull Wham ahead. Hobbler switch now from B. We're kind of entering the desperation point. Extra Earl's Guard are arriving, but it's turning into a bit of a trickle. Extra Knights are coming through, and I mean, this Hobbler switch is cool. It's really strong with King's College, but this is not a King's College build. He doesn't have the bonus damage on charge, which you get in the technology department with that landmark. The funny thing is, if Wham had wanted to, he could have been a lot more optimal about this, peeling back injured Knights. He would have probably been about 10 military units, close to 10 ahead. And second TC, so B is going to go for it now. I wondered if we were going to get it this game. It's very, very delayed. My only concern with this delay is Wham has already built a substantial lead, and now he's going for relics. Now, it looks like B is trying to do the same thing, but with limited map control. Realistically, I'd expect 3 relics, if not 4 for Wham. I'd be shocked if he got 2. Like to support KPMM? Hell yeah. Share them around. Remember, folks, we do these every week. Love to see all the people turning up to support. I mean, this is the place to be on the weekdays if you like tournament action. For sure. And I appreciate everyone who's been supporting for a long time. I mean, it's crazy, actually, how much the channel has grown from it. Looking forward to seeing what we can do when the big DLC hits as well. Wow, I'm sneaking around the back here. I think B was hoping to catch the crossbows following this, but they're all the way at home. Which makes sense. Like, if you bring crossbows that far up and you're contested, you just die. Right? Like, if the unit read is wrong, you're just going to fall over. Well, we'll be looking for a breakthrough. The wall's going to slow him down. There's only really Hobbler waiting here, though, which is horrible. Sorry, hobbable. Maybe not that horrible. It should be. The knight should just take a crap on this. Like, this is not just light cav. This is extremely light cav. You brought a dagger to a broadsword fight. Now, I know they say size isn't everything, but that sword is 3 times the length of this dagger. But look at my shield. It's only 2.5 times smaller. Yeah, a bit of a weird defense there. I mean, it did scare him away, so I guess objective achieved. But Wham's getting ready for Imperial. And B has got some way to go. He's gathering the gold now. Relic game, it's looking like Wham. Wait, what? B just strode in amongst all that with a monk and walks out with the goodies. Incredible. Unexpected. I cannot believe that. B. We talked about Wham being unhappy with anything less than 3, and I think he's going to be feeling that way about this one. So B gets the triple relic. I can't believe this. I agree. Like, the fact that Wham built that monastery so early. Shocked that he didn't get punished more, but, like, it shows you that he understands this matchup, understands his timings really well. But you can't take anything away from B. To get 3 relics here, he's going to be able to mirror the tech up eventually, but there's definitely going to be an advantage on timing for Wham, which is really important for the follow-up play. Windguard Raiders is king here. Just spamming out Knights so quickly goes a long way to maintain map control and shutting down this comp. B, I thought would be going for Castle into Imp too, but he's not. he continues to reinvest fully. I mean, if he does age up, his Wingard is an interesting one, because technically his Wingard counters English Wingard. English Wingard is optimal for Raiders, which gets you Horsemen and Knights. The Lancaster Wingard is optimal for Spearman Spam. Wall is not going to hold. Wham. Oh, no! B, it's actually quite fortunate for Wham. He didn't fully surround him there. Still gets most of the workers. A nice hit. -9. -10. Actually, no, that was like more like 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe not. Could have sworn he got some dagger kills early. Did he really get so little with the Elsgard timing? I guess so. Military Academy now on the way. This is a very different style of Lancaster we're seeing. Not a single yeoman 20 minutes into the game. Hoblars are great at breaking walls. True. Their torch damage is the same, right? As like other units. So that's like the interesting thing. We usually talk about this in the form of knights. Like knights are terrible at breaking walls because compared to just building spears, they do third of the damage. Because you get free spearmen for every knight. Hoblars, meanwhile, only cost you 90 resources each. It's very lean and efficient. Wham. It is the Wingard Raiders we talked about. They're going to be on the way. B has got enough daggers. I love that he just gets rid of the scout to make Wham blind here. And hold on. The Hobbler. He caught the crossbows. Wham into the choke points. Looks to stand his ground. The Hobblars are connecting onto some of those expos. This is an expensive commitment for B. I think worth, though. Yeah, he killed about, like, what, 7, 8 crossbowmen, 1 or 2 spearmen, lost maybe 8 Hobblars. And reminder, Hobblars, like, they're definitely cheaper than crossbows. They're almost cheaper than spearmen. And after what you just saw, look at the switch. Spearman means yeoman. Love that as well. You know, Wham, he probably wanted the crossbow still as a counterplay to Ulfgard. Yeoman will solve spear, crossbow. The only thing it can't solve, really... I mean, Wingard Raid is pretty good against it, but the big one is Men-at-Arms, which we haven't reached that phase for English. I'm starting to wonder if we ever will. Farms are spreading out more. Wham is now up to 48 with the enclosures. B may look ahead, but the thing you have to remember is he's still behind on age. So yes, his army might be bigger. Might be a better quality. But he still needs to find a way to get into Imperial. He's going to be retreating now, and that means Knight's able to punish. The Wingard unit with axes, the Footmen. Footmen are actually pretty decent against Hobblar if you can reach. The problem with building them here is like you're too slow. This right now, the way B tried to play this is all about pacing. The Knights give pacing. Now, they give a solid front line. Elite upgrade is in. Expos still need to be upgraded. It's going to be a priority onto the Spearmen instead. And a switch for Horsemen. He sees the Yeoman early. Smart read there. Could go longbows, but it's going to slow you down a lot. He just wants to keep this aggression going. A little bit difficult into the mana spam. You probably have to think twice about the dive. He's hanging around here, but it's costing him just as much to stay here as he's getting in kills. Burns will begin. Ulfgard have got those dagger throws to use. And there it is. The Shire Levy just came out. So B with the Remax. Sink shot has been queued up. It's not there just yet, though. This is his clash that he's been looking for. He's targeting down those spearmen. Hobblar Knights, or rather Demi-Lancers, to hold the front line in the Ulfgard. Numbers are falling, but keeping pace with the deaths of the Knights, and that's most important here. He's going to break and hold the defense. Well played, B. Now with the Yeoman just chasing back the crossbowmen. Well, little remains of them anyway. The primary melee has already been evaporated. So B holds on the defense. New wave of raiders are coming through. That'll make him probably think twice about overcommitting here. I love this, though. With Yeoman, they're so fast. He's just using them to get as many crossbow kills before he needs to leave. Is the Demon Civ about to do it again? It was looking good up until he hit the threshold, and then things slowed down. And now, I am noticing B starting to stockpile a little bit of resource here. So, I just saw that comment. You can only beat Hull with Siege. We've reached the phase I warned about, where English is surprisingly effective in late game. Do you guys see it? It's a full men-at-arms switch. The men-at-arms are the cherry on top that we've been waiting for. This is like English's finest hour. Armor-clad men-at-arms with 8 ranged armor against mass yeomen, mass spearmen. It doesn't get much better than that. That's the dream. And your economy can afford that until the end of time. To make matters better, B still is not aged up. Sing shot. Scary, but I think maybe a bit premature there. Kept the crossbows away for a time. Flash now coming in, but B's numbers, they're dying faster here. Yeomen are trying to trade out with that backline of crossbowmen. The spearmen are doing a good job of clearing the knights. B, he's gonna hold again. The second wave. Wham! What is going on there? He didn't rally them in. He's got extra men-at-arms and knights just staring at it. I can't believe that. B, again, somehow stays the execution. Needs to be careful not to overextend. I think he's misreading the situation. B, is this where we see the tech up? Like, can you afford it? I think for B, he needs to be full 200 for it to make sense. My concern is you may be holding, but you're losing too much to tech. And what's happening is each time Wham comes in, he gets better and better things, right? We've got biology now, which hasn't been there for every assault so far. That's a huge boost to the effective fighting power. 25% more health on cav units. We've got the elite tech for the men-at-arms. We've got footmen now coming through, which also benefit from armor clad. So there's a lot of perks. Like, the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, what you're looking at from Wham, it's not age 4 versus age 3. It's gradually become age 4.5 versus age 3. Soon to be age 5 versus age 3. Age 5 is when you have all university techs, all blacksmith techs. Another thing that is interesting is B, in some way or some form, has needed gold access. And this was the last scraps he had. He gets denied. Wham with the break-in. Now actually circling towards where B's extending his farms. Both sides now popped. Yi trying to get crossbow defense together to deal with the men-at-arms. Does deal with the knights as well. The horseman makes it difficult, though. Spear spam is big. It's a lot of them. He has got the billman as well, so he's able to decrease the armor slightly. Sink shot's going to come in. A nice hit into the crossbows, but not enough to get more than 2 kills. Needs that coup de grace. He needs the final hit. B. He's going to hold again. Wham needs to find some worker damage. And this is the thing we've been waiting for. Elite Army Tactics is coming. The final form. The biggest bully in the playground. The Yorkists to take down the Lancastrians. And it is going to be a lot of them. Men-at-arms and the footmen. Wham knows. Even with the crossbows, he doesn't care. But B, by some miracle, he's maintaining pop count. And he's found the resources to go for Imperial. This is a game changer. He's been holding this whole time from behind. Elite Army Tactics will tick in before the tech up completes, though. So the men-at-arms will be at their strongest against B at his weakest. Wingard begins. Built in the back on the farms. Now, I talked about this being the final form of English, the unstoppable form. There is one threat to them. the gunpowder contingent. And I love that Wham is already getting ahead of that punchline. Hand Cannoneer Q-up is sick here. If this was Yeoman, it would be a bad idea. But this deals with crossbows, and if your opponent goes for Reboldequins to counterplay your men-at-arms, you then have that solved for. Wingard, about to complete. Wham, just a few seconds too late to do some significant damage to work account there. We'll just keep riding through annoyingly. And on the approach from every conceivable angle, Scooty's just got queued up B. He may have went Imperial, but remember, guys, he doesn't have gold. He's got the gold gen from the relics, and by some miracle or sacred site, there's no active gathering, which means gunpowder contingents aren't affordable for a few minutes at least. Even elite techs is going to take some effort here. And the villagers, oh my dear god. All the effort to keep it alive. These boys are already in. Crossbows will clear that up. And if at first the men-at-arms push doesn't work, it's okay, we've got plenty more. Well, you guys wanted it to be a bloody war. The War of the Roses is now delivering. In the early days, it was peace in our time, but now it is a full clutching at the crown from both. Burn on the relics. Love that. He knows that B is out of gold. Anything you can do to starve him off. Serpentine powders on the way. Hand Cannoneer count soon to be 25. We even have the Rangers. Remember, Rangers are just auto-upgraded longbowmen. But better. I don't know where he's got them, actually. Yeah, they're coming now. Slowly but surely. I think Springles are pretty underrated here, by the way, for Wham. Normally, you wouldn't do it against Lancaster because of Yeoman, but against Spear Crossbow, it clears real fast. Sink shot. That may have been his worst one yet. In fact, those are the type of sink shots that makes you ask if he's got an optician's appointment. A complete whiff. We'll have to leave. Wow, I'm now up to 20 hand cannoneers. Guys, chill. B was giving him a warning one. You know when you, like, shoot to the side of us, like, I've got a gun! Don't come in my house! Well, I'm sorry, House of Lancaster. But your rent is due. And we are coming knocking. He's starting to get those extra techs in. The Scenario Arrow plus the Steeled. Still no love for Bloomery, which kind of shocks me. The men-at-arms, like, you're building so many of them, but you're not upgrading their damage at all. And he's got his own answers from range. Volley's on the way. And Cannoneer plus the men-at-arms. Start to brute force in. B. He's feeling the herd a bit. Sink shot is... Let's just not talk about it. It's not impressive when you've only got 5 or 6. And the ranged of Wham is winning, but the melee is suffering immensely to this crossbow ball. Rangers still keep committing hand cannoneers as well. I mean, this is turning into quantity versus quality pretty fast. Like B, the crossbow's done well for a long time, but against hand cannoneers, it's just not a good trade. Wham will have to reset. Defender's advantage is a big deal. I think for Wham, a few forward Raxus here changes the game, not to mention the fact that he's neglecting his attack speed aura. Yeah, we haven't seen him crawl outposts up towards the enemy base yet. He only has them for the mid-map. B. Wait, is he going to be moving for the gold? I hope not. That would be a death sentence for anyone that goes. He has rebuilt the monastery, so we should be getting the monk, putting the relics where they belong. I mean, the weird thing is he keeps building them at the front of his base instead of, like, back here. So he is kind of making his own life harder. And both AK gold secured. Wham knows that B just doesn't have good options. We're seeing Hobbler queued up. That can actually be strenuous on your economy too. I'm pretty sure B still doesn't have his Unitex. In fact, you can see it. He doesn't have them. So, to be going Hobbler now, that's probably going to sacrifice your ability to get University Technology. So at this stage, you're going to be playing Age 4 versus Age 5. Same problem, different age. I'm knocking at the doors again. Horsemen are going to sneak in before the walls go up, by the way. So B, losing some workers and also starting to run out of wood. Yeah, this spearman defense doesn't work very well when you don't have any trees to chop. I mean, you get some from the manors, but you need a lot. Speaking of the manors, he's actually going to go in for them. So torches out. Drags the army east side. All crossbows are here. So he will find mana kills. And there is no stone for B, by the way. He can afford to replace one mana, and that's going to be it. I wonder if actually Wham's realized that. And at this stage, he probably wishes he had just a cannon or two. Torch commitment is going to be real here. Mana's on fire now. B needs to pull repairers. Villager is on the way. Will be in time to save one, but the other one goes down. Maybe this one too? No. Holds on to it. Still, this hand cannon in mass. Yes, there's a lot of men-at-arms thrown away by Wham, but I think something we all forgot because we got infected by the Lancaster mind is you don't care if you lose men-at-arms as English. It's infinite. You have the economy to build men-at-arms as English for longer in a game than any other Civ by default. All you need is farms. Singshot just once again not delivering what he needs. B on the verge of being broken here. The Cannoneer mass seems to be too big, and he's fixed the problem. Wham with the full production. Horsemen, men-at-arms, now surging forward. He gets the attack speed buffer, and this is it. This is the only thing that was missing to achieve an English win. War of the Roses never fails to deliver. A slow start to get this one ramped up. Lancaster forcing that meticulous meat grinder that they always do. But now you see the way. Take these lessons forward, folks. You just need to be as good as Wham to get a win with English. I don't think he's been using volley either. Okay, yeah, he has. It's now coming. Can you run out of something already? Like... I think this is the point. Look at the numbers. They're falling too quick. He doesn't actually have production to keep up. Wham has just turned this into an economical war. And we've reached the limits. B has no gold. Look at that, folks. Passive resource or attack speed. Just get attack speed. And just like that, that means that we are going to be getting a 7-game grand finals. Reminder that Wham was at risk of getting stomped out. Like a flaming bag of poop. No, he was 3-0 down. He comes all the way from behind. He shows you how to beat the whole. And now may be capable of crowning himself king in game number 7. And what is up, Marine Lord? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. I hope you've been enjoying the games. Welcome, one and all, to your official place for KPMM. This is not over yet. Wham will drag it beyond Rocky River. And he'll drag Lancaster 6 feet under. Sundered by the might of the English men-at-arms span. Another outpost as well. Yeah, it's almost like you just need to get back into the groove of the outpost, man. I've noticed English not played as much these days, and it's easy to forget it. But that attack speed aura makes the world of difference. Network of castles, by the way. That's the other crazy thing. This isn't even optimal. Wham never went for network of citadels. He could have had even more attack speed. And this is indeed the Yorkist victory. So there you go. Tip of the hat. War of the Roses. Historically accurate matchup. Think about this, right? Ottomans are now starting to beat Byzantines. We're finally getting the English beating Lancaster. Age of Empires 4 is reaching historical accuracy point. We don't talk about Chinese versus Russo and all the other stuff. Catch them doing traders. GG! War of the Roses complete. And I know that YouTubers are going to love this. I've finally shown you an answer to English after the complaints about Lancaster winning everything. Yeah, you just need to be a pro player, guys. Just be a pro player. What do you call that one? I don't know if we had one that was called War of the Roses already. Oh, bless. Someone on Kick is like, I noticed some gaps in streaming channel that might be limiting your growth. Oh, we're fine, thank you. But he's willing to teach me for $30 an hour. Oh, I'm fine, thank you. XD, if he only knew 700 people are watching on Twitch. All right, so boys should be getting ready for the next game. What do we call it once? There's something to do with the War of the Roses, I think. Something like peak historical, right? War of the Roses captured in 2K. Yeah, there you go. But we've got the final game, and it is going to be an Iabid Order of the Dragon matchup on Hill and Dale. I've seen Wham do some really interesting things with Iabids here, actually. It's going to be very curious. By the way, guys, bear with me 1 second, because I need to quickly go feed my cats, or they're going to starve. It is time for their food, so I'm going to rush to do that. Let me pay out on Wham. I'll put predictions up with 5 minutes. Yeah, be right back. I need to feed my cats. I'm not an abusive owner. Oh, mate, look at that. We were quick. Whew. Oh, blimey. Feed cats with pigeons? Monk S. What? Like, that's interesting because if I died in that house, eventually a cat would eat you. They don't wait long as well. They also start with, like, all the soft things, like your lips and your eyeballs. So that's a horror show for you. Enjoy. Will there be a winner's interview for KPMM Season 2? Not currently. It's something we might look to do in the future. But we're trying to gradually, like, build it in. These different systems in. But also for the lads, it's been a long day. Like, we've been streaming for almost 7 hours now. Don't let anyone ever tell you that this channel doesn't deliver epic series and epic tournaments, because this is going all the way. Game number 7 Grand Finals. Wham is looking to achieve a full reverse sweep, and the only thing standing in his way is an Order of the Dragon pick. All right, let's get into it. Order of the Dragon, a critically underused Civ these days, it feels like. And this is a build that I think kind of died. When was the last time you saw Order of the Dragon do a Dark Age rush? I feel like the last several times I've watched them, it's always feudal focused. But no, OTD coming out. Wham on the other side is going to be playing Iabid's map is going to be Hill and Dale. And this might be the right type of gold to Dark Age rush with a Spearman. What on earth? B, did he punt blind on this as well? I think he may have. That's kind of crazy. The gold, secondary berries forward. I mean, he's got food behind, so he's safe in that regard. But Wham needs to be rushing gold now. He might need... He might need to pull another worker. It's going to be a little bit tight because the spearmen hit really hard and really fast. Like 5 strikes to kill. And he is going to be following up an outpost. Okay, so Wham will get the gold he needs to tech up, but he will not be able to fast castle here. No, B is going to handcuff him to the edge. Are you highly favored? But if anyone can make Order Dragon work, his B. Yeah, I mean, Ibids have some interesting timings, especially around Desert Raider Kai. I think like Order the Dragon, we've seen recent builds involving a lot more things like Gilded Archers, where that might be able to give you the edge against some of the potency of the Desert Raider spam that has been infecting all Ibids minds recently. So, Wham is just going to build the House of Wisdom on the front side. He wants you to know. Outpost is going to be coming in. You could maybe make it a bit deeper, but then you risk a villager pull. So he'll just lock in the gold, lock in the berries. How do you want to follow this up? Is it going to be mine work? Usually when you feel like you've shackled your opponent, mine work is nice. I mean, it used to be for the Gilded Men at Arms play, but I don't feel like we see it as often these days. Kind of fell off on popularity. I almost feel like mine work is better for a Gilded Archer timing than a Men at Arms timing these days. Just because of how quickly it unlocks that damage burst. And yeah, shout out to B, by the way. Like, if you guys look at the draft, Abbasids, Jean, and now Order the Dragon. Like, this guy loves just picking these underrated Siths, and we've seen him make them work phenomenally well. Like, this entire series started with one of the wackiest Jean games we've seen in a long time. Wham, he does go growth, so he's going to contest the feudal. He understands. There's, like, no getting out of this. I thought maybe, like, Dervish if you're worried about melee, but we talked about Gilded Archers and the popularity. It's rising in popularity. So Gilded Archers can actually, like, contest the Dervish play really, really well. Wham should just burn the tower? Well, you mean pull, like, what, 10 workers? Probably 10, right? It's an interesting idea. I think the challenge is, like, the villager. He doesn't know if the villager's gone back or is, like, nearby. Because the villager could potentially repair through that a little bit. And it is going to be Arkin. Okay, so I think B just might be doing a hunker down to greed. I've seen Order the Dragon do this on this map before. Actually, it's quite impactful. Like, while your opponent does everything possible to deal with the outposts, you just go for the age up. And Burgrave's a really cool unlock point, because, like, if your opponent doesn't contest the outpost quick enough, you then just arrive with men at arms to strong arm him. Because, like, what are you going to do now if you're Wham? Are you going to go out into the Fort Gold? Probably not. Not unless you want to build, say, Spearmen, because your big paranoia now is the Order of the Dragon love building Horsemen when they can justify it. It's a very expensive investment. It costs them as much as a Knight. But a map like Hill and Dale, where you block the Fort Gold, is a great map for Horseman play. Just look at how far away all these options are. Archery stables. Is Wham just going to build a ram? Nope. There's the villages. 15 villages will definitely be enough. The Spearman, like, he's just hitting... Wait, what? He's still... Wait, no. He didn't actually close the gap. Spearman's going to come out. Is he trying to optimize? He is. Because you can get arrow shots and then stab at the same time. So, like, you can actually cycle through the attack interval to increase your damage output. But, yeah, he wasn't able to get it to fire on the correct one. So, we'll be back away. That did not feel like it was worth it for B. No. What could he have done different? I mean, even if he rushes the stone, Wham was intentionally timing it for that. Like, the reason why Wham waited, I really love this, is that if your opponent techs up, and then you wait, and then you do the pull right at the beginning of the tech up, he can't fortify in time. But what could have happened is your opponent could have started gathering stone, and now he's just stuck with stone he doesn't want. B does want stone, however. We've got 2 TC. Oh my god, that hurts me to watch. We've got 2 TC? But it's not as secure as you'd hope. Yeah, Horseman's going to break in. So wall doesn't go up. Archer's now here. And Wham, he's rushing castle. He only now found out. He now knows it's stone, but he didn't know before. I think he thought this was just fast castle. Okay, but like you stay the course, right? If you just play for the tech up, you can rush relics. Also, going to have a stab at it. The stone has been gathered, so B has enough. Wall is going to complete, but the archers will get the kill. So B is going to be -1 there. And Wham is pulling far, far ahead. We've got Castle Rush coming in confirmed. Yeah, he did put one Desert Raider to just kind of poke raid with, but I don't know, man. There's 2 TC. It's ambitious, and the crazy thing, guys, is that he done it against the guy who does 2 TC. Right? Wham and Poppypool have made a bit of a name for themselves as 2 TC Order of the Dragon Boomers. They do it more frequently than anyone else. So if anyone would know the correct response to this straight away, it's going to be Wham. This might end up being a fizzle of a last game. We've had banger after bangers. But a reverse sweep and maybe a swift step aside from B for Wham to thrust a trophy from behind. Because I just don't know what B is intending with this. It's going to be Dervish, right? Because if you just Dervish, you block all relics, there's no Regnit's play, there's no recovery. You could go Mastersmiths for a timing, but he would have added in a Blacksmith already, I think. So yeah, logistics on the way. And you may have noticed I just haven't talked about this TC. I don't want to. I'm kind of laughing and coughing in the background. I'm sorry, but like, what else can you say? This is brutal. This is how China builds TCs to stop them from supervising and then having their villagers go elsewhere. Any other Civ wants to be out on some sort of resource, like even here on the deer, for goodness sake. Like, this would be a nice TC. This is a horrific sight to see. He's even adding in Gilded Archers. Oh, mi amor. He gets the bad news as well. 1 minute away from the age up. Gulam into GG. Gulam's pretty interesting here. Gilded Archers are higher base damage, so they can penetrate. And you can kind of plastic shield with Gilded Men-at-Arms. I think his primary focus is just get relics. You can't really Camel Lance so easily into this because the wall's already up, right? Like, maybe just archers as well. There you go. Good call from Court. We've got Gulams. And he's already prepping Blacksmith. Yeah, so they're going to be fully undermeshed, which means it'll be -1. So these Gilded Order Dragon Archers are going to do no damage at all. Not even the 2. Ah, B. With Burgrave? Like, even then, like, the other thing is, like, Landsknecht are weird against Gulam. Because Gulam double clap. Gilded Men-at-Arms could be pretty cool here. I just don't know if he's got the timing. I mean, even if he gets it, he's going to lose all relics. Yeah, remember on this map, none of them are what we would call safe. Especially the way that he's walled. Scouts already checking. Wham hadn't actually scouted every single relic, so he's going to find the final 2. But the Dervishes are already running out for the goodies. Yeah, so grab the south side first. Gulam with Camel Lancers. There you go. He's even getting the archeries. Which makes sense. I think, like, Gulam on its own would be kind of wild, because, like, you're just playing a melee comp that can be slowed down a little bit and buy time for a Burgrave. But if you get archers here, we mentioned Landsknakes, you can't do them at all. The Gulams will hold their own against Men-at-Arms in smaller numbers. And then if you see your opponent's hard committing into Men-at-Arms, you can just switch into crossbows. And bam, he has scouted most relics now. So 2 on the way home. Third one is going to be grabbed soon. And that extra gold intake is going to be pretty valuable here. Like, you can even use it to try and get some siege up in the field. Oh. We'll start with the ram. I like that as well, because if you go for the burn, your opponent's going to keep repairing, and also archers will slowly whittle you down. But if you go for the ram, the repair is not going to be quick enough, and the Gulams won't take damage. This map always makes you sad. Why? Wham's addressing your concerns. He's stopping the ratatouille camp in a corner nature of it. Trying to figure out what B can do. Crossbows is definitely a good call. He's going to need something to do with the ram. You could use villagers. Textiles would be definitely worth it if that's the strategy. But yeah, gilded crossbows are definitely going to burn through your gold quick here, though. Also, it doesn't really stop your opponent from just going mangoes. Which he can afford because he's going to have 5 relics. The ram starts knocking at the gate. I'm sorry, what was that? One ram doesn't seem that threatening, Blade? Blade. It's a Wham ram. He gets through. He breaks it. The villagers, they don't have textiles either. That's a charge in. It gets an additional kill. And the flood begins. He's got ranged armor 1. Not 2, but it doesn't matter. The TCs are not hitting him down fast enough. The Golem flood is real. And B looks dead. He's trying to get gilded crossbows out. There's just not enough front line right now. And this is never going to end. Wham, he's still got the deer in his base, and so much of it, in fact. The berries on the forward side. The map is his to rule. B will become another one of his subjects. Gilded archers that just do nothing now against Ghoul. Villagers who are gathering the deer to also be shut down. Once that happens, he'll have no food income to get crossbows online. He's got, like, what, a few up here? So maybe if Wham neglects it for that long, but for all this effort of 2 TC, they're neck and neck. He still hasn't noticed either. Oh, that makes it so much worse, B. Golems with these double strikes, man, they're kind of crazy. What a game out of Wham. I mean, B, we talked about it at the start, like, you don't really see Dark Age rushes with Order of the Dragon anymore. They fell off. And even the ideal spawn, you see why. Like, the problem with the idea of a rush is, like, if it's to the spearman, sure, but for the tower, you need to invest a lot more than other civs. Because for a tower, you don't want a big, strong, burly spearman. What you want is the cheapest crap to fill in the tower. Do you guys remember when, like, Corvinus was doing those meme builds with Japan, where it was outpost rushing with Yuumi? The concept was actually pretty logical, is that, like, Yuumi are really cheap, so they're good filler. It didn't work out because you're waiting until fewer to do it. It's the extreme the other way here. Like, a Gilded Spearman at 160 a pop is not an efficient way of garrisoning a building. And that's how we get here. B. He goes back to gathering, but it's only temporary. Wham, he's now coming back with the Manganiques. Manganiques which are designed to take out all the farms. Wait, was Core getting cocky? Oh, hold on a second. 14 minutes? Core mismathed. Oh, no. What a shame. B, the man who was holding on when he was doubled up in economy, is not going to GG early enough. B did get his tech up, so we do at least have men at arms coming out now. But the Manganique scudding begins. He's going to punt those bad boys in there. Remember, he gets bonus damage against buildings, and it also slowly grinds down these health bars of the Gilded Villages. Wham, by the way, never found that 5th relic. He doesn't need it. Trip Sacred Site now locked in. One farm down. Double ram. And he just used E-repairs on a lumber camp. Get me out. Alright, that's TC just dead. You E-repair a lumber camp to lose a town center. I mean, whatever. The game is over. It wouldn't have really changed anything. The men-at-arms are trying to address the rams. Credit to them on doing a decent job here. But now the Golems into the tree line. You're shivving out. It deals with 1 horseman, but there's no way you beat the MAA. He's going to go for repair now. I mean, if Wham actually just attacked the TC, I think this would just be over. No, it's not enough to beat him. You must crush him. Mind, body, and soul. He already done that to himself. He picked Order of the Dragon. Now finish off Dragon yourself across his face, and let's just move on to the trophy thrust. Yeah, the last game was actually the most underwhelming one by far. I mean, it's impressive in itself in that Wham made a reverse sweep like this, but like every game up to this point had something epic about it, memorable about it. I mean, this one definitely has memorable moments, but what I mean by that is like the other games you saw a way potentially for the players, an idea. In this game, you saw a Dark Age tower that done nothing into immediate dominance. And with that, Wham will once again be champion in the midweek muster. Season 2 begins, and he already goes back to the winning. G to the G from Mr. Wham. A long journey, a reverse sweep, but he has done it. He will be your first victor in Midweek Muster Season 2, netting himself the lion's share of the $500 prize pool in our $20,000 esports circuit. Sign-ups, I believe, are closing soon, if not have already been triggered to close by Tommy. I'll check in with him. But tomorrow is going to be a fun one. So tomorrow, guys, we will have a third place match between DeMu and Anatan, a best of 5, as well as the beginning of a new week. A new week that could have some interesting matchups considering seeding. So make sure you're tuning in for those. Reminder, by the way, if you haven't, make sure you share these around when we put Reddit threads out and whatnot. Let people know this is happening. I think there's still so many people that don't realize there is midweek muster tournaments. Help me out. Get the word around. We want to build this up even bigger. My goal now, like, this is an incredible day. You guys are phenomenal. I think we got like 600 people watching, which is great to see. I hope we can make that a more frequent occurrence, because as we grow the channel more and more, that's when I'm talking to these brands right now. That's when I can get them on board, right? Like 600, 700, 800 viewers, where we can start getting them to put some money in, and then we can get even more money injected into the prize balls and production. That's my goal. But yeah, also a reminder, with the sponsors we do work, whenever you see them in the chat, whenever you see them like ping up on the links, click on those because it always helps. Reminder that we've been working PC specialists. Like, if you guys have been noticing the increase in production quality, a big part of it is these guys. Like, this thing runs everything, and it has been invaluable for that. But week 2 starts tomorrow. We are going to have... I'm just checking who's actually signed up, because I'm kind of curious now. I think I saw a lot of familiar faces. I think DeMu might be taking a break, but we'll confirm with him. But you got Rico in there, Anatan, like all the VOD esports boys are going to be there. The 3D Clan boys are going to be there. I think maybe Wham was signed up. Wham like saw this Mechabellum crap. He's like, I ain't got time for that. I gotta grind it up. Time to be number 1 in Age of Empires 4, boys. Pew pew. So he's been hard at work with that. Shout out to him with that. Give you anxiety. I see there's also Jean Doe back in there. Mia Micah making a return again. Mahodo. Kyo signed up. Anatan, Jif, Gully. Kilyadi. Yeah, so a lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar ones from the first week. Marco Tambi will make his return this time, though. I don't know if there's going to be a DeMu for him to annihilate. If you guys didn't catch that, that was probably the best round of 32 game. He almost actually beat DeMu in the second game in phenomenal fashion. But, guys, plan now. I think we're going to have some fun on Battlefield. If you guys have been waiting, itching for a key, or if you're looking for the skin drops or whatever, or you just want to check out the new map, I'm going to do a little bit of that now live on stream. What I'll do is, if you're watching on YouTube or Kick, I'm going to end the stream now. Or maybe we'll keep Kick up. I don't know. I'm going to end YouTube now, though, just because it becomes complicated to separate the VODs. It's really annoying, actually, with the VODs. It doesn't just let you easily separate them. So, YouTubers, if you want to watch some Battlefield, it makes sense to come across to Twitch anyway, because that's where you can get drops. So, I'm going to even go into sweaty wireless mode, and we're going to start Battlefield, play like maybe an hour or two, play some games, vibe, and check out the new one. Hopefully, you guys hang around and support. Appreciate you if you do. If not, I'll see you tomorrow for more Age of Empires 4.